to the Code HR Summit 2024 at the prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. It can be louder, certainly. We have to celebrate today. My name is Shayan, and I'm honored to be the master of ceremony for this event. This summit is a wonderful opportunity to bring together thought leaders, HR professionals, and the industry experts to discuss the evolving landscape of the human resources. Today, we will see a day filled with thoughtful insights from the Illuminati, who have graced us with their auspicious presence. A day packed with discussion around diversity, skill-based hiring, and upskilling strategies is the main theme for today's event. As we start our day, I would request one and all to kindly rise as we pay the respect to the Tamil anthem, which is a symbol of respect to the Karma Bhumi where we currently are. May we have the anthem, please? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly take your seats. As we start, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Andrew Thangaraj, a distinguished professor and the driving force behind CODE, which stands for Center for Outreach and Digital Education. Dr. Andrew Thangaraj is a professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering at IIT Madras. This June 2024 is a special month for him as he completes his 2 decades of association with the institute. He completed his bachelor's from IIT Madras and obtained his PhD. He has served on the editorial board of IEEE Transactions on Communications and IEEE Transactions on Information Theory. Since November 2011, he has been one of the coordinators of National Program of Technology Enhanced Learning, which in short we call as NPTEL, which is a multidisciplinary project funded by the Ministry of Education and managed by IIT Madras. At NPTEL, he has played a key role in starting the online courses and certification on massive scale through the Swayam portal, and he's also the principal investigator at Swayam at present. At IIT Madras, he has led a team of faculty that started the Bachelor of Science degree in Data Science and Applications, which was launched in June 2020 with course content delivery and in-person exams. He is currently the chairperson for Center for Outreach and Digital Education, formerly known as CODE. He is also the chairperson of the summit. Please join me with a loud round of applause in welcoming Dr. Andrew. Thank you. Now I would like to introduce the 2 co-chairs of the summit, Dr. Vignesh Muthuvijayan and Dr. Balaji Srinivasan. Dr. Vignesh Muthuvijayan is a professor in the Department of Biotechnology, Bhupat and Jyoti Mehta School of Biosciences, IIT Madras. He completed his BTech in Chemical Engineering from AC Tech, Anna University, India. He pursued his master's degree in Chennai in Chemical and Biochemical Engineering at the University of Maryland, Baltimore, and his PhD in Chemical Engineering at Oklahoma State University. He also worked as a postdoc at Johns Hopkins University. He joined the Department of Biotechnology at IIT Madras in 2010. Professor Vignesh is also the coordinator of IIT Madras BS in Data Science and Application Program and NPTEL. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause for welcoming Professor Vignesh. Our another co-chair for the summit, Professor Balaji Srinivasan, has obtained his PhD in 2000 from the University of New Mexico, USA. He subsequently worked as a senior development scientist at Corning Incorporation, USA. Since 2004, he has been with the IIT Madras as a faculty in the Department of Electrical Engineering. Presently a professor, Dr. Balaji has co-authored more than 140 journals and international conferences publications, as well as 3 book chapters. He also has 7 patents to his credit and many more on the way. He has successfully executed several research projects, resulting in development of 6 different technologies, and 3 of them are already transferred to the industry for commercialization. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause for Professor Balaji. I now request our summit chairperson, Professor Andrew Thangaraj, to deliver the welcome address and the code introduction. Sir.
So before I briefly introduce code to you, I should basically introduce Professor Pratap Haridas, who's the Dean for Academic Courses at IIT Madras, and is representing our director here, who's unable to make it for personal emergency reasons. So I would like to request Professor Pratap to come and briefly welcome everyone who's present here.
Good morning. Thank you, Professor Andrew. I'm really delighted that 100 plus organizations have joined us here this morning. We have been through a very interesting journey in this program, and we are really happy to see that so many people also believe in it at various levels. I think, fundamentally, if you look at how people are gauged professionally, at least, I mean, of course, you're all the HR, supremos, so you probably have a better picture of it. But in general, we're looking for competence. We're looking for people who are self-driven. And to some degree, we're also looking at pedigree, because that shows what kind of peer group you have worked with. So I think the program that we have developed here ticks all of those boxes. You really have people here who are self-driven. They are not in the program because their rank forced them to take the program. They are here because they really want to be in that program. And so that is a very fundamental definition of them being self-driven. I think by the end of the day, you're going to see their projects, and many of you have probably already seen the projects thanks to your support and thanks to your volunteering in looking at some of these projects when you do the vivas and so on. So you will know their competence. And of course, coming from IIT Madras, you can fairly confidently assume that they have a very good peer group. So on all these fronts, I believe the students who come out of this program will meet much of the requirements that you are looking for in a young professional, or a professional at any age, because age is no longer a bar in this particular program. I'm so really happy that you've all come here to join these students and meet them in person, and also discuss about how these activities are proceeding. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Professor Pratap. Really great that he could make it. You can imagine he manages the academic programs in the entire institute. He's quite busy. So it's great that he could take time out and come here. Okay, so I'm going to introduce a code to you, Center for Outreach in Digital Education. You may be wondering what this is and what's IIT got to do with it. The moment anyone says IIT, the image that you conjure up in your mind is something else, right? So you think of the entrance exam, isn't it? You're thinking of the entrance exam. Just now the results came out, I believe, for advanced. A lot of people are happy that they got a good rank, but that's just 10,000 people, right? So the number of young kids in this country who are craving for high quality higher education is in crores. And whatever we can say about what we have achieved so far, I would argue that we have not managed to scale high quality higher education. It's true. I think most of you are HR professionals, you interview people for jobs, you know this truth behind this statement, right? In areas across the board, we have a few colleges which are really good and they're educating hundreds, maybe, right? Maybe a few thousand here, there, but really the pervasive quality that you see in many countries in the developed world, we haven't achieved that yet. We are really a bit low on that. And this has been something that's been gnawing at us for a long while, particularly the IITs. And a few years ago, 4 years ago, along with Professor Pratap and guidance of faculty in IITM, we have thought about this problem, and we have put together a series of programs which we think is currently addressing this problem at its root. And it's really beginning to have an impact. And you have to really see this to believe me. So I'm going to show you a few slides where I'll go over these programs today. And as we speak today, there is one such program that we launched, which Pratap spoke about, the BS Data Science program. There are two of them, I should say. There's also a BS Electronic Systems program. So both these programs together, there are more than 30,000 students who are currently in this program doing undergraduate education from IIT. And nearly 3,000 of them are on campus for these 4 days. They are here now. So all the festivities that you see on campus is by them. It's driven by those students. And in fact, all these student competitions are going on currently. And yesterday, there was this big DJ night celebration, which we were all part of. It was fantastic, amazing energy. And you can still see that today. There are a lot of competitions going on. I would urge you, if you have some time, to walk around and take a look at these competitions. So anyway, so as we speak, a lot of interesting things are happening on campus, but we are here for a specific purpose. Let me get on with that right now. Okay, so I'm going to introduce the Center for Outreach and Digital Education. The BS programs are not the only things we run. We run quite a few other things, a bouquet of offerings, which we believe addresses this requirement of improving quality across the board in all technical areas, at all age groups, at all levels. Okay, so that's the philosophy behind this. Not just the limited few who manage to crack very difficult exams and come into campus, but anyone who is interested in learning and can put in the time. Okay, you can't learn from IIT that easily. It's not like, we're going to just skim the surface. We'll go deep. We'll teach you real stuff. So you have to spend the time. If you're willing to spend the time and energy, we are here. We are reaching out to you. That's the outreach there. Okay, and we're doing it in a digital way because that's the most cost-effective way in which it can be done. Okay, so let me begin with the whole bouquet. This has got every offering that we have, and then I'll go little bit deep into each of these offerings. Okay. I spoke already about the BS program that's down at the bottom. I'm not sure if this light is working. Okay, it doesn't work. Okay, so down at the bottom, you see that. So those are full-fledged bachelor's programs aimed primarily at students who are looking for undergraduate education. That's what we thought. As it turns out of this 30,000 I spoke about, nearly 15% are working professionals. So it's for all ages, as it turns out. Anyone who wants to learn is in that program. So that's the undergraduate degree program that's managed by CODE, but those are degrees officially given by the Senate of IIT Madras. So you become an IIT alum if you get that degree. Okay, so that's one program. I also want to talk about all these other offerings. Okay, we have programs at the graduate level, at the MTech level. These are also web-enabled as it goes. Once again, official degrees of IIT Madras that you can earn. Your employees can earn, you can earn. These are the areas in which we offer. You can see these are all core technical areas, but also interesting new areas like AI and data science and all of those areas as well. We offer MTech programs. We also offer short-term executive education programs. Okay, so supposing you say, I'm not interested in a full-fledged degree. I don't want to do 4 years of education, 3 years of education. I want 6 months. I'm not going to be a core developer, but I need to understand what this is and maybe guide the process in some sense. Then we have executive education programs, as we call them. These are sort of 3-month to 6-month certification programs. And you can see the areas that we have picked. These are areas which we believe are currently of interest to industry in India. The way we strategically think India should position itself in terms of in technology going forward, right? So quite a few interesting things that you see there. A lot of critical areas where we need a lot of high quality people. So we have executive education programs. There are also short-term training programs. So it just says customized there because I cannot really say what that is because depending on what the company wants, these programs tend to be very, very, very different. So there is things we can do bespoke for you, work with you, design a sequence of lectures and modules that is suited for your company. We do that as well for a few companies. Those are short-term training programs, as we call them. Finally, I have to talk about NPTEL because that was our starting point into outreach. Now, NPTEL is a program that's funded by the Ministry of Education, as was mentioned earlier. So this is a program that's completely free. all classes that happen in IIT, the regular classes that professors teach in IIT, are recorded and put in a very nice format on our portal, and anybody can see it totally free of cost. There's no cost associated with it, and if you really want to learn deep tech, there's only one way to learn it, and that's from the IITs, and that's available today, free of cost for anyone who has interest in it, right? It's from the IITs, it's deep tech. It takes a little bit of effort to get into it, but once you do that, you really reap the benefits. So this is the bouquet of all offerings. Let me go through each of them in reasonable detail very quickly. I don't want to take too much time, but I'll go through each of them because all of them are interesting and different groups of people are using it in very interesting ways. Okay. So this is the web-enabled MTech program. This is designed exclusively for working professionals. There are live classes, typically live classes in the evening, 2 times a week. It takes about 3 years or so. Some of them are 4 years also. It takes a little bit longer, but then you can be at work in your own workplace and end up earning an MTech degree from IIT Madras. There are multiple domains in which we offer it, about 11, I think, if I'm not sure. The latest one we've introduced is e-mobility, which is electric vehicles and all that. But you can see all the technologies which we think are critical for the Indian economy and companies in India to develop. All of that is there. So, I mean, I'm sure all of you know about GCCs and what's happening in terms of talent that is required. The talent that's required now is at this next level, right? So for those kind of folks, this kind of specialization is absolutely incredible and important to have. Now, there are a lot of interesting things here. The process is very clear. It's not a very highly competitive process. We understand these are working professionals, but still there is a small entrance exam that you have to pass. It's a very simple process. And then there are live classes every week. We do exams in your own location. You don't have to come here for that. If there are lab classes, you have to come for a campus experience to do the lab class. That's the only requirement. Other than that, it's like a typical MTech degree, and the degree you get is same as the MTech degree that IIT gives for any graduate. So this is a web-enabled MTech program that's open to people who are working. I spoke about executive education. So these are not degree programs, so they're not that long. They're about 3 months to 6 months. It doesn't take too many hours. Like it says, 3 to 6 hours per week. Most of the content in most programs are distributed as recorded lectures. So you can see them over the week at your own pace. But then in the weekend, typically on a Saturday, there is about 2 hours of interaction with the faculty. So you get to meet with the faculty and talk to the faculty, speak with them about any questions that you may have about the content. And that's how we run these programs. These have been quite a bit successful. Many of the programs have seen multiple cohorts, now hundreds of people from various different companies taking part in it. There's also a campus visit that you can do towards the end of the program to come in, network with the peers who are doing this course, and this has been quite successful. I mean, as many of you know, IIMs are quite popular for executive education. They've been doing it in the management area for quite a long time. Now, this is an effort from IITs to do something similar in the technical space. Okay, not purely in the management space, but in the technical space. But there's also some, management aspects involved in it in some programs. Okay, so that's the various different programs we have in executive education. Okay, yeah, so these are the upcoming cohorts. You can see various different topics are there, including additive manufacturing. Many of you might have learned about the 3D printed rocket that took off in Sriharikota a few days ago. Additive manufacturing is at the heart of it. So any technology which is in the forefront, which our faculty have great expertise on, is offered on a platter to people in industry so that they can come in and take it. Okay, so you can see the deadlines are coming up. We keep running more and more of such programs as we speak. Okay, so I spoke about NPTEL. This is the oldest program that we've been running. It's been more than 20 years that we've run this program. I mentioned about it briefly. This is also really, really popular. It's won some very prestigious international awards. More than 3,000 courses are available for free. Okay, any area that you want to specialize in, you can do this. It's got courses in engineering, humanities, management, not just from IIT Madras, but from all IITs and other premier institutes in the country. So NPTEL is a joint project of all the IITs and IASC and the premier institutes. In one portal, you get course content from all the top institutes of the country. So that's the big attraction of NPTEL. The other big attraction of NPTEL is it's really low cost because the production is funded by the ministry. If you do a certification on NPTEL in the regular time frame that it offers, it's just 1,000 rupees per certification. It's as low as it can go. It just really doesn't cost anything to anybody in terms of doing that. It's much, much cheaper than a dinner that you would go to on a typical basis. So this is really very, very low cost. It's aimed primarily at college students, but to our surprise, we have found a lot of people in companies also liking this in terms of quickly bringing them up to speed with the latest ideas. So that's NPTEL for you. Short-term training programs, we have done this specifically for companies, and this has been either in person or online. It can be even as short as one day where a faculty member who you like comes to your premises and talks to your employees about some important topic that's of interest to you, or it can even be a one of offering these kind of courses. So various areas are possible in short-term training programs as well. Okay, so let me finally, I believe this is the final one, the BS and diploma programs. These are programs that really solve this problem of improving access to high quality higher education in the country. Okay, so this is a problem many people are not really aware of. Maybe you see the output from colleges that you're trying to interview, you get a sense of the problem, but the scale is really quite massive and difficult to handle. Today, a good quality degree in India easily costs 30 lakhs or more in any place. Forget about even in IIT, you have to do 2-3 years of coaching, which is at least 5 lakhs a year. And then when you're here, IITs cost about 2 lakhs a year for tuition, just tuition. And then everything else put together, you cannot earn a degree for less than 30 lakhs, which is at the high bracket that you would really want to hire from. So, and if you can also look at the GDP per capita, and if you look at the income, about 80% of people make very little money in the country. So it's very, very hard for a large number of people to go to these good quality programs. So there was a need for a top institute to offer really a scaled offering in an area which is of interest to so many people. So that's what we are doing with these BS programs. And these are designed in a way that really keeps up the quality, but doesn't eliminate a large fraction with a very difficult entrance exam. Now, is this possible? Many of you may think, I have to screen and find the really best smart kids when they are 17 years old, and then somehow expect that till 21, they still retain that fire and they're really interested in what they're doing. So that's something that all of us are grown up used to, but this is a very different concept. This concept is sort of similar to the CA program, right? So CA doesn't work like that, right? They don't do a sharp entrance exam in the beginning. They allow anyone who wants to study. And then they have a series of examinations through which they filter and funnel progressively and really find at the end people who are really, really qualified, to have achieved whatever it is they wanted to achieve. So that is the principle behind these programs. We have 3 stages in our BS programs: the foundation stage, diploma stage, and the degree stage. The foundation stage is kept accessible to a large number of people. It's online. People come in, try it, and then the funneling slowly starts. What we're observing is, out of the people who come in, about 25% make it through our initial qualifier, and then only 50% of that make it through our foundation, and then we are still seeing how many will get through degree, etc. But really, the filtering and the funneling is working beautifully. We don't have to eliminate everybody at the beginning, and we can still reach hundreds and thousands in individual programs and train them well. You can meet these students. You'll meet some of them hopefully in the afternoon today. You'll see how impressive they are and how they're able to solve this problem. So I just want to put in a little pitch for this BDM project that will come in the evening. It's an amazing project in this program. So as part of their diploma stage is where they pick up skills. And one of the skills we're trying to get them to do is really using data science in practice on the ground. How do you do that? So what they have to do is go to a small business near them. We say small business, it can be big business also, but big businesses hardly give data. So small business near them, and convince that person to share business data with them. Now that's a difficult process, as you know, but many of them have convinced a lot of people in and around their neighborhood to share business data with them. And their task as students is to analyze that data and come up with recommendations on how to do the business better. And you will see the results. The book that's released in the evening is a compendium of the top projects that have happened in the last 4 years in this program. It's amazing the results they've got. There are Pani Puri vendors, small unorganized sector folks who have really doubled and tripled their business because of specific suggestions that came out of this data. There are paint manufacturers in wholesale who shared this data and figured out when not to sell in Kerala, for instance. When it's raining, you don't sell in Kerala, right? So things like that they found out, and it's amazing. So it might sound a little small to you, but still the impact is really, really immeasurable. There is huge impact by these projects, and these are students who we are training to directly work and provide business intelligence to people running businesses who can otherwise not afford these things, right? Small, unorganized, and even bigger sectors. Amazing project. I wish all of you will take part in this in the evening, meet these students who have done these projects and really learn from them. Okay, so I think with that, I'll conclude my introduction to code. I think this is the entire degree. There's lots of detail on the kind of courses they do. Once they come into the degree level, they're really ready to take on the more difficult, challenging courses, and you can see the type of courses they do. This is no different from the top universities that everybody is doing these kind of courses. Okay, so electronic systems is another area in which we run a similar type of program, which is again an area where we need a lot of people, qualified people out of the undergraduate level. Again, we have a foundation, diploma, BS degree. If you have the time, there is a robo soccer event that's going on in the same building. You can go take a look. These students have built these small robos and they're scoring goals. So it's just amazing to see these kids perform so well coming out of this program. Okay. So that's the overview in terms of numbers. It's been a hugely successful program in terms of numbers. We are still growing. Okay, the diversity is really strong. And one of the amazing aspects of this program is, I spoke about the cost of a degree. Look at the income levels. 35% of students in this program have family income less than 5 lakhs per annum. We're really able to hit that bracket which needs social empowerment, and we're able to offer them really high quality degrees. The spread is throughout the country. We have huge representation from UP and Bihar. It's quite popular there, our program. You have a lot of students from the north here. Of course, we have also people from Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, which is not quite surprising. So it's possible to engage with the program at multiple levels. I want to pitch CSR support. If your company does CSR, I think it's a fantastic cause to support students in this program. There are really people from very, very humble backgrounds who are in this program, and your money will go far in equipping them with a fantastic undergraduate education. We already get a lot of CSR support from the top companies in India and abroad. We really expect more, and this would be wonderful to do as well. Okay, so there are various other things you can do. You can, of course, hire from us. It'd be fantastic to hire from this group. And I can tell you, all companies that have so far already hired BS students are having a great time with them. Let me see a show of hands. Is anyone here hired our BS students for apprenticeship? You see one hand there. Not too many people are hiring, and there's people here who are hiring. And the small group of people who are aware of this program and are hiring from this program, I can promise you they're having a great time with our students. It's fantastic what these students can do. They're trained precisely in the areas that they need to know, and they know those areas really, really well. So we hope you can do this. It's possible to engage with us in multiple ways. Professor Pratap spoke briefly about these Vivas. We'll talk more about it as we go along. You can engage with this program in multiple ways. You can get to know the students while they are studying, and then offer them internships, apprenticeships, and then think about placement for them. So all of this is built into it. It's an online program, so all of this is very comfortably built into it. These are some of our prominent recruiters at this point. Quite a few companies across the spectrum. Different types of companies, small companies, big companies, all of them are recruiting from us. Here are all the ways in which you can partner. I think I mentioned most of it. Even the mentorship and Viva is something that's possible. If you just want to come and give a talk to these kids, that would be fantastic as well. So you can come and talk about your experience in industry and what you think is important for them. Okay, so with that, let me conclude. This is all that we're doing. Like I mentioned, this is an important juncture for the country as a whole, right? You would have seen numerous reports which say the big X factor in the country's growth is how skilled we can make our youngsters. There's no doubt about it. The more skill we put into our youngsters, the more the country is going to develop, the more you'll be able to hire people. And IITM, on its behalf, is reaching out in a big way, right? And we really hope this brand of education, this type of education is spread wide, and you learn about it and you support us in this endeavor so that all these wonderful kids can be hired into companies and can contribute to the economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Andrew, for the in-detail description about code and what we are doing. Thank you, sir. Moving ahead, before we dive into our sessions today, I would like to share a bit about how did this Code HR Summit come into existence. So our industry interaction team, along with the academic leadership over here, we somehow understand, and we have actually discussed a lot about what exactly is happening in the industry, in the entire landscape, what are the challenges. And that's when I would say that our Mr. Suraj Srivastav, who is the head and the principal project officer of our industry relations and career services, he has taken the initiative, and thus the plan of organizing this event took off. So please join me in welcoming our event convener, Mr. Suraj Srivastav. Thank you, everyone. Now, we will have a look at the agenda for the day. And we have a day well packed with quite insightful keynote addresses, engaging panel discussions, and ample networking opportunities. And towards the end, as Sir has mentioned, we will have our prestigious award ceremony for the best business data management project. We hope you find today very much enlightening as well as enriching. Okay, now let's move on to our first keynote address of the day. It is an honor to introduce Mr. Vishwanath Raju, who is the head of talent acquisition at ANSR Global. As the head of the talent acquisition and operations at ANSR, he leads the strategic human resource planning and execution for setting up new business and the global capability centers, which are called GCCs, and enabling talent acquisition across various domains and geographies. With over 20 plus years of experience in managing both global talent acquisition for product development and investment banking captive organizations, he has a proven track record of delivering business transformation with a talent acquisition strategy that aligns with the organizational visions and goals. He is also a generative AI enthusiast and a patent holder of generative adversarial imitation learning for human resource management, a novel algorithm that leverages artificial intelligence to optimize the talent acquisition process and enhance the candidate's experience. He is also a guest faculty, an executive coach, a talent catalyst, and of course, a keynote speaker at many prestigious forums and events. In short, he is also known as the man of patents in the HR fraternity. It is our pleasure to have him amongst us, and he will be speaking on harnessing generative AI in human resources. I would like to welcome him on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a loud round of applause to Mr. Vishwanath Raju. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Andrew. I think one key suggestion that I had was, first of all, I was very happy to see two of the organizations that I was working earlier are funding you guys. And I somehow feel that one area that you need to add, which is management in technology, right? So while the future of technology has some relation to management and future of management has some technology related stuff. So there's a lot of roles that you will see in the next 4 or 5 years where they have to use technology to do management related stuff. So I think that's one thing that I would want you to add. And we'll be more than happy to be part of your outreach program in terms of hiring people. We always believe that a strong beginning or humble beginning kind of students have much more that they land into the jobs than any other people. How many of you are HR guys here? Okay, a lot of you. Let me ask you a question. How many of you feel that role of HR guy is no less than a person who is actually, working in a film which is into a lot of stress, right? Science fiction, how many of you agree? Our life is it similar to a science fiction movie? Yes? No? Why? Right? So we don't know what will happen. We don't know where we started. And we are just to see to everything, right? So that's one. And second promise I need from all of you. How many times it happened in your life that you went through a program which is like amazing and you said, okay, my God, I've learned so many things in this last 30 minutes. My life is going to change starting tomorrow, and it did not happen. How many times it happened? Right? So my sincere suggestion is pay attention to this, at least for next, I was told 15 minutes, but I'll take 30 minutes, sir. Yeah, yeah, because we started off late, so I'm also on the positive of time. So what I'm going to talk about is use of generative AI. So I did not, I like the word that they said, man of patents. I think a lot of people are doing much better than me, so I don't know whether I'll deserve that, but then I'll take that as it is coming in. We'll go to the next slide, please. So why am I talking about industry evolution? I think it's important to understand where our forefathers were. So we started off with the way, you see, if you can look at it, these slides will be given to you. Don't need to take a picture of it. Suraj has his slides. I want you to pay attention to this. So we started as a welfare officer to now you see where we are, right? And 4 years down the line, you will see another industry 5, and we will be to the next. So that's how the evolution is happening. And one of the catalysts of evolution is change. And if you are in the change management side of it, you are taking a better advantage of it. If you're not, then I don't want to say what I want to say, right? So this is a beautiful house that I constructed, right? If you see how the house of HR looks like, there are 4 business pillars: talent acquisition, which is the role that I play; business partners, I see some of my friends who are in this; total rewards, and L&OD. These are 4 major pillars. But then what are the driving forces are your communication, branding, Gen AI, automation. My friend Venu, okay, you'll talk about Metaverse, HRMS, okay, intelligence analytics, right? So you see that there's a lot of things which are happening in terms of how we were looking at HR maybe 5 years, 10 years back towards today. So that's what it is happening. Now, what are the forces? We have strategy and development, we have governance, we have high-performing team, and process excellence. If you don't have this driving force, whatever you do in those small houses in terms of pillars and all that, it may not be as effective as we want it to be. Right? So I'll not talk about too much, but then most of the HR guys that I know here are now talking about prescription, right? They are going to CEOs and standing in front of them saying that this is the problem that you have today, and this is what you are supposed to be doing. And how many of you want seat in the table? Right? And these people are already playing the role as we speak, right? So digital HR system, I'll not talk about it. So this is the first patent that I've got. So what I did is I looked at all the HR areas that we have, and I kind of mapped all the AI areas. If you look at machine learning, we know how machine learning is helping in sourcing. We know robotics, we all have great experience of using a chatbot of Swiggy. So the same thing can be used in robotics in terms of screening, computer vision. On a blink of your eyes, whether you are blinking or somebody else is blinking is a technology today. If you are talking or somebody else is talking on behalf of you is the technology that we have today. So that's what is happening as we speak, thanks to pandemic. Neural networks, interview process, time to analytics, you know this, deep learning. There is an interesting company, I can't mention the name of the company, but then based on your profile, it recommends you which jobs you need to apply than you just going and applying to a job. How cool is it, right? So what is it doing? It actually looks at the NLP algorithm of what your job description talks about and what your profile talks about, and matches the keywords and all that, talks about it. And then job description management. In the Bay Area in 1998, there was an interesting advert which said that we are looking for a coding Avengers. And you will not believe, I think less than 2% of female employees applied to that, right? So some of those words are generally general, non-specific. So you do not want to make a mistake of, pointing towards a gender. So that's what these algorithms can do, cognitive computing. There are algorithms which will say that you are investing a lot of money and effort on a specific technology, and your return on investment from that particular portal is only 5%. So do you want to do a valuation kind of thing? That's a progress. So this is a 7-stage model that I've created. So basically I would want all of us to be in the leveraging stage where AI tells you what you need to do, right? Yes, I'm still not the strong believer of AI taking over of us, but then AI can do a lot more than what we can think of actually. So can we harness that? What is looking at? This is the first patent that we got. Blockchain. So gamification, right? So I think my friend will talk about Metaverse, which is also a part of gamification, but then a lot of companies are using gamification way of assessment, gamification way of interview process and all that. It also gives you a perspective that you are a cool company to work with, but then also gets you a lot of innate ability of you, right? So I think companies are using it as we speak today. Companies are, in fact, one of the companies that I know have used interesting, parameter of mood meters across. So you can just tap something and then you can talk about what is your mood today, and all the central data goes to the hiring manager or the managers. And then if you as a manager have a less mood meter, then something is going wrong with your team. I think it's important for us to capture that. So are we including towards the social data? Answer is yes. Can we not do that? Answer is I don't know. Is it something is ethical? I don't know that. Do you want to answer that? I don't want to answer that, right? But then there's so many things which are happening, right? So my view always has been like, can we utilize this technology to an extent where there's a human hat on top of it, not the other way around, right? And nobody wants anyone to intrude to us, right, in the social framework. So Metaverse, I'll leave it to Mr. Friend. And this is what I've made. So how many of you love generative AI? So anything that comes into your mind when it comes to generative AI? Beyond ChatGPT, otherwise, right? That's the problem that all of us has, right? So see what this future technologies does to all of us is, we would go and study the first principles of that. And then what happens is, those first principles will be so overwhelming that we don't want to go to the next principles, right? But then if you go to the second one, you will see that your thought process is incorrect. You are actually understanding it better, right? So your generative AI methods can be used for job description. I'm sure many of you used generative AI or the ChatGPT for job descriptions, right? Right? So how is this different than your job descriptions which were there earlier? Is it more personalized? Okay. Now, what is prompt engineering? Have you heard this? Okay. So ask this to a friend of yours, do this social experiment, who has done this, who has used generative AI very much. You will see that person saying that my answer came after 75th prompt, 50th prompt, 40th prompt. Why? So the system can be as effective as we want it to be, right? We cannot just put one word and ask the system to understand it, right? And I'm not getting to the point of being an employee of a company. Can we feed in some data into the chat GPT? Can we get, that's a different thought process altogether. I think government and an industry is coming with some governance model and ethical models by end of this year. We will see how does it look like, but yes, that's what it is. And ChatGPT HR policy creation. I have used ChatGPT to create some of the HR policies in my previous organization, right? Then video creation. How many of you know that you just create a small prompt and a story and put it in a video algorithm, you'll actually have a cartoon kind of coming out. How cool is it? Can you ask your son or daughter to do that play than just playing around with games, right? So is it for us or is it for future? It is for all of us. Data analytics, we spoke about pre-training. So as I spoke about, right? So the guy who said I got the response after 75th prompt is they're training the algorithms, right? NLP, we spoke about it. So the way you respond to an email can be analyzed and we can understand at what sentiment the guy is going through. Right? It will look at some of those words, some of the things that they are using and tell that the sentiment is not very good. And maybe this person should be handled by somebody who's more senior. Right? If you have 3-tier structure, right? In HR operations, we know, right? So there is a chatbot which you want all the employees to use. Can we use ML algorithm on top of the chatbot and very sentimentally, some of those responses which are like very, very absurd, can that be handled by somebody senior? Look at it, how it looks like, right? Then prompt engineering, we spoke about it. So this is the power of Gen AI, right? Vishwa, is it that we've already arrived? Answer is zero. No way. We just started. Do we think governance algorithms can help? Answer is definitely yes, right? So this is the 5-stage model. Metamorphosis model is where your Gen AI is automatically predicting what problems that you may fall into, and also the solutions which could come out. I would like to thank Aditya, Anupam, and Naveen, and few other people who also contributed to build this platform or this particular thing, because it's not a simple person, somebody like created something like that. We had a lot of data collections. We had a lot of interviews that as part of my PhD program, we did that, right? So there's a lot of engineering which got into this. So that's where, Sir Andrew, sir, the engineering management comes into picture. Can any of you scan this for me, please? You can use a Paytm or any of these. And this can tell you at what generative AI you are using in your own company, okay? You can do that as we speak later. So what is the use of a technology if you're not using something within your own company, right? That's how we are using Leap within our own company. We have some AI-based algorithms that we use. Leap is nothing but an applicant tracking system which is AI-enabled. We have something called as Loop. My HR colleagues will be very happy to know that we are able to predict 5%, less than 5% of issues with the joiners. So, which means that we know that 80% of the people will anyway join. 20% of the people, we know that out of 20% of the people, which are those 15 people who will never join you? Right? This is through sentiment analysis, this is through analysis through the way they are on our platform, and each recruiter will be given a license, and when they talk to the person, they understand the sentiment and all that. Hiring manager has one license, so it's a combination of data that they are capturing based on our platform, hiring manager and the recruiter. All of this will come into a score. Anything which is less than 75 as a score, we have a problem. We want to address that. Today, we are very happy to say that we know that these are the 5 people who will never join. So don't waste your time, kind of thing, right? There could be an issue that somebody who's not very much active in the platform may end up joining. Somebody who's very active in the platform may never join. These are called as false negatives in the terminologies. I think all of you guys know data guys. So something we are working on, right? RISE is a HR applicant, this entire human resource management system that we created within our own ecosystem. So we believe HR technology that is coming out from the market should also influence the existing systems, and that's how we build this stuff for us. So this is where I am. Thank you very much. Any quick questions that you guys have, I'll be more than happy. I'm available whole day here. And my LinkedIn profile is very known. Not a lot of people can actually add me into LinkedIn and ask me any questions. But then, thank you very much, sir. It was a great time. I did not know about this program till now, though my organization was funding it for some time. But then, I think it's important to go make this to a next level of people, because the kind of work that you guys are doing are really, really good. So, very Suraj. Hi, Suraj. Thank you, Suraj, for inviting me. And you felt that I'll be the person who could add value to this thing. I'm hoping that I did some value to this. But then, thank you very much, Shayan. You were running around, and some students were given to us. Until now, I'm overwhelmed with everything that happened. So I'm assuming that this will continue the way it is. Thank you very much. All the best, and take care.
Thank you so much, sir. I think one of the best takeaways that I could get as an audience is, let's cross the first level of learning. We get stuck with the first level. That is, I would say, the closest to my heart, because I could relate myself. Sir, I would request Professor Andrew to felicitate our first keynote speaker, Mr. Vishwan. Sir, kindly on the stage. And can we have a good photograph, please? Can we have some round of applause for them, please? All right. Major attraction. Thank you. Thank you once again, Andrew sir, Vishwanath sir. Yes. I would like to thank IIBA, India chapter, and Mr. Swaminathan Balakrishnan, who is India chapter advisor at IIBA, as our outreach partner for today's summit. IIBA stands for International Institute of Business Analysis. It is a professional association that supports business analysis professionals across the globe, and more than 30,000 members across the globe with 100 plus chapters and over 500 training centers. And of course, the organization is also known as, it acts as a global voice for all the business analysis community across the globe. So let's give a big round of applause for IIBA. Thank you. And now, bridging the gap between corporates, colleges, and candidates. This is what our sponsorship partner, My Anatomy, specializes in. I would like to extend a warm welcome to Mr. Chinmay, who is the Chief Enabler, and Mr. Ganesh Shenoy, who is the Chief Mentor. And I would like to play a small 2-minute video about My Anatomy. May we have the AV, please?
Job opening posts, and the floodgates open. Thousands of resumes inundate your inbox. What to do next? In a world swamped with resumes, finding the right candidate seems like finding a needle in a haystack. We know that as a recruiter, you rely on your applicant tracking system to find the best candidates. But is that really enough? Yes, somehow, ATS can help refine resumes based on job requirements and keywords, reducing the pile by 40%. Wait, the quest for the perfect candidate doesn't end here. Enter My Anatomy. My Anatomy uses cutting-edge AI ML-powered competency assessments, testing cognitive abilities, domain expertise, coding skills, and more. Our comprehensive assessments generate analytics-based data-driven reports, providing a holistic view of each candidate's suitability for the role. Candidates engage in these assessments, showcasing their skills and abilities tailored to the job's specific requirements. My Anatomy provides a comprehensive talent DNA map and 360-degree persona analysis of candidates to find the perfect fit for your organization. Post-assessment, the support continues with interviews powered by AI ML, aligned with the job description. But it doesn't end at hiring. My Anatomy supports post-boarding engagement with project-based learning and various courses. Reduce time, efforts, and costs in talent acquisition and management with My Anatomy. Think hiring, think assessment, think My Anatomy for simplified talent acquisition.
Well, I think that's pretty important for the entire HR fraternity over here. I would like to request Vishwanath Raju sir once again to kindly come on the stage, and our representative Mr. Siddharth from My Anatomy for one more felicitation from My Anatomy. Kindly. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you, sir, for taking the trouble again. Next, we have our first panel discussion, and the topic is Adapting for Agility, Transformation from Degree-Centric to Skill-Centric Hiring. This panel will explore the shift towards skill-based hiring and its implications on the future workforce. According to the recent survey on LinkedIn, more than 2/3 of the employers believe that verified skills are more important than the college degrees. And according to some reports, more than 3/4 of the employers find that skill assessment is more important than a traditional hiring criteria. Now let's do a deep diving and understand this topic better. I would request our first panel to kindly come and grab the seats. Meanwhile, I understand it is pretty important as well as difficult for me to introduce the entire set of our panelists over here. Still, I'm sure about one thing that most of you have already dug in deep in the LinkedIn and tried connecting with our panelists. However, I would like to have the honor of introducing our panel moderator, Mr. Amit Sachdev, who is the Chief People Officer at Tata Insights and Quants. And by the way, he's sitting on the extreme right. Right, sir. With over 22 years of experience, Mr. Amit Sachdev is a senior professional with the expertise across all HR functions, including IT, R&D, manufacturing, consulting, KPO, BPO, sales, contact centers, anything and everything. He has led the HR functions, served as an HRBP, and specialized in talent acquisition over the years. His multi-regional experience, it includes working with stakeholders across Americas, EMEAs, and Asia Pacific regions. The other dignitaries on the first panel, we have Mr. Aditya Pal Singh, a renowned talent acquisition leader. Ms. Savita Nehra, Global Head, HR Enterprise Applications, Wipro. Ms. Shivani Reddy, Global Talent Head and HR Management, Latent View Analytics. Mr. Anupam Srivastav, Head, Global Talent Acquisition and India, HR at Relito. And Ms. Savita Nehra, Global Head, HR Enterprise Applications at Wipro. I'm sorry, it's doubled. Sorry. Okay. Dear audience, I would like to keep a simple request to you that kindly keep your questions parked and share them only upon the moderator opens the floor for the Q&A. Amit sir, oh, I think I've missed someone. Shilpika ma'am, how can I miss you? I'm really sorry. Kindly give a round of applause for Shilpika ma'am as well. She is the head of talent acquisition at Morgan Stanley. Apologies, ma'am. Amit sir, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Maza nahi aaya. Once again, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
A class, 3, 2, 1. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for bringing that energy back because 11 and my watch, and we are between the lunch. That's the time we have been allocated. Very happy to be here. Thank you, Suraj, for giving the opportunity to contribute in some way or the other, giving back as a representation of the brand Tata here. I would also like to request on the order of Aditya, Shilpika, as well as Shivani, Anupam, and Savita, to quickly introduce about their role and professions one more time so that we have an understanding that what is it that we are looking at from the today's theme, which is adapting agility. And when we look at adapting agility, transitioning from degree-centric to a skill-centric hiring, aspects. With that, Aditya, why don't we have some of the introduction about your past experiences? Over to you.
Okay, good morning. Nice and hot outside, but it's a good change sometimes from Bangalore, when Bangalore's also been hot lately. So I'm sure whoever has stayed in Bangalore, it's similar for all of us. I'm Aditya. It was great to see one of my batchmates sitting there. He runs 1 or 2 companies. He's been here. He pinged me in the morning. He said, "What time are you coming?" I said, "Where? Is there a batch connect today or something?" Then I realized he's in Chennai. So, welcome, Venki. Yeah, so I'm Aditya. I've been in the talent acquisition space for about 23 years. Worked in companies. Quite a bit of my career stays between Accenture, Informatica, I was heading talent acquisition, and KPMG. These are the organizations I have worked in. All through and through a talent acquisition guy, done my master's from Simbi, and somewhere in between I'm still doing my PhD. So, but yeah, I'm happy to be here. It was a great presentation earlier about the batch and the suits, and as usual, thanks Suraj for having us here. So looking forward. Pass it on to Shilpika.
Thank you, and a very good morning to all of you. My name is Shilpika Saxena. I head talent acquisition for Morgan Stanley. We are an investment bank. I've been here for the past 8 years, and before that I've worked with companies in services and product sector. Like Adi, I'm also a Simbi pass out. In fact, me and Adi are from the same college, just few batches away from each other. And I've been in Bangalore most of my life. I've been in talent acquisition for the last 20 years. So that's a quick brief about myself. I'm looking forward to this discussion today. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Shivani Reddy. I'm part of Latent View Analytics. I manage the global recruitment and resource management for Latent View Analytics. I have about 20 years experience in recruiting. Prior to Latent View, I was part of Amazon. I worked with companies like Philips and AstraZeneca in the past. I'm looking forward for this discussion because one of our Latent View founders is an IIT alumni, and he was like, you have to hire from IIT, you have to work with them. So that's one reason why I'm here, but the initial, the introductions and the programs which was showcased, I think it is very promising that, we kind of look at talent in a very different way. And I'm happy that some of these premier institutes in the country are doing what they have to do for reaching out to the audience from a lower income group and stuff like that. So it's very, very interesting to know, and it is really an eye-opener for me.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Anupam Srivastava, and I head the global talent acquisition function, as well as I also wearing multiple hats here. I do manage this global HR for tech and product and heading India HR functions. So pretty much attracting the talent and managing, and then it doesn't work it out, then show them the door. That's pretty much my job, and it's not super exciting. I've been in the industry for 20 plus years, and I've been through like multiple companies like G Healthcare I started my career with, and then worked with Intuit, Yahoo, eBay, PayPal, and throughout product companies, Experitio, and now with Reltio for more than 2.5 years. Pretty exciting journey, and the topic here, the shift from degree-centric to skill-centric, I think that's the most relevant topic at the moment for every HR, just going through every HR and talent acquisition head in mind, how to have the right balance in the market. I think we are going to have a discussion around that, and our moderator definitely will have some interesting questions around that, I'm sure. And I was looking into the slide earlier about the kind of program, this BS program has been run in electronic solutions and the AI data sciences side. That's pretty interesting, I would say. I think this initiative is definitely, this kind of initiative definitely bridging the gap in the shift, and that will be definitely helping across the experience ranges and across the generations of professionals to bridge that gap, and this could be more relevant and making more relevant to the industry. So looking forward to the discussion, and thank you for inviting me here. And I'm glad to see a lot of my industry friends and colleagues here sitting, so happy to catch up with them too. Thank you.
Yeah, so very good morning, everyone, and I think it's honor and a privilege to be here sitting. Otherwise, as initially everyone mentions, right, that IIT reach is far. Many would not think of it, but this is really, thank you, Suraj and team, I would say that, to have us here. My name is Savita Nehra. I work and manage the global enterprise applications. I had the HR part of it. Have been with HSBC, iGate, Putney, and Capgemini. I didn't have to change my job. The companies kept, merger acquisition kept happening. And then I decided that, okay, I have been there for two bigger organizations, decided to work with NEST Digital Engineering as an India head. Now with Wipro, been 2 years, interesting journey, a lot of churns, a lot of changes, and we are transforming. So I would still say that it has been beautiful, journey so far. I'm very happy and I'm privileged to be here, part of the panels, and some interesting topic. So over to you.
Thank you, Savita, and everyone. And by now you have already understood the kind of a job I'm going to be in as a moderator, So kind of the diversity, the spread, the intensity, and also the common being the theme is the talent. So when I was given this responsibility by the Suraj, ki, sir, can you be the moderator? Managing them itself is one of the experience by itself, the diverse. The opening thoughts is basically I want to put myself into the spot as a hot seat here is. I come from a generation where I take a cue what Vishwa was talking about on the industry evolution, industry 1 to 2, 3, and industry 4.0, and future is industry 5.0 is, I don't know, down the corner, right, Vishwa? So that has also happened to the space where we got about the academic aspects. IIT is one of those examples that how IIT itself has been the backbone for the Indian talent nurturing to make a world talent today. And I would say this from the core of my heart because half of my family is the IITians or the IIMs or the CAs. So whatever you talked about has been tick marked in all the three. And that also brings back 2+ decades of expertise in this space as a career. I come from a very something which is grown with a very simple belief, padhoge likhoge to banoge nawab, kheloge kudege to blah blah blah. Right. But today it's the opposite because of the topic which we have is skill centric. But at the same time, when we were looking at the academics, every time it says, you know what, two decades back. How many of you have 20+ years experience in the room, please? Raise your hand. All right. How many of 10 to 20? All right. Less than 5? All right. We still have 5 to 10? All right. So I would say we have a mix. How many are from manufacturing, processing industries? All right. Now that's the shift. How many are from the IT technology? How many from the consumer space, which is services or maybe a product side of it? All right, we do have now the good cue about where we are heading towards. All right, those who have raised their hands for the manufacturing and with the combination of 20+ years, which is myself included in that, we had only 2 things to focus on. Get the degree so that you get the right job and a career. And which is why I have been in, one of those examples is we have been in HR degree is equal to HR profession. But today I'm hiring a computer science for HR analytics in HR function, of which I don't know nothing about because I'm a commerce background. But I have to learn algorithms. That's exactly what you are saying, management, engineering management is the phase in. And the focus is coming up into the technology space, where degree has been some trend. So I was, before coming, couple of days before, I did some reach out to some of our, my network. In addition, the network we have here. We talked about, you have been to campus in last 3 years. What has been the trend? So typically Bangalore IT hirings is the major one. So is Chennai, Hyderabad, etc. So this is the small statistics of the last 2 years. In the IT software development, product development hiring, 25 folks whom I reached out to, 20 people said in the last 2 years, they have been going only to 1 or 2 streams, which is computer science. Only, 20 of them said they are going only to the computer science, and 4 of them said we go to 1 plus 2 any, because the industry they represent, or all the streams. Last year, last year in the sense for the 2024 batch, the trend has been little increasing, that all streams are becoming little more, which is close to 8 companies have gone for all streams hiring, and only out of those same 25, around 15 to 16 other ones are gone for the very specific computer science only. The trend which is emerging out of this is the shift which is coming up from degree to a specific industry, to a skill to a specific, or many industries. This could be a debatable topic because of the nature of the employer. So the nature of the employers are mainly those into startups, IT product development companies, and the 4 conglomerates into it, which includes one is Tata. So that's the data on one side. And that what is today is also the topic, which is degree-centric to skill-centric hiring. And I would like to start with this thought. While there is a shift, which is the data also says, but let's hear us out from the folks which we have today, and an esteemed panel. I'm sure you will be a little kind to me as well on the same side. So I'll go with the first, a generic understanding. When you have been in your career in the talent acquisition and seen yourself the shift, because you've been in the talent acquisition, in the realm of your experience, can you explain some of the difference in your specific industry or organization you have able to define what is degree-centric hiring and what is skill-centric hiring? So I'll start with Anupam.
Thanks for giving my name as the first name you picked up. And I think if I look at my experience and my profile, I think I have completed the circle now after I heard Vishwa, and I've heard him multiple times. Basically, I'm not a management graduate. I'm a computer science engineer, being in HR. And now I'm using the combination of both and getting to, again, the technology and AI HR. I think this is a circle I have completed. And to answer your question, in my recruiting experience so far, the shift differences and the degree-centric versus skill-centric can be categorized in a couple of ways, right? The one is the focus. If you talk about focus and degree-centric is more about the education, degree, level, stream, branches, percentage, university, college, where you are. Right? Versus skill-centric is more about the skills required. What you need in Java, what you need in data sciences, what you need in .NET, what you need in texting, manual testing, performance testing, or white box testing, or whatever it is required, right? So that is the one key difference there. And second difference, I think it's more about this evaluation part, like how they gets evaluated. It's a very straightforward and could be a bit easier, I would say, in evaluation and degree-centric because there are multiple tools, the different platforms are available that can be evaluated easily. But at the same time, if you're talking about skill-centric, given the variety we have in skills, it is not that straightforward, right? And the good thing is, perception plays the role on both the sides. The first perception, degree side, assumption, oh, you are coming from the top colleges, then you have to be good. Second perception, other side of skill-centric side, oh, you're coming from the top skill, you can do any job. And that way, that perception has to be handled well with the data. I think that's where we are heading to right now.
Thank you, Anupam. To add up on this, Shivani, what will be your take on the same?
So, I think I'll go back to the history, right? The technology companies have overshadowed the way we look at skills. But if you look at the erstwhile manufacturing companies or hospitality industries and stuff like that, they've always been doing skill hiring, right? You have polytechnic colleges, you have finishing colleges, and then people get into the skill-based roles. Technology is just transitioning to that because, like what my colleague said, it's again the perception that, you come out of a certain college, you are expected to do various roles. But I think that shift has started happening in technology as well, right? And especially with executive education programs like, esteemed institutes, as well as the online education programs or online skill-based training programs have made this shift. One of the biggest driving factor is the cost of hiring as well, right? Which is, everybody cannot afford hiring from an IIT, right? All companies cannot afford hiring from an IIT or any of these premier institutes and expect the expectations of the students can also not be fulfilled when they come into a corporate world. So there is some imbalance in those areas as well. And bringing them on board, training them, and then making them, skillable is a big shift, problem statement for organizations as well, and to retain them. So, and everybody is looking for fast talent. Technology is changing rapidly. So we have these online institutes which have picked up pace, right? And then companies and TA leaders are looking at, okay, let's look at, let's do a hackathon and then find out who are good at coding and then hire them, right? So we are also looking at, okay, fast ways to hire because, technology is changing as faster and then we have to fill in positions. Chalo karte hai. So that's the approach I think even TA leaders have. Like initially somebody said, we have to solve all the problems. We are like the science fiction movies where we are solving everybody's problem because everything goes wrong, it comes back to TA. So in hiring, right? So we are trying to solve these problems because we are also looking at the talent in a very different way, and that shift happened over years. And I think technology companies have started learning from all our age-old industries where they've always been doing skill hiring. We have only changed the game in between.
So you talked about changing the game, and that also aspects comes in and what are the driving force. So I would request, Savita, what has been your experience in the space where you have felt, what are the driving force which is bringing this shift from degree-centric to skill-centric in your organization or maybe the industry you represent?
So I think this is anyway the biggest topic which is happening across, and I think while we look at why we're looking at degree or why skill, one, technology, right? Digitalization, we all are changing drastically. The skills which was required for us, and if you see the live example of HR which Sir was presenting, we have seen those changes, and for having those changes, we need to ensure that we have to keep having those skills going very fast. The kind of expectation from, and as you mentioned there, that time to hire, right? Currently, if we don't have that skill pool by the time we hire, the clients are behind us, and nowadays it's not just about one skill, now multiple skill, but we have to have that time to hire immediately. And now the pool which is available because of the skill is huge among us, and the diverse of pool, right? It's not just limited of it. So I think the way things are happening with the automations, technology changes, the expectations which we need to do thanks to the Gen AI part of the world, we have to keep evolving ourselves and upskilling ourselves. Yeah, thank you.
Shilpika, would like to talk about on the same, something around the driving force you have been observing in your industry space, a very different industry while you're present.
So in my view, why this change? So you've heard all the colleagues here, and every company has its own reason, right? If you ask me, the first time that I noticed the shift from degree-centric to skill-centric in maybe one of my previous organizations was the need to hire fast, the need to filter out fast, and then also ensure that you're getting the right quality who will actually be able to do the work. When you're working with a brand, and it's one of the very well-known, one of the top 3 product companies in the world that I'm talking about right now, you get a lot of applications, right? And then the kind of tools that we had, and I'm talking literally 10 years back at that time. Right now we have a lot of tools which help you to assess skills. That time we did not. So there was a necessity, and at that point in time, I don't think we were thinking that we are moving from degree-centric to skill-centric. No, we were not thinking. We were just changing the way we were working to suit the situation. But as a result of that, the outcome actually became skill-centric. We ended up hiring people from a very diverse pool who were actually fit to the job. And why I say fit for the job, because we saw their growth in the company, right? Compared to the traditional hires that we had earlier done for the similar kind of jobs, this new batch that came in, people from varied experiences, but having that passion and having those key skills to succeed in that role, we were actually able to do that. So in my experience, I think I saw this shift started happening then. And just to add, many other product companies, I think, were moving towards that, and then they realized that this is actually a much better way of doing things, right? So one of the tools that she was talking about, for an example, the tests that we do, the online tests, it could have started to manage the volumes of applications, because it becomes a very simpler way of filtering things out. But if you actually think about it, it helps you to assess the key skills that you need. Tests generally assess you to help, if you're talking about an IT company, it helps you to assess the programming skills, which are very, very key. So that is how I have seen the shift, and obviously it's not limited to one industry, and we'll talk about that.
Yeah, Anupam, you have some thoughts. Aditya, maybe you can add up from there.
I think it is very important to take a step back, okay? I think we have been talking about the driving force behind that change. I think let's understand why this change and why we are talking about this particular topic. If you look at why part of it, I think a couple of things is the technical advancement, how rapidly industry is moving, the dynamic industry, right? How the industry is evolving, why the gaps are created, why we are doing, why need things move fast, and why there's a gap in the demand and supply. I think these are the core reasons which has driven all these things we are talking about, degree-centric to skill-centric. is somewhere those gaps could have been filled, those timeline could have been met, we are able to match the pace of the industry, then I think that academia and industry could have run parallel, and we wouldn't be sitting here and talking about these points.
So thank you for putting that perspective, lead and lag, when it comes to the need versus the capabilities building. Aditya, what have you seen some of the impacts and which among some specific industries around the same?
When you go last and you keep thinking, I want to speak on that, then the next person brings up. And Anupam and I are old friends, so I was just going to speak about it. I'll talk to him outside. So, Vish knows me very well. So, my intention of all of these conversations, the reason why we're having a group discussion is always not to agree with everything else, right? What's happening there, just to enable you to think a little more differently as we come from a market perspective, right? So, if you look at, and I completely agree with the panelists, we spoke about growth, we talked about what's the need of the industry and how it is. If you look at talent pool itself has changed a lot, right? Industrialization, dot-com burst, COVID, your expectations from talent, well-being being on your top chart for from an organization perspective, even you are a leader or not a leader. So, expectations from talent has changed a lot. The industry has changed a lot as we move forward. The expectations from companies is to find the right talent. Very simple. Who's the right talent for anybody? A person. I've done most of my life in tech, so I'll limit my expectations to tech. If you ask, if you have to hire one person, ask them any of them when it comes to tech, their answer will be, I want a full stack engineer. Plug, play, use wherever is required and all of that. The other lately found word is a polyglot, which everybody uses very flashily in a lot of presentation and everywhere else, but same thing. Someone who can plug and play at period of organizations. What we have moved to an era is on, how technology is enabling colleges. Students are well informed of what are the options from a growth standpoint. Companies are saying that I'm ready to get away from premium institutes of, I think 2-3 large companies have said for campus, they've opened their website, go ahead and apply, whoever is the right fit, they will go ahead. So they're looking at people who will come and do the job at a very particular delivery perspective. They're not very worried about the education. And I loved the presentation which talked about so many skills specific. Me and Shilpika was speaking about, we need to live in an era which you get into what you like doing, right? From a technology perspective and deliver it, irrespective of wherever you are from, whichever college you're from, it's your capability. Remember, as we spoke about, there are a lot of people, I think she spoke about people from not all strata of life get into IITs, but then there are people who don't want to apply to IITs also, right? We're not saying that people outside IITs are bad. They just decided not to join an IIT. Everybody has preconceived notions. So it's changing a lot, but the more specializations people are ready to deliver and live in a world which is a little more centric of saying that it's fine, I don't care which batch you are from, as long as you're able to deliver what is required from an organization perspective, I don't care. I think both people and this thing is gone, and it's the ability for us to learn. And if you see the presentations earlier, for executive and few others, you have a lot of people who are working, I think we showed in the presentation, who are still doing it. All of us are constant learners, right? People have pivoted to different careers. Anupam pivoted from being an engineer, whether he could figure out a job when he passed out or not, that's a separate thing, but to becoming a very successful HR professional, so different.
Thank you for that, giving it the cue. So Shilpika, maybe some of your experiences among your network, etc., the type of companies who have shifted towards a skill-centric hiring, and then maybe a small thoughts coming in from Shivani as well after that.
So as I was earlier saying that I think IT, and in that also if I have to specify, product companies have been pioneering in this field in terms of moving to skill-centric hiring. They were the ones, I think, who started using the online tests, the coding platforms. Even during the interviews, they started doing whiteboarding exercises, very focused on the skill that you're trying to hire. The way they designed their interview process, all of that was reflective of the move from qualifications, while they are important, absolutely important, but move from that and not relying only on qualifications to what exactly we are assessing for, what this job requires. The way they changed their job descriptions, the job profiling that they were doing. So IT in general, in that, product companies, I'm sure, are leading the way. And then there are many other industries. In my mind, if I think about it, the creative industry, if I can talk about, right, it focuses a lot on the kind of practical experience that you come with. I don't think they are so focused on the qualification or where you've got a degree from, but the kind of portfolios that you can make, right? When you're talking about animation, filmmaking, all of that is largely dependent on the real applicable experience that you come with, which is, again, an example of skill-centric hiring.
I think from a technology standpoint, I think Google is one of the company which is like focused on assessments, or the entire screening process is very focused on the skill rather than the degree people come out with, right? So I think their entire interview structure, the way they assess a candidate has been very scientific to fit in the job rather than, looking at a certain college or a degree. Then our, the age-old customer support industry, right? They've been hiring 12th standard students, and people worked in those industries for, I think that is an industry which got very popular when I was studying, which is 20 years back. But that industry actually did skill-based hiring. They never looked at a degree or anything. You can speak well, you come to the call center and work and earn that money, right? I think those industries are still doing it, and technology is adopting to that. And I think these are some of the industries which are doing that revolution.
Thank you for sharing that experience in that. And it reminds me, if I can digress and then come back to the forum, I'm discussing with Professor Bala as well, when I was sitting next to him. There are a lot of MOUs which happens with the academia and the corporates, with specific to the curriculum. I have my colleague Eric who will be also there in the next sessions also, where we worked in the previous organization where we had an MOU on a cloud computing curriculum with the institute as well, so that we contribute to the cloud computing talents, etc. So that's which comes across in that space. It also helps now India is poised and geared towards building the semiconductors from India. That's for the global need. And a lot of Indian conglomerate has come forward to build that capability in-house. And I think one of those code programs, which is on the electronics, which is going to be a very helpful. Maybe I'll network separately, how I can be of any interventions to connect to the right set of people within my group as well. Coming back, sorry.
I think to add to that, I think the PM Rozgar Yojana, which is again more driven towards the skill-based hiring. And now they are focusing on most of the listed companies to have 2% at least as apprentice from a strata where they only come with a skill set but not with a degree, right? And then we are complying to that, but I think the focus is also shifting from that sector as well.
So thank you for highlighting, and that actually gives me a segue to the question which is coming up next is, what are some advantages which the organization could take from such kind of programs, if I want to put on the spot back again to Anupam?
See, both ways, if I look at degree-centric or skill-centric, and thanks Shivani for quoting this PM apprenticeship, I think that has been enforced after a long time. And now corporates are thinking about it, that's a good sign. But still a lot of gray areas there. Still we have to figure it out as HR head how to move forward with those programs. But to answer the question, advantages and disadvantages, see, advantages side, let me talk about the risk first. Then I will talk about the good points. So the biggest risk is, if we moving towards the skill-centric, is how to eliminate the biases. Because that's what I see a biggest risk. When I say eliminating the bias, because the industry is moving so fast, how we can handle that pace how we ensure that long-term commitment from the people who we are hiring or adding to the company and organization from the market, right? Second is, are we, have we already decided what we need versus short-term and the long-term plan, right? Because academia that provides a good degree and good college actually provide a good base, but here the formal education degree or other stuff is not necessary thing. You should know what you know to do the job. But the question comes, they know the current job, but how to assess the potential beyond that, what else they can do, right? Second thing, the risk is in terms of evaluation, because I talked about that earlier too, given the variety of skills what we have, how do we evaluate? Assessing a fresh mind is much more easier than assessment of a brain which have been in the industry and working upon different aspect of the industry for many years, right? Picking out that part. Sometimes we do not know what job we are made for, but we do a job. We have our skills, but are we the right for that skill? So these are some of the risk, potential risk I would say. And the good side of it, with the shift of degree-centric to skill-centric is it's a time saving. I think it's a clear-cut graph between relevance and the time, right? How being relevant in time in the industry to get the job done, and that's what most of the industry is focusing upon right now. Less is spent on upskilling and reskilling because they get the people from outside, right? There's cultural fitment, right? That goes both ways. It's a negative and positive too, right? So it has a multiple advantages and disadvantages. It all depends a priority at any given point of time of an organization, which way we want to go, right? Other advantage I talk about from the degree-centric point of view, it helps employer to create a brand. It's a long-term impact. Now we are all part of the race. We have the fear of losing out. So what we do? We have to react. We'll think about being proactive depending on the industry and the size of the company we are in. We react to the situation, and that's where we're moving more towards skill-centric. And this gap has been created, I said earlier. It's important to understand why. And if academics and universities and colleges, they are able to run such programs which can bridge that gap, and they can create and generate this industry-relevant talents from the campus, I think that will be the end of the discussion.
Thank you, Bhavi. This also helps us to also debate about two other aspects which you talked about. One is the speed. Second is also evaluate. And now comes the logical question is how. So if I look at Shivani and Aditya, from your experiences, which you have been in this space, what are the tools and platforms you think such skill evaluations has been more reliable in your expertise and experiences in the areas where you have been there in the industry? So Shivani to you and then Aditya.
So I think interviewing or evaluation is hit or a miss, right? I think all people who have been in HR fraternity will agree to that, right? It's never that any tool or any interviewing process gets us a right candidate until the person is in the job and being able to kind of do that well. So yes, having said that, but you know, like your Hackerers, your Metal, and some of the assessment tool organizations are catering to this need at this point of time, right? They are building, organization-centric evaluation process from a skill standpoint. But from a personality assessment standpoint, I think there's a lot of technology evolution which is happening to assess the personality, but that's still, I would say that it will lose the personal touch of, again, it's a science and it's a hit or a miss until we kind of get it right. But technical skill evaluation, I think a lot of companies have come into the game in that.
Aditya, you have been in this space as well and might have experimented or leveraged few tools in the space. Some of your experiences from there.
On hiring for skills.
Yeah, hiring for skills.
So, as I said, there are a lot of tools when it comes to tech. Venki is sitting there. He's built a tool which talks about, Venki, put your hand up, please. He's my batchmate, so I can do that with him. So they've built a tool which, where you have artificial intelligence, which will basically do the interview for you it's a robo. On the other side, it's a video interview. So he's built that tool. So maybe you guys. So there are a lot of tools in the market, Amit, which do assessment and few other things. From a talent skill perspective, and all of us do. We do a lot of these. At what you spoke about, those coding contests. We use various other multiple tools, but I think so organizations are now deep dived into exactly of saying that if I'm going to hire a DevOps guy, what's the kind of sub-skill which I need? I think that's the deep dive which companies have got into, because they would want a particular attribute. But my thinking is a little different. I think so we need to get into an era of, shelf life of technology, 3 years, wish 3 years. Any technology. Today it's DevOps, tomorrow it's something else. So, no, I was doing that because he's playing with his phone. So, shelf life is very small. What is the most important part when it comes to tech, or at least tech, is your softer skills. I think that's what she spoke about. As an organization, the culture is the DNA of the organization. Every organization has a different DNA. Right? All of your organizations have a different DNA, and that DNA becomes a part of you as an individual, right? So there needs to be an assessment, what she spoke about. There are tools which do some assessments. Which spoke about in his presentation, there's a tool long time back, biometrics, I don't know whether it's still around. They use gaming to go ahead and see your assessment, which you fit into the organization from a culture standpoint. I think so your ability to do problem solving, your cognitive flexibility, some of these skills will help you grow as an individual, and somewhere organization will start getting into assessing them, because skills for a particular job will keep on changing. But if you have the ability to use these tools as a person who runs an orchestra, right? If you don't know what Vish spoke about in the morning of saying that if you haven't used ChatGPT till now, you will get stuck somewhere or there. You have to have the ability to use tools, infer, use, and deliver. And that's what organizations are trying to look at. How do you assess people from that? Short term is skill evaluation, which we've been all doing, and we have to do it. There is a lot of pressure on, catching up, right? Your competitors doing something else. But the softer skills, Amit, in due course of time, and somewhere we need to do that. I remember vaguely long time back, Thomas profiling, I don't know if any of you remember, and there were a couple of other tools used to be there, but somewhere we need to shift to also looking at how do we assess the softer part. But right now, a lot of finishing schools, which will help colleges, a lot of focused engineering colleges, which are focusing on analytics, which is going to play an important part as we move forward, will play an important part when it comes to, that is why a lot of finishing schools, companies go to off-campus, because we said, okay, I don't need to put this person in a greenfield project for a period of time. Day two billable, to some extent, when if you're working in a services organization, it takes 7 to 8 months for anybody to be practically billable. Okay, that's the gestation time. All of us have been in that phase, right? Because that much time anybody takes to be there.
Thank you, Aditya. You have also touched upon a piece which I'm going to check. I would say request Shilpika to share her points. There has also been a side of building capabilities, and to that, educational institutions and academias plays a very pivotal role. There has been a shift which is being adapt and adopt. An example would be IITM, just talking about code HR today, like code by itself as an offering. Like some of these other universities and academias are also making their efforts in that direction. While primarily, traditionally, there's always been the academic or a learning model being 70-20-10, what is it that you suggest, advise, or have your opinion, that what is it that educational institutions should do in building up their curriculum, which is industry ready?
So I noticed some very good examples of which I would want to call out, right? We all talk about students having practical experience. That's one of the aspects of skill-centric hiring. How can you have that in your own curriculum without depending on corporates to give you that internship and all? How can your own curriculum have that? And I saw an example of that where the students were going out, data science students figuring out, working with small businesses and getting the data. They are not dependent on a particular corporate to give you that experience. The curriculum is helping them that. That's a great example of what you can change in your curriculum. The second would be many of the branded institutions like an IIT have tie up with the industries very, very regular. These kind of meets are very common for them. How are you utilizing them to change your curriculum in shortest time possible? Because now what we are noticing in the industry is that you don't have a luxury of 5 years, 6 years, the same curriculum can go and it will work. It's not going to be relevant, and that's where the students are lacking today. So one is practical experience. How can you give it to them through internships? And not 2 months internships. It doesn't help. 2 months is too short a time to learn something from a corporate. Have more time in your curriculum to gain practical experience and change your curriculum to meet the requirements of the corporates as soon as possible, whatever is the most practical time possible, but not that 5-6 year gap. I don't think we have that luxury anymore.
Savita, what is your views?
So I think I agree what Shilpika mentioned, and I think the hand holding between the corporate and academies are very important. One, we expect something from the respective institute, that we are sending that we need this skill only, we need somebody who would be able to communicate as well. So it's not only technical, it's behavior part of it as well. But are we as a corporate doing enough to work with these institute, saying that, listen, this is how your overall curriculum should be? Or are we as a corporate going and giving enough time and spending the time with those students there, saying that this is how we look at it when you come to us, maybe the last semester part of it, or maybe last 2 semesters where we can have the leaders going and spending that time. And the buddy part of it, 2 months of you're saying internship does not work. It just not. They just come, they settle, and they're gone, right? So I think, again, are we as a corporate, are we open enough to get them to be with us for those summer time, 3 months, 6 months period, where they can spend with us? Or can we have our buddies aligned to these students, saying, listen, I'm doing this, how about this, and I'll be a buddy and coders and help you on your journey. And before they get on, they know it, what I'm getting into it. So I think that's my point, I would say. Thank you.
I think this is a very interesting perspective, and also happens to be on the 2 different sides of that, I would say, seating arrangement.
Can I just add one point to that?
Yeah,
We're talking about academic, undergraduate institutes, but I think we should look at the schooling, right? The schooling, it starts from there. Today we have a CBSE, ICSE. Now people are shifting towards IB and, which is more practical learning for children, right? And there's only a society which can afford IB, but there's a merit in that kind of learning, and most of the, outside India, it is evolved. And that's how people get into skill-centric education system, which is lacking in India at this point of time. And it's picking up, but there's a lot to do there.
You have touched that piece very quickly on that, and that's what even Aditya was mentioning. I said it happened to be on 2 different sides sitting as well, where we talked about 6 to 8 months gestation time to be billable or productive or efficient into the project live. And you talked about the tenure, which Shilpika also talked about, the internships, and sometimes too much internship is also not so good as well. So if I digress before Anupam you come in, on the audience side, so it's, we know that when we come to IIT or other engineering colleges, we have 6 months of internships. That is the last semester or the 4th year we do about. If you were to give a live kind of a pulse to the IITM, what time frame, above 6 months, how many of you still believe that we should have 6 months internship? Please raise your hand. How many of you feel that if given an opportunity to change or influence to change to 9 months, how many of you would be interested? How many would be interested that institute should reflect on in taking 12 months and not beyond 12 months for sure? All right, so Professor Bala, so I would say these are some of the live pulse which you can look at from the audience as well. And how many of the students are out here, please? Raise your hand. Okay, so let me ask you, how many months you would like to intern in an organization? 6 months, how many? 9 months? 1 year? Again, there, none, 1 year starts coming down. So see, okay, 3 months. All right, I'm saying paid internship. All right. So see the demand and the supply side of it. So yes, Anupam, go ahead. You have some thoughts.
So it's very interesting to see like people are still working for 3 months, and I think the 4 years of academics is full of fun, energy, being with their friends, and they don't want to spend less time. They don't want to lose that charm earlier in the game. So I can understand. Changing a bit, it's going back to your previous question about the tools. I think I want to share my experience on that. So I could see how AI and new technologies and assessments are really taking up all those manual evaluation, everything, and there's kind of a disruption of like in the technical assessment HR is happening right now. So recently I was trying one tool, I wouldn't name the tool though, but so I created one JD using one AI platform. JD came up very beautifully. Then I thought, okay, let me put a sample resume in it and see if it can modify the resume based on the job description. And that modified very beautifully. As a recruiter, I would say 100% match. And then I use the same tool to assess the fitment of resume to the JD, and it says 82%. Very smartly played. As we used to say, right? Even though in childhood, when we used to write exams and take exams of multiple choice, even though we know all the answers, just to be more realistic and make it feel and look more realistic, intentionally we do 3-4 wrong answers, so that people should not feel it's being cheated. So I think AI also understanding that part very beautifully, and if you do a complete cycle there, you will see 82%. I was shocked. I mean, why it's 82%? That's how the algorithm is written. But I'm saying, apart from this AI edge or technical edge and tools edge, there, as Shivani and Shilpika and Aditya said that about it already, it is very hard to evaluate all technical skills given the variety of technical skills, and sometimes given the company size, even we lack the experts in the company who can assess those skills, and we have to rely on interviewing or assessment as a service kind of tool who can really assess for us. There's nothing foolproof. Industry is very smart. People are very smart. They know how to sell themselves. They are more of a sales than technical right now. Those days are gone when people say generally who are highly technical, they do not know how to outreach and speak well, but I think they are pretty smart nowadays. So things are changing.
I think thanks for sharing that perspective as well, because that goes along at the same time when it comes to hiring. I'm going to put Savita to the next, understanding that there has been an untraditional way of today hiring as well. So for example, there are new terms has come in, specialized certification. You talked about full stack certification on XYZ piece. I've seen in some of those places. Micro internship, boot camp. So in yours, organization or in the space of hiring, or how much does these play positives or not so positives when it comes to the hiring side of it or decisioning?
So I think I would say with my experience, I would not quote my organization currently, but I think industry is changing. People are adapting. We all are adapting, saying that yes, we need that short-term fulfillment. We have to do it. We do find these short ways, okay, to get that. But then I think a top coder is one of the examples where you would see most of them coming. Or I had recently one of the forums, one of the leaders mentioned, saying that I'm no longer hiring for full time. I believe in contract hiring. And they'll finish, they come quickly and finish. And I told them 180 hours or 200 hours, and that guy says, it's my wish. I will do it in this hours. I will do it in 2 days. And you pay me the same money. And the hiring manager was like, I'm okay. Are you sure you're going to do it in 2 days? And that person turned it around. And it was a shock for all of us. One, we thought that it would take longer time. And we thought, 5 days, we would need you and finish this in a short time. But it was a shocking one, the way things turned around, right, for us also. So it's all these experience, I think it's somewhere it's short-lived. While it will have benefits and it will have advantage and disadvantage, but I think we need to do that balance act. Somewhere we should not lose on saying that yes, skills definitely important, all these different areas important, but experience also matters, immaterial. Your client will come and everyone would ask, and how these small capsules of learning will it really help? So I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Would you like to go?
I would just like to add that these boot camps and certifications, if the degree is not able, if the degree is providing you the theory, right? These boot camps and certifications provide you that real-time experience that you need, right, to marry the both. So that's an advantage, but the challenge right now that we're dealing with is that a lot of companies still do not focus or give emphasis on these certifications or hire basis that. Because that's how we've been set up, right? For the years, that's how we've been hiring that what's the degree, what's the qualification. But the way the things are changing, I think these are going to become extremely important. Because you have a degree, but you have something which proves that you've actually used that learning and then have gotten certification. So I think they are definitely becoming extremely important.
Aditya, want to add something?
Yeah, so Amit, it comes back to grassroots, right? It's also a question of how much as a non-autonomous college, you have the ability to change curriculum, right? Some engineering colleges and a lot of the kids put their hand up, and I agree with Anupam, when we were studying, we didn't want any internship. Paper de dena, wo
I did not get that.
Yeah, right. So you know, the thing is, you know, for autonomous college, you have the ability to give 1-year internship, at least in engineering, and some of them we use that, and it's a very good, and I have seen about 90-95% conversion into FTs that talks about the ability, and these are people who are working hardcore on the project, no studies or anything else, they just come back to give their final exam. Now also limitation from a college, if you're non-autonomous, if you're allied to university, you can't change your curriculum. That's the part people also need to realize it from a various standing point. Now looking at that means what the colleges need to do is reevaluate a lot of the things what we as companies, corporates want, right? We want, one is, you know, it's like a business guy, right, who will say, I want as of yesterday, a ready-made resource, tomorrow chargeable, as simple as that, right? And in a product company, a little more niche understanding, tech understanding. So, you know, we get into looking at, you know, they have their codings on some of these coding sites, right? You know, what kind of code they've solved. So finishing schools, I still will play an important part. And they are playing an important part because colleges are not doing that part, right? And I said, I'm a very bare-bone kind of person, I'll speak my mind. That means that needs to get inculcated in the curriculum of what is required. If I'm going to go and supposing go to a Wipro, right? What's the kind of people she needs to hire? Do I need to train them? Do I need to sit with her of saying that can we do a paired MOU or try and have a finishing school, have a tie-up? The colleges need to move, Amit, of saying that according to this is what she wants, and what maybe a Param wants, or what a Naveen wants from an analytics perspective. All of these guys, everybody's wants are very different, right? So if I can customize of saying that what an Amit wants, then I do a tie-up with Amit of saying that, okay, these people will pass out maybe in 2 years down the line. What is this? So can I go ahead and have someone practically from your company to go and speak about their practical experience? I think the practical experience is the part which is missing. And the more they get this experience will help. And I think the ball stops at where it starts from. You know, the finishing schools, as I think she spoke about it, long term, it'll go away. But you know, if the colleges have the ability to do this now.
Exactly, and thank you for pitching that piece. Anupam, you want to add some last minute?
Yeah, I think this has been, this point have been coming multiple times. I just want to put it again. It's again the relevance to the industry and how quickly we can grab it, right? And how the theory is nowadays a good thing to have, but if you do not know how to apply those theories and where in most effective manner, it is important to act. Nowadays, those days have gone when people were knowing theory, do not know how to apply that, versus the people who know how to apply that. Things have changed. People are much more smarter now. Now people know theory. One more category added. They know how to apply it. And there's another superior category on top of that, who know how to apply it effectively. So there are 3 categories, right? Like we have a different thing. But at the same time, those boot camp, certification, etc. As a recruiter, I know the multiple recruiters sitting here, and I'm still recruit and look at the profiles. Initially, I used to see a lot of certification logos on CVs. A skill set could have been done. Everything available in the market, in the tech industry is listed. And the first lesson we were taught as a recruiter, go back and ask out of which what skills you have used and you have worked upon. I think those trends have changed. I'm not saying those degrees certification still matters and it helps people connecting here and there. Maybe because nowadays a lot of certification, anonymous certifications and stampings are there. So it may not be adding that much value because still companies like either say product or from the services side of captive industries, they still want to evaluate. And that's why I think equality play a very big role, like when we start evaluating people.
Thank you. And before I move forward, Shayan, what's the time clock for us? Do we have time or do I need to wrap up? 15 minutes? Or we have a time. So let's move to the audience as well. If you would like to have questions, and Mike, please. I have a gentleman there, Venki, if I may right. The full name would be? Venkat. Okay, so he has that luxury to call you Venki, not us right now. Okay, so can I have the first? You need to put your name, what is your background, and to whom the question is, so that mic can be shifted.
Yeah, hi, I'm Girish. I'm from Next Wave. We are a finishing school sorts of setup. The entire discussion between Aditya and Shivani, right? It takes me back to, I am a graduate of IIT Kharagpur. I graduated 8 years ago. And we were also in the same struggle between whether to go to an internship or do something in-house, do something hands-on, do some projects to become more employable. All my friends, everyone who were my batchmates. Right? So I just wanted to understand, rather than pondering upon the whether we'll increase the length of internship or anything of such sorts, in terms of engagement from the employers, right, to colleges, to at least the premier institutes across India, if we are talking about exposure to the market, can we have timely hackathons per se? At least meetups like this, when I was there were nothing like this. So I only remember in 4 years I saw Nawazuddin Siddiqui speak in our college. Apart from that, I did not attend anything. So more engagements like hackathons, more engagements. It need not necessarily be we going to campus offices and working, right? We can have many activities in the college when we are here, because in the 4th year most of us are free. We do not have anything to do in college, and the amount of classes are also less. But even for the colleges, there will be high hindrance with respect to the point that you told, that they cannot take away the curriculum that's there, that's present. But companies can take one more step, come to colleges and extend more and more engagement activities is what I sense. Just wanted to understand your take on it.
So
the question is open to all? All right.
So in the same own IIT, right, there's a research lab, the IIT Incubation Center, and most of the companies are reaching out to these incubation centers for problem solving. And it is happening to an extent where there are sponsorships from the organizations. They are putting the seed funding for best projects, and that work is happening, right? And I think that's a shift, right? That's a shift, and it has happened because a lot of founders of a lot of students, alumni of IIT have started the organizations. So maybe if you do a startup, I think you should come back and then start doing this industry affiliation. I'm just kidding.
We do have a startup, and
so
yeah.
That's the sense, right? And that's where even TA teams or HR teams have started working with these, looking at this talent and approaching from a specific problem-solving perspective. And I'm sure it is happening in a small pots, but it has a lot to do.
Yeah. So if that was the case, I think the students that raised hands a while before, they wouldn't be thinking about internship. They'll be thinking about what I am supposed to do in college. So the scale at which we are doing might change. And secondly, for the point that you were mentioning, right, importance of finishing schools for So we have statistics that say 67% of the graduates today are unemployed in most of the cases. And we keep speaking about bridging the gap between industry and academia. So let's say in a hypothetical situation, we have a college that doesn't have 40 subjects, that's not offering BTech. We just have a college that has whatever is required for the market, AI, ML, whatever we're talking about today, all those skills, humanities, and business acumen. These are the only 3 subjects that we're doing. So how open would companies be at a later point in time, say, after 3 years to hire people from those colleges?
If you can add ethics, then I'll be also included.
Humanities, when I mean humanities and ethics is...
My recommendation is make it a separate one. Humanity with ethics or humanity and ethics.
See, as long as, let's see one thing very clear for you and for all the students. College is not responsible for your career. You are responsible, right? One. Secondly is, you talked about life projects. Nobody is stopping you to directly reach out to companies for pro bono internship. You ask somebody, turn out and say pro bono. I think Vish and I used to speak about this. Go ahead, and I think some of the students did pro bono internship with you, right? Why isn't people reaching out to leaders or companies for pro bono? Because they're not thought about it, right? One is that, right? Organizations are ready to take a punt on you, but then it has to be a two-way process, right? What is in it from, supposing for Shilpika's organization to come and invest time here, right? There needs to be an ROI. She talked about incubation center, which is obviously a big thing, right? Which is happening, but what you need is also connecting up, as the forums, what we are doing today is to connect up with leaders, and also then, Suraj has good experience of connecting with all the larger, this thing of having the technical people come and speak to you, give their experience of saying that this is what has happened from a career standpoint, you learn from them, right? That's the part which will give you a little more practicality and the ability to do some of these pro bono internship, going and reaching out. If I'm not wrong, Tata's, I'm going to sell your organization for no reason, but they have, and I'll let Amit speak about it.
It's the India's organization, it's our organization.
They have, Amit, just speak about it. So.
Maybe in the networking, in the interest of the time, I'm available on the networking opportunities as well, or
maybe
my name in LinkedIn with mobile number. If I'm not around, please call me. That's not an issue.
Just to add to that, we are also talking about a generation where there's instant gratification which is required in everything, right? I do this skill, I need to get a job. I order on Swiggy, it will come in 5 minutes. So there has to be a constant learning. It's a constant journey of learning, upskilling in different and exploring different technologies, right? And trying to be ready for a corporate to take you. It cannot be that I do artificial intelligence course in 3 months, then I'm there.
Anupam, quickly, 30 seconds.
Time starts now. So internship definition is a very valid question, very good question you asked, right? Why industry cannot take a step forward and do something like that?
I'm not blaming anyone.
No. I said valid question. I'm answering the question, not reacting to the question. If we look at the definition of internship from the corporate side, there are 2 ways of looking at things. It talks about 3 competencies: skill, org fitment, cultural fitment. By sitting in the campus, you can gain a skill. How will you gain the rest 66% of the job description? And that's a question to think about. And that's why we're looking for how a skill, and you look at, these are the main reasons. If you look at last 2 years of graph of attrition in industry, it is from the top colleges freshers who have been leaving the companies and going here and then doing something. It means company is willing, but maybe other side of the world, they do not know what they want to do. I think that's an open question and that has to be answered.
Thank you, Anupam. So we had a raise of hands. Second in the order is Venkat, but I'll request Professor Bala has something to say, and then Venkat will come to you. Just behind, the mic is behind.
Thank you, Amit. Great job moderating the ringmaster, if I may say, here, and you all actually provided great thoughts. Thank you all for that. I felt like jumping up and asking a question right up there, but I'm just holding the questions back. First one comment, and then the question itself. The comment is about there was some notion about affordability of IITM and something like that was discussed. And I just want to make the point that the program that we are talking about, the code programs, the BS degree programs are very different from the traditional programs that you might have heard of. So that affordability question, you can talk to the students here. I think it's something they'll have a much different perspective of that, and I wanted to make sure that we dispel the notion that IITM is elite and not affordable and all that. So you can talk to the students but coming to the question, so you guys made some great points about how to build a program, design a program and all of that. That's something that we constantly face. Not so long ago, I wouldn't want to go to specifics, but we designed a program thinking the need for the industry at that time was engineering services was king, right? So they said this is a fastest growing sector, and they were mentioning that one of the IT companies was mentioning to us this skill is actually what we deploy in our organization. So we started a program, focusing on that skill, and guess what? The company wouldn't want to hire any of those guys. Why? They say that it is very important that the person that we are hiring is flexible. We don't want to get stuck with this person. If the skills requirement is changing in the industry, these guys need to be reskilled and then on to something else. So we don't want somebody deep into that. We want somebody like what Aditya was talking about, something a little more flexible and all of that. And that's where, talking about the data science program, there was a lot of thought with the industry as to whether it's going to be acceptable and so on. But coming to my specific question is, there are students in the audience who are having this thought about, what are the keywords, what are the hot topics that are getting jobs and all of that, to the point that they might actually go out of the program with a diploma rather than going with a degree, the BSc degree and so on. But we live in a world of hype, and you don't know whether this is for real, right? So the people, like what you're talking about, the instant gratification, people just say, I want to jump in because this is the key hot topic here. From an industry perspective, how do you deal with that? Yes, you want to do skill-based hiring, but then they should not be left high and dry, a couple of years later where the industry perspective has shifted and these guys are just completely invested into one particular skill. So how do you deal with that as a company is something that I want to find out. Sorry for the long question.
Thank you for the question. I would request 1 minute each quickly, and then we give it to Venkat. He's been waiting, and then we'll close off. And other questions, we can take it during networking as well. Maybe 30 seconds. Let's say 30 seconds. Anupam, let's start with you.
Long question and super short answer. I think that's a process, and we have to go through. It may not happen overnight. It's a process that has to go through. And it is not about just changing the curriculum or a piece of word or paper, some sentences, some languages, something like that. It's a thought process. When we start thinking more aligning ourselves from the industry needs, and that's where the problem is. And that's my take on it.
Technology is going to be disruptive. Cashier to ATMs to some jobs are not even there at this point of time. So constantly evaluating where you are, upskilling will land you there, right? And that's the path. Each of us, I think some of our jobs will also might not be relevant next 5 years down the line, right? I think that is something that individually all of us have to think. And we are in an era where everything is disruptive, so I think we have to focus on learning a lot more than it was in the past.
Shilpika.
I think focus on learning, I would say, first of all, many of us need to learn how to learn. It starts there.
Actually.
And the problem that you're stating it's a genuine problem. It's there. There is a lot of expectation what corporates have, right? And while I'm saying that yes, we need the curriculum to reflect what we need, it's not easy to do. A lot of things Aditya said, autonomous college versus university, things like that. I think in my view, for some time we will see an integrated approach in the industry where you will have a qualification and you will have focus on skills. So companies, because for companies also it's not easy to assess skills. We are talking about it, but nobody has cracked it completely, right? There are different ways in which everybody's trying to do it. There are a lot of disadvantages that we know are there in the skill-based hiring as well. It's going to take time for us to resolve it. So while technology will continue to disrupt the way we do things, but there are certain things which takes its time. We will find that middle ground, and that's going to take time. I think both sides will have to continue to learn on how to deal with these changes. There's
Thank
no
you,
straight
Shulpika.
answer for it.
I'm sorry, I'll be putting up some bit of a time constraint. So with the last 10, 20 seconds.
No, I just want to add, and I know most of them have covered. My thought is that somewhere the corporates are looking for that flexibility, that I, as an individual, when I come and join the corporate, I should be okay to, not to, apart from AI, something else I can do. So that part is the only one. I think we all will get there. It'll keep changing. So it's not something stopping. I've been saying constant. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Venkat, you have a last question to have. And to whom?
I'll keep it brief. So there are two angles to it. One is from the college and the other one is from the organization. And I'll give you an example. I think you must have heard of this company called Barracuda Networks. Barracuda Networks, I've heard that it conducts an in-depth course in colleges for freshers, and it recruits people from them, right? From those trained people. So as organizations, how much sense does it make for you to chart out a plan to reach out to these colleges, create a course of your own, train those people, because you have enough time to look at skill, to look at the culture fit, all of those things. Because any third party involved in this will try to optimize it for 10 organizations. But when you are reaching out for your organization, you optimize it for yourself. So that's one. The second
We'll
thing
keep
is,
it to one question for now,
sure,
in the interest of time. And Aditya knows, so he's not, no one knows him personally, so he will not answer. So anyone quickly.
No, I
anyone.
was going to say that Aditya has been giving him so much grief, so he should start the answer.
All right, 30 seconds answer, Aditya.
Vicky, I think so. The issue and I think the part what he also asked the question was, I think in due course of time, for organizations, internal mobility is going to play a huge part. I think me and Shilpika were speaking yesterday in the car. That means you need to work closely with the learning and development team as a recruiting people, which normally does not happen, I'm sure all of us know, to build out and chart out what is required from a market, go-to-market strategy. Secondly is also giving inputs back for a current set of employees which are in the organizations to develop them further, because it's going to, what he asked, it is also going to be, do you have the talent pool from a futuristic standpoint, right? A lot of organizations lay off people. Why? Please go back and think also. People are not ready to change. Constant learner, everybody spoke about. It needs to be there. So a different perspective, but this is what I also see, and you're right. Organizations are trying to build this from a perspective of saying what fits me more than going to another place.
With that, I would like to bring to a bit of a summarizations in the interest of time, and I'm passing on the baton to Shayan as well. Summarizations, yes, two pillars going to be playing a very pivotal role. One is the academia institutions, and the other side is the organization, employer as well. Taking the cue from what Vishwa said, the context already is the industry 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 will be a little shorter. So is going to be our hiring trend as well. That's what we have heard throughout. We don't know what will be the next wave of the speed time combination that you would need a talent. And that is where you all would be coming in with the type of questions you have asked is basically where they're going to bridge. Your 67% stats saying unemployable, his 67% coincidentally, the same number says that's what the industry is looking for. How it will get bridged, that is where the technology will play the role. The course curriculums like the code which is offering is going to play the role, which is anytime, anywhere, and affordable as well. With that, Shayan, back to you, and I would like to thanks to all of my members here today. A big round of applause.
Absolutely. Certainly, it needs a very big round of applause. Let's continue it a little louder.
Shine, one more. A big round of applause for the audience as well for asking questions, participating in some of the pulse checks. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And yes, just to add one point to what you just said in the last, a continual dialogue has to happen in both the parties. I think that will surely bridge the gap even better. So with this, I really thank all the panelists over here, and I would really love to request Balaji sir and Vignesh sir to kindly come on the stage for the felicitation. And Ganesh Sinha sir, yes, from My Anatomy. All right. I told you guys to go to gym. I know that you are admiring this. Let's give a round of applause to the volunteers as well. We'll start with Amit Sachdev, sir. We have Ms. Savita Nehra. Next, we'll have Mr. Anupam Srivastav. Ms. Shivani Reddy. Ms. Shilpika Saxena. Last but not the least, and one of the most influential, Mr. Adityapal Singh. And with this, yes, Amit sir. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Smile, say cheese, right? Cheese, paneer, whatever. Yes. That would be great, even awesome. In fact, I would like to invite all the speakers on the stage and the jury members too. Kindly come, because we might miss this moment. So I would request even the jury members. Bharatram sir, please. We have Swaminathan sir already here. And our esteemed panelists, Naveen sir, Param sir. Let's all gather together. Devashish sir. Let's face the audience, and I would request the photographer kindly come on the stage and take a picture. Yes. You should have come. Kindly. Uh-huh. I won't miss the chance. I would request the guests kindly come on the stage for a group photo. And the jury members as well, kindly. One more group photo, and I would request the audience, you can proceed for the lunch. I'm sure it's growling, right? So 1:45, kindly try to come back after the lunch. Yes, sir. All the guests, all the panelists, keynote speakers, our jury members, kindly assemble. Neelam ma'am, Neelam Roy ma'am. Thanks. I request our dear audience, kindly have your lunch. In fact, if you can accommodate and would like to have a picture, please, this is the moment. Come. Yes, why not? We are here to create movements. This will become history soon, and you will be able to see that, yes, I was with the leaders. Yeah, that's some good energy. Kindly join as much as possible and be a part of this positive energy. Mona ma'am, yes, you need to be visible. Bharatam sir, hi. No. मेरे को उल्टी चिंता हो रही थी. मेरे को दूसरी चिंता हो रही थी कि आप कवर ना हो जाए. It's okay, I think I would be covered by someone at least. Don't worry. Breathe in deep, hold your breath, don't release. In fact, I would request the other guests also to kindly come, and the ones who are in the beginning, if you can make some space after the photo is clicked for the other people who are waiting for the photograph. Quick announcement to everyone, don't let the music stop. Am I audible? Am I audible? Check, check, check. No, continue the music. Check. Is it audible now? Yes? Okay, just a quick announcement. Since we already have the display which is in progress for the Best Business Development Management Awards, kindly go and check the beautiful project. There are people who are already giving their presentations, and it would be a good thing for many of you who haven't visited that place yet. So if you find time, please go to that place and you can just interact with our students also. And I hope the audience had a good lunch. Yes? I will not ask how's the Josh. So Sarita ma'am, I think I should park the question when people actually come in formally and I'm supposed to start, and then I should ask, how's the Josh? But seriously guys, you have been a very, very lovely audience so far. Sajjan sir, thank you so much. A quick round of thanks for Sajjan sir. Very informally I'm saying this, but he's the man behind the entire website. Yeah, can we just... Sanjay? As we all know that we are about to hit the clock of 2 p.m., we will start shortly. We'll just wait for some more time for all the guests to come in, and then we'll start shortly. तब तक आप सो जाएंगे. I hope by now you have made some friends like I have made. I hope you have disturbed each other by bumping into each other. Please network, take advantage of the occasion and the AC. It's cool. All right, here we go. I would request everyone to kindly grab your seats. We are starting. Now that's a final message because the music also has stopped. We are starting now. Kindly grab your seats. Yep. And of course, welcome back, one and all. And I really hope that everyone had a tasty and healthy break. Yes? Don't worry, I won't ask how's the Josh, but I'm somehow itching. How's the Josh? How is the Josh? I'll give one more chance. How's the Josh? Sir, बोलिए जरूरत नहीं सर. आप लोग सर हो. All right, people. Now let's begin formally. To kick off this afternoon, we have a second keynote address on the topic which is called Gamify Your Future with Generative AI. According to the recent studies, integrating generative AI in the gamification can lead to more personalized and adaptive learning experiences, helping individuals to develop relevant skills more effectively. To have a better insight on this topic, we have our second keynote speaker, Mr. Swaminathan Balakrishnan, who is evolving as a mentor, as an author, speaker, and as a leader, aiming to impact 1 billion lives, helped him to become IIBA India Chapter Advisor 2. He now serves as the founder for GCS to unify talents with opportunities. Swami sir comes with 35 plus years of experience in healthcare, business and data analytics, and project and product and process management. His dedicated contributions to IIBA India chapter enhances visibility and credibility both in India and global. A lifelong learner, Swami sir has validated his expertise by acquiring CBAP, CPOA, and CBDA and AAC certifications from IIBA. Please put your hand together to welcome Mr. Swaminathan Balakrishnan from IIBA. So,
am I audible?
Oh yes, sir.
Am I audible? Yes. Am I audible? Yes. Am I visible? Yes.
We often talk about what it means to move from compliance to engagement. It's the idea of creating an environment where students want to learn rather than have to learn. But if we want students to be creative, self-directed learners, we need to move beyond student engagement and into empowerment. But this requires some paradigm shifts. That's right, we are going to be talking shift. Here's what I mean. The empowered classroom is a shift from giving choices to inspiring possibilities. It's a shift from making the subject interesting into tapping into the student interest. When you go from saying, you must learn this, to asking, what do you want to learn? It's a shift from taking assessments to assessing your own learning. An iterative process full of mistakes that ultimately lead to success. It's a shift from the teacher asking all the questions to the students asking their own questions, where they chase the inquiry process and take learning off-road. It's a shift from uncritical consuming to critical consuming and creating. Here students move from critical consuming to inspiration to creativity, where they use the design process to launch their work to the world. It's a shift from differentiating instruction to personalizing learning. And it's a shift from rigid to adjustable systems so that students own the process. They can set their own pace, choose their own formats, and decide what resources they want to use to accomplish their goals. It's a shift in mindset from compliance to self-direction. In other words, it's a shift towards student ownership. And when that happens, our students become the creative, critical thinkers who change the world.
Wanted to work, what they start doing first is that how do I comply my job description and job specification, how do I write my resume in a way I'll be called for an interview. These are all the few things it will be there. Students, for your this thing, that world is over. Somebody was talking about contract. I mean, that world is over. So what is it there? Next thing is that explore possibilities, explore options. One of the speakers, she was telling me today, see, India is going to be the youngest population. That is one part of it. The productivity, there is a potential productivity, efficiency and effectiveness is going to be big, because less than 35 years of population, almost 1/4. Every 4 in the world, one of us is going to be from India. That's a very big opportunity. The second opportunity, I think you said, yes, can you stand up? It's a fantastic, this give her big hand. That's an excellent perspective, excellent viewpoint. This is what, see, we are driven by our own perspective. That's what I am to say. When you explore right perspective, another thing she was telling me also is that something like this. See, I'm in 62 years. Every time I think I have at least another 10 to 12 years of working life. In the sense, I'm hale and healthy. See, it's not for money, for my satisfaction and fulfillment I'll work. If that is the case, see, we have going to be, the working population is going to be huge in India. That is a viewpoint in which you have to see AI, you have to see let every, not AI, when I was told somewhere in Coimbatore, first time computer was introduced, So I mean, sometimes the payment, daily payment, they could not pay. All the union come and they just broken the total computer, it seems. This is what happening here. Because we are thinking it will replace my job, nothing will replace. We are living now another. See, the idea here I wanted to tell you is that he is your co-pilot. He is your companion. And all that you need is you have to get out of your comfort zone. That is what is important here. For that you need competencies. It's not about skill. It's not about knowledge. It is not about knowledge. It's a competency. I don't want to get into the definition of competencies, but that matters a lot. This is what you need to do. This is where we are going to move over this thing. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, this is what I speak, and IIBA gives a competency model. Somebody said theory and practice. Theory doesn't work now, model works. We learn to how to, when we are getting into a shoelace, at the age of 6 or 7, we started learning from our mother that model works. Theory will not work, model definitely works. Model gives an input, process, output and outcome. There is an indicator for it. Lead indicator is there for input. There is a lead indicator for a process. How to do, how many steps, what is the rules of the game, all these things are there. There is an output and there is an outcome. That all together we have to deliver value. That is what the third area in which we have to think through actually. Once we deliver value, that's where we are not stopping. We are impacting the thousands, millions of people. It's not about we are delivering value, go back to the home and enjoy. That's good, that's important because we have work-life balance. How many people you are going to impact? That is what IIBA is trying to work on. And I'll just walk through what this competency model is all about. And what IIBA does, IIBA give a global standard for business analysis. Then IIBA and then make people to understand that, and then they recognize them through certifications. After that, they create a competency model, which is very important for the individuals as well as for organization, because as you know, India is also moving towards global capabilities and competency center. That is where, as a HR professional, you people are going to play a big role on that, because you are at the source. You are in the bottom of the pyramid. You are going to get the best capabilities and competencies as an individuals, as a team, and as an organization, everything. See, how do we start our life? I will be an individual contributor as soon as I join a company. Then I become a team leader. Then I become a P&L owner. After that, I become an investor. This is what happens here. This is what the model is all about. And what IIBA really does it. See here, just I wanted to give you that idea, something like what is the competency model all about? You know, P1, P2, P3, P4, P5, proficiency level 1 to 5. So how do we define? P1 is something that, I am aware what needs to be done. And then P2 is something, I'll give real life example, but I am not skilled enough to do that. And the P3 is something that, we have to do some sort of I'm skilled, I'm capable. Like for example, driving, I know driving. But earlier, I know real life example, what to do, how to drive, but I never driven. And no, I am aware, driving, what are all the components are there, and how do I start doing. Then comes an expert, And as an expert, I'll have a driving school. After that, I'm a strategist, hundreds of driving school across the India and hub and spoke model. I'll put it and I'll start earning money. This is what happens, right? This is exactly the competency model is that P1, proficiency. That is one side. Slide. See, second is that, this slide. Yeah, this is what actually. So what we do is, this is what we are talking about. Problem solving skills, behavioral characteristics, business knowledge, communication skill, interaction skill. You should know the tools and technologies. Then what do you do with that? Knowledge is there. I don't say knowledge is bad. Knowledge is good, but relevant to the context. Knowledge relevant to the context. After that, your perspective matters a lot. The way in which you see, the way in which you look at it, that is where the change happens. I stop here, and I will definitely stop here and see to that. We'll go to the, because I have at least just a 10 to 12 minutes. This is what exactly we'll start playing the game, and I wanted to showcase how relevant to you, to your community hereafter. This is what I wanted to say. As a professional organization, we create models. That model is not competencies. This is not about what I know, how well I perform. That is what I am talking about, the competency. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is just I wanted to say the gamification, because we spoke about 4 components of my topic. One is gamification. Gamification got its own characteristics which we are going to implement to that. Then there are something called a professional, IIT like Academia Institute. Second is that IIBA kind of professional forum. Then the community which is from the industry. Together we have to play a game. The game is nothing but we have to day in and day out, we have to improve our competencies. That's what we have to play the game. And now I just want to walk out, give you a kind of a, HR related thing which you want to walk through, and we are going to do. Go to the next slide, please. Yeah, this is what a day in the life of Maya. Maya is somebody who is a recruiter, and she is she started her life as a recruiter. Her job is nothing but, first a hiring manager will give the job description, and she cannot understand, she get confused to the moment hiring, because the way in which, she gets in a way, somewhere around in Tech Mahindra itself, I remember something like 4,000 plus skill sets were there. And poor Maya, how she understand that? Then after that, what she has to source it, screen it, then she has to put the technique, first she should have an initial screening part of it. After that, she'll get for bringing an interview panel. All our project managers, all these people need to come there. Then she has to conduct the interview. After conducting the interview, then the technical session is over. She has to onboard such a this thing. She get frustrated. End of the day, she get frustrated because not that she has to extend her competencies, the product. Many places Maya is helpless because there is a kind of an interdependency. There is a constraint. There are a lot of limitations in her day in and day out. So in a day in life, she is looking for someone, some magic wand, or she is looking for some genie which will help her. That is what the genie is. You are going to be the genie. You are going to be the genie. Now we are going to play a game, and let us see how it is happening. So she is something looking for different AI tools in diversity, skill-based hiring, and also upskilling. But all that she has is, she knows ChatGPT. I know somebody said that ChatGPT has become, so something differently she has to do that. So you people are going to helpful for us. And then there is going to be 3 people. I just end the game and I'll close it. Just 3 people. Can you show that, we are going to be, somebody here who is going to be the leaderboard, because as a game, what are the required? There should be a structure. There should be a dynamics where you move progress. Level 8, level 1 to level 2, level 3, you have to go. And the third thing is that you should be a leader, and the leader need to be recognized. All these things we'll do next 10 minutes. And can you just open the game? Can you just open your mobile phone and join my quiz.com 165815, or use this Just once you are ready, let me know, I'll start the game. By the way, it will be very challenging, it is not a that easy. Let us see how many of them are wake up now. 25. Sir, 2-3 minutes, okay? No, it is not score. It's only participation. Score will be faster. Okay. Yeah, that's what, Somewhere, I'm succeeded in my summit of waking everyone up. Yeah, we'll start now. As you people, I'll tell you that, as Maya begins her journey, she faces first obstacles at the quench of the first peak. There are 4 peaks she forward, and she end the code summit, that is end of the summit, she comes over. The question is that which tool widely used for sourcing and screening candidate? A. Work, B. SAB success factors, C. ChatGPT, and D. LinkedIn talent solution. Is that a question correct, or am I reading wrong question? Okay. Second question is, to ensure a diverse and inclusive hiring process, which anomalize the application? A. LinkedIn talent solution, B. HireView, C. Applied, D. HackerRank. Third, this AI-driven coding assessment and real-world coding task evaluate the candidate's technical and problem-solving abilities. A. Talvista, B. Entalo, C. Codility, D. Criteria Card. Choose wisely, because as a genie you are helping Maya to come to the next level. Fourth, this AI tool uses neuroscience-based games AI to match candidates with the roles where they are the most likely to succeed, focusing on the soft skills and cognitive abilities. A. Applied tracking system, B. Degrade, C. HireView, and D. Pymetrics. Once again, choose wisely, because you are helping Maya and you are helping yourself to conquer. Peak 3, scale the summit. If you just complete that, you are in the scale the summit. Count on this video interviewing and assessment solution powered by AI, providing insight into the candidate suitability through the predictive analytics. A. HackerRank, B. HireView, C. Pluralsight, D. Entalo. Sixth question, which of the following approaches best integrate AI's capability with the human insight to foster the diverse and high-performing workforce? A. Allow AI to pre-screen candidates and provide detailed reports, but make final hiring decision based on solely on human interviews. B. Utilize AI to generate a short list of candidates and then conduct structured interview by a diverse panel to ensure the various perspectives. C. Depend entirely on AI-generated metrics for hiring decision to eliminate human biases and speed up the process. D. implement an AI system that not only screens the candidate but also conduct interviews, providing comprehensive reports to human recruiters for final approval. Seventh, this tool helps recruiters to identify and reach out the candidates from underrepresented group, thereby promoting gender diversity in hiring. A. Interlo, D. Grid, Highview, Biometrics. Which of the following strategies would be most effective in ensuring that AI-driven assessment are fair and free from the bias? A. Regularly update the AI models with the new data to reflect the current workforce trends. B. Exclude demographic information from the data used to train the AI models. C. Implement a continuous feedback loop where AI decisions are reviewed by a diverse panel of human recruiters. D. Rely on the AI-driven assessment to make final hiring decision to eliminate human bias. Ninth question. With this tool, you can create a job simulations and competency-based assessments tailored to the specific roles, helping companies to assess candidate skill and fit for the job. A. Cognifix, B. Vervo, C. Codility, D. Criteria Corp. This AI-powered games and assessment to evaluate candidates' cognitive skill, personality traits, and job-related competencies. A. HackerRank, B. Vervo, C. Snack, D. Talvista. Quick. If you don't know, you try, you guess. Because here I'll tell you, with very minimum knowledge and experience, and I was only I am going back and I took AI is my companion. I asked for the tool for diversity. I asked for the tool for the skill-based hiring because the theme is like this. And I also asked for the upskilling. I could able to get 25 skills, 25 unique AI things. See, by the way, I'm novice. I don't know anything about it. Quick. I know Shine is very time master, so I request. Hardly I have 2 minutes left over. Can we stop? Everybody say agree, we'll stop. Can I stop? Yes. Okay, let us stop there. And I request my colleague Chinna Krishnan and Mr. Nagarajan to come over and we'll hand over to give him big hand, call him Magesh M, SP, who is SP, Sri Kumar, all three of you. Please come. Give them, yeah, come on. They deserve, till they come, they deserve a clap. Three? You need to order the top scorer. Top scorer? They have not ordered? No, not ordered. Hey, can you order the top scorer? Can you just go there? Sorry. Show only top 5. Okay. Click on that. Show the top 5. Sorry, SP is number 1. Give him big hand, SP. Sir, Nagarajan sir, please come. Magesh, M. Last but not the least, Sri Kumar. This is what I call competency. The gaming spirit is important, yeah. It's not, losing is part of the game. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. And I have all I will be sharing with you that, all the 25 skill, what for it is. And through Suraj, all the participants will get it. That I have done a lot of research on that. As well as this presentation will be shared among us. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity, and thank you. Yeah, I'll take it because I thought I will first you speak. After that, I need to come over.
Mike. So I was saying that I'm quite sure that it's quite evident that after a long time I have seen a keynote speaker gamifying his keynote speech, right? So let's give a round of applause for Swaminathan sir, and I would now request Balaji sir to kindly felicitate him on the dais. And sir, kindly come on the dais. Urusha, please help. Mr. Swaminathan from IIBA. Thanks to Balaji sir. Thanks to Swami sir. Before we start our second panel discussion on skillful inclusion, empowering the diversity through skill-based hiring strategies, let me share a couple of insights. According to LinkedIn, which we all refer, companies that are highly inclusive are 1.7 times more likely to be innovation leaders in the market. I'm excited to introduce our panel, who will delve deeper into how skill-based hiring can drive diversity and inclusion at the workplace. I would request the second panel to kindly come and take seats on the stage. And meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce our panel moderator. Yes, thank you. Let me introduce our panel moderator, Ms. Varsha Agarwal, who is an industry leader with over 20 years of experience in diversity, equity, and inclusion, CSR, hiring diverse talent, product management, and SaaS transformation. She had led large-scale business applications, managing 200 plus people across various domains as a digital transformation consultant. Ms. Varsha has worked with major MNC firms like Sapient and VMware, where she is currently the director for IT and DEI at VMware. She's a seasoned speaker, having shared insights in 30 plus sessions at various forums like Adobe Symposium and NASSCOM. And today here, Ms. Varsha has facilitated 15 plus workshops on inclusive leadership and other DEI topics as a mentor, and she has positively impacted over 2,000 plus lives through 70 plus workshops. I think that really needs a big round of applause for her. She's also founder of Together We Can, which is an early intervention program for people with disability in colleges. She unites multinational companies to achieve their DEI goals collaboratively, and absolutely a pleasure to have you here, ma'am. And our second panel is blessed with the presence of Dr. Ranjit TP, who is the head of talent acquisition Volvo Group. Let's continue welcoming them. Ms. Mona Bharadwaj, who is the ESG leader and CSR for IBM India. Mr. Naveen Patel, who is the global talent acquisition head at Affine Analytics. Mr. Eric Lee James, who is the HR director, L&D and DEI, Flipkart. And Mr. Muralidhar Tepla, who is the founder and CEO of Shinzen. And dear audience, I will once again request you to kindly keep your portions parked for the end. Varsha ma'am, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. I believe everybody is awake because our keynote speaker before that has done a fabulous job to make sure that everybody is awake. And what a game it was, sir. What a game. I lost, but yeah, good game. And I'm actually overwhelmed because from morning, we are having one of the two best keynotes I have heard. What a research, Vishwa sir. And the panel before, I was asking Amit to stay because he should see how tough he has made my job.
Varsha ma'am, if you excuse me for a moment, I will make the job a little tougher. I would actually request all our panelists to kindly sit according to this seating arrangement so that the photos can come proper and people can equally map. Sorry for the trouble.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you so much, and I think that was not that difficult. Thank you, ma'am. Please continue.
Yeah, but he left. But I wanted him to see that how he has made my job tougher. But anyway, I have very good esteemed panelists, so I'm sure that I will be able to do the justice. First of all, I would like to thank you to Suraj and Shayan and the entire organizing committee on the great job what they have done from over a month. I'm seeing that how much effort they are putting in. So huge round of applause for Suraj, Shayan, and all the volunteers and all the organizing committee. That's superb. And Andrew sir, I knew about the BS program, but seriously overwhelming on see what work IIT Madras is doing in putting up the programs to do skills-based upgrade for the candidates which are really deserving it, right? And which are really requiring it also based on that it's inexpensive, it's online, hats off. Let's start with some questions. How many of you do the diverse hiring in your organizations? How many of you hire women? How many of you hire people with disabilities? Great to see. How many of you hire LGBTQIA? Good. So I am sure that this panel will be hugely appreciated because I see a lot of people are actually into diversity hiring. So when Suraj asked me, right, why that to moderate this panel, I was really happy because of two reasons. One is, I am a byproduct of skill-based hiring. I started my career as a primary school teacher. Then I was teaching elderly MS Office because that time computers were just getting introduced in offices and they needed the people who can train on MS Office. And that's when I learned programming. After that, I had a gap of 2 years because I was doing some courses and all. Then I thought, yeah, I anyway have learned programming. Let me find a programmer job in an MNC. 1 interview, 2 interviews, 3 interviews, 30 interviews. All rejections only is what I have seen. Because I had a gap, I had a BA degree, then I had a distance courses and all that. And that time we didn't have the courses from IIT Madras, we didn't have DIE and all that, right? So all rejections. But there was one company who fortunately was doing written test, right? So I did the programming. That time I have written the use cases, I have written the error handling, I have explained with the UX diagrams, with the UI diagram, and that's when I was hired. So it was skill-centric hiring. They ignored my gap, they ignored my non-having a MTech or BTech degree just based on my programming skills I was hired. So I proudly say that I am a byproduct of skill-centric hiring. And I hope, and that's my assumption, probably that has shown also, I hope they don't regret it. Yeah. The second reason, I will come to it later, okay? Let's have our esteemed panelists start now because I think all of us are waiting to hear from them, right? So Murli, I'll start off with you, a bit about you in brief.
Sure. Thank you. Maybe, thank you, Varsha, for your great introduction about DA and all. Thank you, IIT. So my name is Murlidhar Tepala, and I'm a founder of a company called She Engine, so that I'm sure you're not able to pronounce rightfully, but we call ourselves a She Engine. A quick background of me is like about 25 years in the industry. First 20 years, I was actually serving 3-4 firms, and last 5 years, actually, I am serving about 350 odd companies now through my DI, efforts. That's the quick background about me. I think more you'll hear from us.
Hi. So first of all, thank you, IIT Chennai, for the privilege of being a part of a panel. So I broadly have around 22 years of experience, worked with various product companies, did a few startups. Right now I work with Flipkart. one of the privileges that I've had is I head learning and development and inclusion and diversity with no background in learning and development and inclusion diversity. But I think that the beauty is, and I'm not marketing Flipkart, but I think 70 to 80% of the companies that I worked with, very few companies practice something about the same thing that Flipkart does. A large portion of our hiring backfills happen through internal job movements. And these are people who get selected basis of how they do their jobs well. And then they are experimented with a lot of other jobs that they're given. And then they thrive a lot with respect to that. So I think I'm a byproduct of that, given an opportunity to head learning and development for a 17,000 member organization. It is a privilege, but it is also scary because you end up trying to do a good job when compared to specialists outside. So that's a little bit about me.
I would like to thank IIT Madras for inviting me here, and thanks to Suraj and Shayan for doing a wonderful job in organizing this event and promoting this in a larger forum. So thank you so much for having me here, and it's always a pleasure to be in Chennai because I was born in Chennai. So that's why I have a connection here, and I have about 20+ years of experience, and I worked with companies like Accenture in the past for about 10 years, and then Mindtree, Brilliant Technologies, and currently associated with Affine, which is into analytics. So I've been here with them for the last 3 years. And like Varsha, I've started my journey in a very different area of marketing, went on to move to BPO, and then I moved into an HR field. So I think that's where I think my competencies were suitable over here, and that's how I moved by chance, not by choice. But I think it's been an exciting journey in the last 16 years in the TA space that I've been, and happy to be here and share whatever I have from my experience. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Naveen. Mona. Hi, everyone. I'm Mona Bharadwaj. I lead ESG for IBM in India, part of the CSR group. And it is truly a pleasure and privilege to be part of this forum today. And thank you to Suraj, Shayan, IIT Madras, all the professors and all organizers. I think I'm really excited to be part of this forum. As far as my background goes, I've had about 27 years of work experience in many different, companies, industries, including founding a startup by myself for a bit. And what we do currently is to take really good courses, skills available to a very diverse set of students, a lot of them being underprivileged. So, trying to see how we can actually make a difference across, different sectors of India so students can actually skill up and have a better future. So I think that is something I'm extremely passionate about as well.
Thank you, Mona. Ranjit.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank IIT Madras for calling me, inviting me for this event, because this is an area which I'm very passionate about. And about me, my name is Ranjit. I head the talent acquisition for Volvo Group, India. Last 7 years I have been there. And before that I worked with Capgemini and for around 10 years and around 5 years with Pro Technologies. And one interesting thing about me is that I've been always in a pursuit of finding out what is that the exact way of hiring people. Is it skill-based? Is it something else? I have done even a PhD on that. So my PhD was about personality and person-organization fit and how that affects the hiring. And thanks a lot, and looking forward for these discussions and learning from all of you.
Thank you all of you. Let's start with some stats. Anyone can guess how much is the diverse population in India? What's the number? Number of the diverse population.
Can I try? 140 crores? Are we not?
That's right. So when we talk about the diverse, it's not only women, it's not only PWD, it's all of us. Why to exclude anybody? Here we are not about exclusion of men or exclusion of women who are doing great and all, but it's the entire population we have to consider, because the entire ecosystem has to work together in order to make it happen.
just to give one more stats, right? Let's talk about people with disability. People with disability, as per World Health Organization, 15% of the world population has some or the other kind of disability, and which is almost a billion. And as per them, by 2030, this number will go to 2 billion. Out of that, only 6 to 8% have degrees. Right? I know there are a lot of organizations over here which are hiring diverse candidates, hiring PWD as well, women, LGBTQI, and everyone. But still there is a long gap to fill. And when we focus about degree-centric, then you can assume that how much X this percentage goes, because the degree holders are hardly 6 to 8%. So Eric, I'll start with you and what I would like to know, because in Flipkart you're hiring from very diverse roles, from warehouse to engineers. What diverse hiring strategies from skill-centric perspective which has worked? And how can people amplify it more?
Before I answer that question, one more question, because you're talking about stats, right? Any idea what is, for the LGBTQIA population, in 2030, what do you think is the business size for LGBTQIA population? Like just business revenue size. Like if you want to do business for folks there, what do you think, what would be the amount of business that you can generate as per 2030 stats is going to happen? It's a $9 trillion market. Okay, so that itself tells you quite a bit about the level of hiring that can come in and the level of business that can generate. At Flipkart, there are a lot of other practices that we do. I think one of our flagship practices is called Wired. It's a platform where anybody can apply. There's no degrees. There are no degrees applicable. There are processes that is taken in place, and actually the best out of the lot. So everyone from an IIT, from an NIT, from a tier 2, from a tier 3 colleges, all of them apply. If we go to campuses, we hire very, very few people. Maybe even if you come to IIT Chennai, maximum we would hire is around 3 or 4. But in a wired sort of marketplace, we hire at least close to 5,000 to 6,000 people. So that's the kind of openings that we have when we look at people from Wired. And I liked one of the practices that IIT Madras they were speaking about is that there's no entry criteria. But as they go through and how they, and the beauty is that everyone are intelligent, everyone are actually brilliant, and the way they pick up and the energy that they have, the resilience that they have to pick up practices and apply practical practices, I think that is something that even Flipkart does. So a lot more evaluation rounds, a lot more practical rounds is exactly how they come out of Wired. So in fact, as a result, you evaluate people on resilience, you evaluate people on their creativity, and the last thing that you evaluate, which is very hardcore for Flipkart culture, is high levels of ownership to problems that they solve. So in Flipkart, there is a saying, get married to the problem, not to the solution. And stay true to the problem and focus on that. So I think so Wired is definitely one program that we have. We also have other practices which I think many other companies practice, which does not have degree-centric hiring. And the beauty of Flipkart is supply chain as a core subject happened because Flipkart did at scale. A lot of supply chain level work was not there, not existent in the market, at least when Flipkart started 14, 15 years ago. A lot of people from MDI Gurgaon or people who had background in operation research were hired, but what they realized is, we could hire a lot more people because you had to scale up hiring a lot and solve some big problems for the country. So a big example is Flipkart in terms of non-degree centric hiring. We do have IITs, but we also have a large population who are from tier 2, tier 3 cities who have actually done very well. Many of the folks who actually left Flipkart have actually become founders, and some of them are non-IIT folks, and we call them Flipsters, the media calls them Flipkart Mafia, but broadly they have actually set up companies which and I think that is true and blue for Flipkart. So I think those are some hiring practices that we have done to ensure that we hire the right kind of skills rather than degree.
I think one phrase which we can say to all of us, right? Get married to skill-centric hiring, not to degree-centric, right? So one of the things which we have also here in the diverse candidate hiring and specifically in skill-centric is it's very hard to find candidates. It takes really long to find the diverse candidates in the market who are actually skilled enough. So I want to ask all of you, any of your organizations have skills taxonomy? I think Murli sir was talking about 25 skills which he has identified. I think Vishwa, you are saying your organization have skills taxonomy, or we call it capability canvas, right? That really helps when you have skills taxonomy, when you have capability canvas and you map the candidates and you prepare a pool, that can be faster. But Naveen, I would like to hear from you. How do you think that on a larger scale, we might have certain skills which are mapped, but on a larger scale, how do you think building a skill taxonomy can help, and how organizations who probably have not started their journey, how can they do that?
So with respect to creating a skill taxonomy, I think what a lot of people do as an error is they end up picking up too many skills for a particular role, right? So I think even when we started off with one of the initiatives where we were trying to map assessment for a particular candidate, right? So we were started mapping multiple skill sets. Then later we've realized that not all candidates will have proficiency in all the skills, and we were probably focusing on too many skills rather than looking at 2 or 3 which are key differentiators. So that's when we said I think we should not allow that to happen, because we might end up losing diverse talent, good talents, because of maybe overcomplicating a particular skill taxonomy and assessment. So that's when we started focusing on what are the bare minimum skill sets that are required. So that there are a group of candidates who are very good in certain skills, but there are certain skills where they have exposure but they need more hand holding. So that's where we end up losing such candidates if we are very stringent in our evaluation. So that's how we came up with a certain set of skill sets that are required for a job, right? While we have other skills that are required, which are more on the good to have. So that way we have a clarity rather than making everything as must-have skill. We bifurcated that, saying that this is the bare minimum that's required. And when we're assessing a particular candidate or filtering out in the first round, we ensure that we are looking at those basic skill set if the person is good enough. And rest of the things are good to have, and probably they can be trained. And then we also had a discussion with the business in terms of how much time does it take for a person to learn a particular skill set, right? We figured out that there are some skills that require maybe 4 weeks, 6 weeks, or 8 weeks of training. I said, why even keep the requirement open for 3 months, 4 months, versus why don't you hire a candidate who has got the basic skills right? And then you can obviously spend some time in training and grooming those. So that way what happens is we are able to increase our talent pool. We are able to also help industry in terms of upskilling and reskilling some of those talent. I think that's something that we do, and then we also apply the same thing for our internal mobility or internal pool. So we have a mechanism of reviewing the skill proficiency of everyone every quarter, so that I know how people are progressing, what kind of trainings are they getting into, and if you have a particular projection of something that we would want everyone to be trained on, like example, Gen AI, right? Then you figure out who are the particular population, what is that they're currently trained on, and try to make them future ready, right? So one is future ready, second is we know what are the skills required for a particular role. So we're able to also place people internally and give them opportunities. So I think this is something that we have implemented, and it's really working out for us.
Yeah, this actually helps a lot in building the right kind of taxonomy, which is worth and which is required. One more question I would like to ask. What is the skill set which you have seen in most of the job descriptions? What is that one skill set which you have seen in most of the job descriptions? Sorry? Java. Group communication.
Education.
Education. One of the things which we have seen is excellent oral and written communication. Right? Excellent. So that's when I talk to the BU leaders that, okay, you want to hire a programmer. You're not hiring a salesperson. As far as the programmer and the lead and the team is able to understand each other, they understand the industry vocabulary, they understand the jargons which your DevOps, release engineer, blah, blah, and all. Why do you need excellent written and oral communication? They will learn as they go, right? So, very rightly said, evaluate what's required. And that's when skill taxonomy definitely helps a lot.
So this reminds me of example of assessing one candidate yesterday, right? So there's a candidate who was not very good in communication skill, right? So there was a he was very good in technical skills. So that's when we don't let go of such candidates. Where we try to figure out if there are any particular projects where they can work from backend, they don't have to do client facing requirement or interaction. Then we even try to map them to different roles, right? Because we know he's technically good, right? But just because of communication, and we also seen a lot of people in the organization whose communication is also great, but they're great performers and they've been with the organization for a very long time, and these are the kind of talents who stick on to the organization for a very long time, because the kind of opportunity you give them, the kind of grooming you give them, they'll stick on to the organization for long.
So moving on, because I'm looking at the time as well. I think Andrew sir talked about the BS degree and a lot of other programs in there, and it's online, which is very, very friendly for diverse candidates, because some have the responsibility for home, some can't travel because they might be people with disability, or they might do 100 other things and all. So it's online, it's inexpensive. But the other thing which I have seen is, but only 11% of the candidates who have enrolled are diverse candidates, which are homemakers, which are retired, they might be at the break. Right? So my question, Mona, to you is that how can we, institutions and organizations can collaborate more to do more such programs, plus how government can enforce more of such things which can do these programs at scale?
Sure, great question, Varsha. So I think, to answer this question, we need to step back a little. And I was reading, a mail that came from one of the Gartner email IDs that I've subscribed to, and I think they were talking about how 47% of the HR leaders feel that their workforce is not ready for, a future, for the future. And about 46% of the talent leaders actually feel that they do not know what skills are actually required. So when we keep talking about making people ready for a future, I think, not knowing what kind of skills have to be taken up itself is quite a challenge within organizations, which is within industry also. And so I think we really need to understand what is the future we're talking about, what kind of job roles, what kind of skills that would be needed before, even getting to how do all institutes and industry get together to be able to address that problem and make students or, even adult learners ready for that future. And I think I kind of rely a lot on, data from, let's say, the World Economic Forum's Future of Jobs reports, and there are many such. But I think the report that came out in 2023 had some very, interesting information about what kind of jobs and job roles are set to grow as compared to where they are at today. And it talked about the highest job growth is going to happen in the areas of AI specialists, sustainability specialists, business intelligence analysts, information security analysts, and more, in the sense, even those who are going to be working in the renewable energy sector, converting everything into, green transitions, or just application of broad ESG standards into every part of the business. So all of these are going to create job roles growth. And it also spoke about the kind of skills that could be required. Even today, I think the skills that are most valued in the industry, as per that report, are analytical skills and critical thinking, creative thinking. So these are both cognitive skills, right? And analytical skills are more convergent, and creative thinking is more divergent. But it was interesting to see how both of these skills actually can be acquired by a very, very diverse set of people who don't have to have had, that kind of degree that a lot of, organizations look at. Coming to the next set of skills were more on the self-efficacy skills, right? Resilience and flexibility. I think we had folks in the morning talking about, you want people who are flexible, to be resilient, good learnability. So these are all the second set that they were looking at. And then came the AI and big data, which is the technology skills. Followed by leadership skills, social skills, and so on. So I think it's very important for us to understand what skills are required, right, to empower the future workforce. And Also that these skills can be acquired irrespective of the background that you're from. Even a person who has either retired, a woman on a break or a maternity break, or any diverse background, these skills can actually be acquired. And I do recall how IIT Madras had actually set up the BS online course in 2021, and IBM at that point had partnered to review some of the curriculum, and we also took up the responsibility of delivering some of those courses in the data science space. So I think that's a great learning that we had also. But IIT Madras really sought for mentors for projects that the students are working on. And industry can actually come forward in a lot of ways. So other than reviewing curriculum, running some guest lectures, taking up responsibility for delivering some part of those courses, it's important that we help students with experiential learning, which is a very a needed thing today. And even the national education policy right now has ensured that there is some amount of experiential learning happening at the end of every year. So other than internships, I think one great area to partner is hackathons, and I think someone brought up that question in the morning as well. So as part of hackathons, teaching students good presentation skills, communication skills, helping them ramp up with technology, and all of that is an important aspect the industry can bring in. But a very important thing is, how do you make any of the work, any innovation that happens, a part of a commercial endeavor? That is an area that actually industry should bring in that angle as well. And I'll just conclude this with one last small example in this area. I think many of us know that Thomas Alva Edison had invented the DC current, and at the same time Nikola Tesla was his contemporary who came out with the AC current. But somehow DC current kept continued to be used for a very long time, and the reason was that the story behind the innovation that Edison had was very powerful. So he had given his stakeholders one single line. He said, "We will make electricity so cheap that only the rich will buy candles." I mean, that was so powerful. So when you actually innovate, you invent something, you come out with something as part of a hackathon, as part of any other project work, I think it's very important to be able to communicate that, have a commercial angle to that, and that is something that really the industry needs to bring about.
Maybe, Varsha, if you can add a little more to, I think great points, Mona, right? When we look at actually the diversity as a, word, about 5-6 years ago, it used to be a tick mark for most of us, right? When I was in Genpact hiring leader for global for them, I used to be like, it's not mandatory. It used to be part of KRA, but it's like you do, it's okay. If you don't do, we don't really have any problems. That's how it started. But what made all of us to actually sit and talk in a prestigious place like an IITM, largely maybe it's because of the demand in the industry. Then we started looking at, and I was just observing some of the data, 52% of the grads coming from colleges are women, but industry still has about 23-24%. Where are all these workforce or educated population going around? Maybe that's the place where, maybe companies like us started thinking about it, and we kind of went back tier 3, tier 4 colleges in tier 3, tier 4 cities, and start looking at them, bring them to the platforms like us, and a lot more companies started looking at training them, improve their skills, bring them to the industry. Like, IITM is doing a lot more work, and 30,000 people in a BS program, and including that women on break or anybody who's on a break and come back and work. I think it's a a trend moving towards that to improve our skill arbitrage in the industry, to kind of give us, instead of losing our competition like Philippines and other countries were kind of coming up in last 2-3 years, and then unknowingly I think we kind of make them to go slow on it, right? And maybe at that point add to our discussion.
So Varsha, on the question on government, would you like me to answer right now? Or?
Yeah, just one point wanted to add. So I think, Murli spoke about, and Mona very rightly said on the creative thinking, actually. I have got a very interesting problem, actually, which I would want to give to all of you.
on the creative thinking. Can't resist after I heard the creative thinking part. Just to add on what Murli mentioned is a lot of organizations have KRA, a lot of organizations have KPI we define, but why the DI programs still fail? And that's my second point on why I am really, really interested into this particular field. Being wearing all the hats of a business leader, of a DI leader, of inclusive hiring leader, and working with the diverse candidate, it's not the DI leader who needs to provide the KPIs. It's actually the entire ecosystem. All the personas need to work together because the business leader has to run the business. They need the candidate faster, better, cheaper. The TA team has their own targets to meet. The DI leader have their own goals. The candidates have their own problems and challenges that, hey, I come and join your organization, but I don't have the facilities. So it's the entire ecosystem which needs to work together, and because I wore all the hats, so it's really a challenging problem, and that's the reason it's my second issue on why I'm really, really interested into this particular topic. Coming to the creative thinking, right? Let's do, that's actually the most important thing which actually needs to happen. Irrespective of the degree, irrespective of all our qualification, if we can think creatively. I was talking to some students outside and they were asking, what suggestion you want to give us? So I told them the same thing exactly is, can you, given a problem, can you put together 5 solutions on the table? All could be wrong, but can you put together 5 solutions on the table and do pros and cons and provide your recommendation? That is what the organizations look for. Right? Let's see an issue. Let's see a quick thing. Assume, if you close your eyes, all of you, and assume that you are in a family of 4 or 5, whatever. Early morning, you have to choose your toothbrush. You are blindfolded, you can't see. What will you do to identify your own toothbrush? How will you identify that?
Unconscious bias, color.
We can't see. We can't see the color. Sorry? Everything has the same feel. I mean, right? Call from the sun, so that's a dependency. You have kids, right? They can do other arrangements as well the next day. Put a unique mark, okay. Anything else? Sorry? Yeah. So this is what is creative thinking. A problem is given. See how many solutions came here in the room very quickly without any AI and without any degree thinking and all that. This problem was asked to some of us and we started thinking we'll have a sensory based AI toothbrush. We'll build that. It will start speaking as soon as I come close to it and all. But this issue was asked to one of, again, the thinkers like you, and they said, we'll put a rubber band around mine, and I'll touch and I'll know that that's my toothbrush. That's what is the creative thinking. That is what is needed in today's world with all the AI which can do probably all implementation, but can we think? It's very rightly said. I will look at the time, and Ranjit, I very quickly want to actually understand from you, as I was saying the stats that only 11% have enrolled in the courses. You being a mentor, what do you think can be done to raise awareness between the students that there are more such programs which are there for upskilling, irrespective of degrees? How are you seeing students are feeling about it?
Varsha, some of the things which we do actually in Olu is to create the awareness about different programs. We have come out of that program, thinking of degree-based hiring. Now we are moving towards the skill-based hiring in Olu. Last 1 year we are doing that. And what we are doing is we are creating this awareness, not only in the students, among the colleges, universities. We talk to them, we go there and speak to them and say that there are opportunities, different opportunities. We are training the professors from different universities in our organization. In fact, next week they are coming to our organization and getting trained on different technologies and skills what we hire. For a month, they are coming there and getting trained. And they go back and tell the students that in Volvo, these are the opportunities available to you. These are the skills and technologies you need to learn. Whether you are from IIT or you are from some Akash college or some Acharya college, whatever. But whatever the skills, you can get employed if you have the skills. So they learn the technologies and skills what we use, and then go back and teach the students in the colleges. Secondly, we are trying to create awareness across student community by talking to them on a consistent basis. We organize webinars, we speak to them. And social media is another platform what we use to create that awareness about different programs we have. And we, instead of going to specific colleges, now we have started going to open market, recruiting people who are meeting our skills and requirements. And fourth is like creating skills from bottom. Like, for example, we have a program called Excel Her, where we are calling women who have taken a career break, who are housewives, who are doing, probably looking for a change in their career, taken a break, want to come back. We train them. And then we have also come up with some scholarships for students who wants to upskill their qualification and their skills. These are some of the things we do in Volvo. I think that covers most of the things we can do.
And that can be replicated easily, right? Moving back, given the interest of the time, see, we are all talking about hiring, inclusive hiring. How can we source the candidate? How can we hire? How can we train? But inclusion is not only about hiring, right? It's about the entire talent life cycle till the exit. And we are seeing a lot of biases. All the data shows that, I'm not repeating the data, but a lot of data shows that the diverse candidates are facing the biases in the entire talent life cycle, specifically in performance management and in other places as well. That's one thing. But apart from that, if we talk about skill-centric hiring, the evaluation also needs to be different. I think Murli sir spoke about it, and then Vishwa was also talking about it, how evaluation can happen. It's not about that I ask the query questions and somebody responds. It needs to evaluate candidates' potential. It needs to evaluate, bias-free evaluation needs to happen. Consistent evaluation needs to happen. That's one of the major problems if you see the data. The questions are not consistent. There are some questions which are asked to a person to whom we are favorable to versus the question to whom we are not favorable to. So Ranjit, just adding on to you only, you are a psychometric assessment specialist. So I would like to hear from you on how do you think the evaluation process can change, which is bias-free for skill-centric, specifically in the diverse candidate perspective?
Since you have called me specialist, give me a little extra time.
That I cannot do, I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, basically from psychology and psychometrics perspective, it is three factors which probably we need to look at since we have so many young HR professionals here. One is the cognitive ability of the individual. Second is the personality. Third is the behavior. These are the three things which we need to look. Cognitive ability consists of their memory, ability to think, problem solving, analytical skills, all those areas which we consider to do. And then personality, there are enough psychometric assessment tools now, and also our interviewers, if the interviewers are trained, in our organization what we have done is we have trained all the interviewers on advanced interviewing skills training, which they assess on the personality of the individual. And also we assess them on the value-based hiring, which means that if the individual is suitable for our organization, it's not only about the individual's capability, it is about the suitability to our organization as well. So we consider it from the three angles. One is the cognitive ability, second is the personality, third is about the behavior. So when I talk about personality, it means that that's a consistent pattern of behavior, right? How individual's personality is coming out. So that assessment requires a lot of specific trainings and probably use of assessment tests, psychometric tests. So this is what we do to ensure that there is no bias getting into the assessment process.
And are you seeing the results out of it? So when you say that it is bias-free and we have changed a certain criteria, are you able to select more diverse candidate and more skill-centric?
We are able to. We are seeing a lot of difference in the kind of, we are measuring it based on the feedback from the hiring managers. We are looking at them, we ask them, is the process change having an impact? Last 2 years we are following this process. We are looking at the hiring process, what happened. We strictly monitor that and also go back and ask the hiring managers and their managers, do they see a change in the quality of the people? In the quality in the sense, it's not measured that like they are highly intellectual people, but the suitability to the organization. Are they staying back? Are they contributing to the organization? Are you creating a open, enjoyable, fun environment, something like people can be happy about? Are we creating that kind of an environment? That is our measurement. We see a big change in that.
See, so that's a very good point which he has touched, right? That is very important. At times when we talk about diverse candidates, we do a lot of ERGs in our organization, which is Employee Resource Group. We create ERGs for women, we create ERGs for people with disability, we create ERGs for LGBTQIA, we create ERGs for veterans. Do we create ERGs for hiring managers? Who is listening to them? Who is listening to their problems? They also need to have a group, right, where they can discuss openly and talk about it openly, and there is a voice which can take it to higher level to understand the problems from their perspective. Then they will agree to the DEI goals and principles and all. So, yeah, great point. Murli, I'll come to you for, so psychometric evaluation is one, and we are all talking about AI. You have mentioned about your organization, you are using
Correct.
AI, and I believe we have heard other organizations also probably AI assessment. How do you think it can speed up and do the things at scale for diverse candidates?
Yeah, I think definitely, right? I think, when we or any startup started putting AI as their own, rookie word, it automatically actually kind of creates an eye on the startups. That's one thing, right? Second thing is, starting from, especially for the diversity point of view, starting from creating a JD, right? Job description is mostly highly biased, right? How do we actually kind of solve that problem is one, we used AI and ensured that any JD came to us from any company, we actually kind of use our tool and make that rectified and throw it back to the company given to us. We have created a platform which kind of does that, starting from JD. And we inform them and we work like a consulting organization rather than just service organization. We don't have any fear on saying that to any organization. I think that worked for us about last at least 4 or 5 years with 300 plus odd organizations. We go back to them and you want to hire a diverse candidates, but your JD doesn't say it because it just comes to us and we change that. Starting from there, and we use there, and then after that screening of the candidates, I think we all know that when there is a X number of applicants comes, and all of us go through the same old process of how do you screen those profiles from a JD to a CV which is coming in. We use there in a matchmaking model and use NLP there and ensuring that that happens. We don't stop there and we try to bring the video CVs to, we ask companies to give video JD. Still we are a company getting into the level where maybe had not gotten the mass, but because those 20-30% of the population is required to hire diverse, so that we kind of push companies to give us that video JD, so that that video JD comes to us versus the video CV we come, and then our application really matches that, and so on. I think you're starting from there to end of that, the speed of the onboarding of the candidates increases drastically, and the time they spend on bringing quality profiles increases drastically. So again, maybe I'll talk a little more on blockchain, what we use. We're kind of working on that. But AI, every process we try to kind of implement it, including when an applicant put the CV in our application, it will tell you not based on their skill and relevant jobs given in the industry, which is common, but we tell them what are the skills you need to learn so that your chances of getting selected in the industry is much more higher, and also guide them which are the training institutes make you get there. Right, and that's where we're kind of looking at, and that's exactly where we are using extensively an AI in our platform.
And you are able to do that at scale. That is really commendable, because saving time is most important, because that's what we hear from mostly from hiring managers. It takes a lot of time to hire diverse candidates. So if we can speed up, I'm sure there will be more and more diverse candidates which are skilled will definitely be hired. The other point which I would just wanted to mention, it's not to do with AI, but I was talking to some hiring managers, TA teams, and when in conversation it came, most of the time when we talk about JD, right, it says, this is what I need from you. You need to have these skills, you need to have this much of experience, and these are your responsibility. It's all about what I need from you. So what also helps, which I have seen, what you have to offer. Are you talking about your company? Are you talking about your benefits? Are you talking about the growth opportunity which your company is providing on top? Anything, if you see, if you are having a conversation between two people, if you are saying, this is what I have to offer you, is this more appreciated compared to this is what I need from you in your first conversation, because that's your first conversation with your potential candidate. So we also enforce that, please offer first what you can do and then say that this is what I need from you. So thanks a lot, Murli. So very quickly, I was talking about biases as well. So Naveen, because we are talking about skill-centric and we spoke about the biases and all, which also, do you think skill-centric is going to elevate these biases, or it's gonna reduce it a little? Because we are doing fair evaluation and we are doing a lot of other things, but how it will help?
So I think it's going to be a continuous process that people have to look at skill-centric hiring, because with the rapidly changing skill sets in the market right now, it's very important that you are looking at the relevancy of skills, not just create something and people are blindly following it. When they start blindly following it, when the skills landscape is changing, then it will not bring out the result. So I think there has to be someone who will constantly supervising what's happening there, and there's a buy-in that's happening. So when you're looking at even coming up as skill-centric hiring, when you're deciding on a particular skill set, there has to be not just one or two people who are deciding. So you have to do your internal benchmark, you do market benchmark to figure out if you're really looking at something which is going to be beneficial to the organization, and not just coming up with something. So I think it will eliminate certain amount of biases that creep in. When you start looking at a degree as an example, then you start creating bias creeps and saying that someone is from a tier 1, tier 2 and all that. So what we do is focus on the skill set, and even I think when it comes to evaluation form or something, we just focus on the core technical skills. We do not have too many skills or too many options where people are getting biased in one way or the other, right? So we focus on those pure technical areas. So I think that's how we will be able to eliminate it. But I think if we have over dependency on these, right, sometimes we also might undermine your cultural aspect or some of the soft skill aspect. I think it should be a well balanced between your skill centric plus a DNA that your organization stands for, right? A culture stands for, right? So we cannot really ignore that part, because you probably might have the best people with respect to competency and skill, but they'll be lacking in the kind of culture that is actually driving the organization, right? What is going to be ahead. So I think it has to be a good mix of these two things.
I think everything has to be in the context of the business. Yeah, completely I agree. Eric, very quickly coming to you, right? I think all of us say actually we can't improve what we don't measure. So all of us are talking about this, but I think the KPIs are also very important. How are we measuring, and which is giving us insights, and then how are we optimizing on top of it? So what key KPIs do you think which we should have in the entire talent life cycle for skillful inclusion?
So you ask a very, very broad question. So I'll just give you a few examples. Maybe that'll help. I think in terms of hiring, we look at every data that we measure. So basically, in hiring they have something called a slate, like the number of resumes you present. In that we look at what portion of the resumes are females, what portion of them are males. So the input itself is a great place for looking at it. That is one place we measure. During interviews, what we do is, of course, we get feedback from the interviewers, but we also get feedback from the candidates. And if an interviewer is flagged at least 2 or 3 times more on bad interview experience, they go through retraining in some sense. What we also look at is, we also look at infant attrition, and infant attrition for us is 0 to 6 months. And if you see a large portion of people leaving, and there is a consistent set of interviewers who are interviewing them, we also look at how can we better that interview experience. So that's from a sourcing standpoint. Even in performance management, we also look at the number of females who get a certain, so most companies have a bell curve, some companies don't. Number of females as a portion of the female population, what is the percentage of top performers? Number of males as a portion of male population, what is the percentage of top performers? And we see what are the gaps there and what are some biases that is there. So there are many ways in which we measure. I just gave you a few examples of ways we look at it. And then we try figuring out how do we address those gaps. So it is more data centric from that perspective, because biases is very easy to call out, but it's very difficult to measure. And that's one of the reasons why we use these evaluations tools to look at measuring biases.
I think very rightly said, Eric, because most of the time we measure how many female candidates we have hired, how many LGBTQIA we have hired, but it's also great to see that how are we including anyone, which is like bad interview experience, right? Are we listening to them as well? So that is also very, very much, required, and specifically in skill-centric hiring, when we are doing a very different kind of evaluation, are we really seeing that the interviewers are they really skilled? So are we measuring on that or not? Thank you. Murli, coming to you, you are running a startup.
Yeah.
Right, and in startups, we generally say that startups are mainly focused on probably on the finances. We generally hear that startup probably don't have resources, money in order to do diversity, inclusion, and equity. But one of the organization I was visiting, one of our vendors, 6-7 years before, I saw a person with disability working with them. I got really excited. Oh, they have already started their inclusion journey. So I asked them, hey, have you, how did you hire this person? Have you started on your DI journey? Tell me more on that. He said, no, we have not started anything formally, just that one of our employee was really passionate about it. He asked that, hey, can we go ahead and participate in this job fair? And all of us, yeah, why not? So we just went ahead and hired 2 candidates on the spot based on their skills. And when they came to the organization, they learned that, okay, they only require screen reader software. It could be your NVDA or it could be JAWS, and they just had to buy the license for that. Given startup, they didn't have the baggage of process, policies, and number of approvals. They went ahead and both the candidates were productive within a week. So question to you, do you think in skill-centric hiring, specifically from diverse candidate, can startup lead the way? What can they do?
Yeah, I think it's much easier if they want to. I think it's all goes back to the business they were coming from, what they want. I think, I worked in corporate almost like 20 years, worked for somebody. There's a policies and procedures I need to follow. If there is a 35% need to be brought in, or there is a delivery manager tells us to get people, I don't think they care too much about how many, female and how many male, or do they need PWD or LGBTQ. They need somebody who code or somebody who deliver what they wanted, because the customers are sitting on their head, right? For them doesn't really matter those days. And hence they don't really bother about it until unless there is a top-down approach of CEO saying that let's do it, or HR telling to everybody saying that reasons behind we need to create a diverse model. But when I become my own firm, we are about 200 odd employees company. Out of that, about 80-85% of them female, and we also have maybe 2% of the people PWD and LGBT, because I have taken a decision to do it, right? And it's easy, as you rightly mentioned. Is it easy? Answer is yes. But is it with a cost of running a business? Definitely answer is no. You can't do it, right? So I think your point is valid. If people, again, top to bottom approach, if somebody, CEO feels that I needed to do it and it can happen, and I think some of us leading anyway, most of them can lead if you are actually a startup and your decision making is much more faster.
Just to add to
Varsha ma'am, just a moment. I wish we could continue much longer. I would request you to kindly come to the conclusion little earlier, because we are moving into a different time zone of the third panel. Please.
Okay, just to add one line to what you were saying, I think when we were running our startup, which I had co-founded, we had people who were diversifying across skills, and that was a need for the startup. It was not, really only to hire diversity. So someone who could do a certain job skill had to stretch and do another and another. So it was not so much into we can define job roles, hire only those, because when you're small, you actually need everyone to be able to do everything. So we came about that, and I think people picked up a lot of skills there, and that really helped the startup back as well. So I think to your point, it does help a lot to have, skill-based hiring for startups and for people to diversify their skills once they are there, not really looking at, what degree and what background they came from.
So I think more and more it is coming that every persona, starting from the executive till the employee, needs to buy into it. Mona, very quickly, because all of these efforts actually can be scaled up a lot more if the government is standing behind. So just one statement actually on the government, because I know Shayan is standing there. Just one statement on the government side.
Okay, that's going to be very tough, but I'll try. So yeah, I mean, IBM has this IBM Skills Build platform, which has skills from across, the entire set, the technical, non-technical, behavioral. And in order to scale that, I think we came together with the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. It's important to understand what programs the government has. So if you look up platforms like NEET, which is a public-private partnership to take skills to the masses. If you look up programs like 1 crore digital skilling, where the government has actually said that they will skill 1 crore people who are on that platform. These are areas where companies can actually come forward and put all their skills together to help skill the masses, and that's what IBM had done as well. There's a lot more I can talk about, but in the interest of time.
So just to summarize.
I wanted to tell everybody's benefit that government is putting a lot of effort. We have been working with central government for a lot of programs. There is a program called PM-Daksh, and government is also coming out with an employer, national employment career site. So in a week or 10 days, we will be signing an MOU with the government of India. There is a lot of support.
A lot of organizations are signing up actually for the PM-Daksh program. All the UUIDs people will actually be there. So just to summarize.
Maybe little point, right? And luckily elections have completed. If not, looks like we're supporting the present government.
Okay. Just one phrase or one word for skillful inclusion. We'll start from you. Just one word. Skillful inclusion.
Yeah. So if not skillful inclusion, the kind of people who would have been without job would be Steve Jobs and Bill Gates and all those people. So let's be clear that people come with a different background, experience, and we need to consider that and respect diversity.
Mona, single word.
Empowerment. Empowerment to the masses, if I can get 3 words.
Naveen.
So I think it will create a better world, I would say.
Better word. Eric.
3 words, way of life.
Way of life. Wow. Awesome.
More jobs and more wealth for the country.
Awesome. From me, the time is now. Let's not wait for the pigs to fly for that. With that, I will give one more problem on creative thinking, and that's a food for thought. We don't have to do it now. Suppose if there is a woman who is carrying, again all diverse, or a person with a spinal cord injury, or a elderly person who probably can't bend, or lazy person like me who don't want to bend, don't want to do any exercise. If you have to wear your socks, how will you do that? Single-handedly with no help. Think about it. What can be the solution? Without bending, sitting like this, how can you wear your socks?
The AI platform is there for that.
No AI, no chat GPT here, it's your own thinking.
I'll buy the robot.
With that, no robot.
No robot.
No robot. Your own thinking. You can't bend. You are sitting like this. How will you wear socks? Yeah, you're on a wheelchair. Okay, with that, I really want to thank all of you. Wonderful discussion, wonderful points. I know time was very limited. I was actually seeing the time over and over again. But thanks a lot. I'm sure it has helped all of you. And my pleasure that I was able to moderate and I got a chance to work and talk with all of you. Thank you so much.
I'm sure, ma'am, this is quite engaging, quite an engaging panel. Kindly be seated. Balaji sir, I would request you to come on the stage, please, to felicitate our guests. And I think certainly this was quite engaging, and it became more engaging in the last 30 minutes. And ma'am, your challenges are superb. Why? Certainly, it's a food for thought. Okay. We have, of course, Varsha Agarwal ma'am in the beginning. Next, we have Murlidhar sir. Sir, it's out of love and respect. We have Naveen sir, Naveen Patel from Affine Analytics. Mr. Eric James from Flipkart. A better world. Ms. Mona Bharadwaj from IBM. And last but not the least, Dr. Ranjit from Volvo. Thank you, sir, and thank you to the dear panel. Now with this, we move to our third panel. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce our moderator. But before that, I would love to request our third panel members to come on the stage, please. The topic for the third panel. Yes, round of applause for our third panel as well. The third panel is all about skill gap navigation, upskilling and reskilling strategies. Now, as we move ahead with this particular topic, here are few key points. Over 54% of employees need reskilling by 2025 due to automation and digital advancement. And this is according to the World Economic Forum. AI, data science, machine learning, and other allied skills are in high demand but short in supply. Thank God we exist. And almost 53% of the companies are investing in upskilling, according to Deloitte. Now, addressing this skill gap is crucial for the workforce. And now let's hear from the panel. And the panel is getting moderated by Dr. Naga Siddharth. And I would like to talk about him. Please have a seat, panel. He is currently the CHRO of Urban Piper. And due to his sheer interest in academics, he is also a member of Board of Studies for two renowned institutions. With 2 decades of experience in leading people and culture initiatives across various industries, Dr. Naga Siddharth has proven track record in scaling companies and implementing strong HR processes in sectors like technology, healthcare, retail, e-commerce, SaaS, and IT services. And our third panel is blessed with the presence of other leaders at global level who are Mr. Devashish Ghosh, Senior Vice President and Country Head HR, Barcadia. Louder. We have Dr. Grace Sampson, but in absentia, and something happened, unfortunately, and that's why she's not present among us, but at least let's welcome her in absentia. She's from Informatica. We'd like to connect you with her soon. Ms. Lavanya Randakumar, from VP HR and Global Talent Acquisition Head from Prodapt. Mr. Paramveer Singh Narang, who is the India Head of Talent Acquisition at Capital One. And Ms. Savita Hortikar, who is the Vice President and Global Head of Talent Acquisition at Fractal AI. And I will repeat my request, kindly keep your question parked for the end if we get a time. Siddharth sir, over to you.
So when we saw, good afternoon firstly, thank you to the organizers and Shivastoji for having us here. Thank you for organizing this wonderful event in Chennai. Delighted to be here and great energy. In fact, wonderful projects. If all of you haven't actually seen the projects, I sincerely urge you to go there and take a walk through those 8 projects that are there. These are stuff that we at organizations typically talk about, saying, this guy is really good, or this girl's really good. Why don't you go and have a chat with her, right? These are career-defining events that happen in the life of a professional. And many of those projects are very real world, right? They've gone to supermarkets, they've gone to restaurants, they've actually taken that data and worked on it. It's very, very fascinating. I could spend around an hour, but then it wasn't enough. Right? Very, very interesting stuff. So if you haven't gone there, I'd suggest a drive through. You know, it's almost like a analytics safari, right? You'd go to a tiger safari, right? So there's an analytics safari there. So go there if you haven't gone. Okay, quickly coming back to business. I guess I have a task to do here. So advance apologies to all panel members whom I'll be telling time up, etc. Right? We've started 15 minutes late. So Mr. Organizer, are you here? Where are you? Where is he? That's fine. Okay, so we had 60 minutes in the beginning. So we'll use around 50-55 minutes so that the hangover is a little smoothened out. The curve is smoothened out, right? Like when attrition goes very high, instead of showing monthly attrition, we show 3 monthly attrition, right? So it looks smoother, right? So any of us who have a background with medicine, you'll know that the kidney has unit called nephrons, right? The cells in the kidney. Similarly, the brain has neurons, right? The heart has something called sarcomeres. So if we talk about organizational performance, we are talking about skill, which is the causative fundamental unit of performance, right? If there is a certain skill, it is that causes performance, causal relationship, like we talk in data analytics. Given that context, what we've done as a panel is, we've been kind of discussing what we will be talking about over the last 2 weeks. Right? So we did a fair bit of preparation. We did crowdsourcing. So we went around the table because the idea is to identify areas where the panel can actually speak about their experience. Right? So we had a few ground rules. As a panel, we'll stick to time, number one. I told you guys, I'm here to do a task. Okay, so don't give me those alarmed expressions. Okay, so the second one is we are going to talk about stuff that we actually did, because we have a very enviable time slot that we've got after lunch and before the coffee break. Okay, so amazing, unenviable slot, enviable slot, right? So we are going to be stretched to keep the attention here, and we want to add real value, right? So this is one of those panel discussions the audience should say, hey, you know what, I picked up these 3 ideas from here. So that's our intent. The third interesting work that I have is the timer. So that is what I was setting up here. And I'll try and get your attention. Yeah, we have roughly 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes, and let's get into business. Can we have a round of applause for our panel members? Thank you. So Savita and Lavanya, there's a question coming up to you. You choose the order. We'd love to hear real world stories or examples of upskilling or cross-skilling, assuming there's no downskilling. Right? So over to you. Who'd like to start?
Yeah, I can get started. I hope I'm audible. Yeah, first of all, thank you, Shayan and Suraj Srivastava for inviting us. It's been a delightful day meeting all of you, and I met a lot of my ex-colleagues and friends from the industry and network, who have not met for a long time. So it was really, thank you so much for this opportunity, and I did learn a lot today. So yes, that's a great question. So this is something which is, I've spent over 23, 24 years in talent acquisition, and there is always this war for talent, so-called war for talent has always been there for good talent. It is not something which has happened yesterday. And one of the good things that we have seen in the last few years is, where companies are now open to look at people for reskilling and upskilled, candidates. Unlike the earlier days, in the 2000, from 1 to 10, during that time everybody would look for a glow fit, the same exact candidate with the exact skill sets. And then we have also seen that because of the paucity of talent in the market, people are also open to look at different types of candidate pool. You no longer have to look only for people who have completed their engineering, for example. there are so many other streams of education with bit of upskilling can widen the talent pool. So in my experience in the last couple of organizations and even in my current organization, what we do is one from a diversity perspective. The first one, I'll give two or three examples. One is when you want to hire women back into work, or anyone who has taken a break. In Fractal, we do not want to only look at women who have taken a break. We thought anyone who has taken a break for whatever reasons and wants to come back. There is a gap of 6 months, 8 months, or 1 year. We bring in candidates like that, doing a very simple, basic, cognitive ability test, and then upskill them into whatever skills we want for today. Maybe it can be a data engineer, it can be full stack developer, whatever is the need of the hour, depending on the business needs. We may put them through a training program, and then give them an internship for a couple of months and convert a few people. So there are two things that get satisfied. One is your diversity aspect, where we want to bring back women back to work. And the other one is also that your talent gaps, the need what you have is also filled. And to get a different type of, kind of candidates coming into the organization. It's not going to be a heterogeneous, homogeneous workforce where everybody is from a particular college or a particular background or a particular kind of education. And a heterogeneous workforce is very, very important for creativity and innovation. But this is a different forum, so I won't go into the details of that, but that's very important from a workforce management perspective. The second one is about, how do you upskill and cross-skill people. For example, in my current organization, we had a great need for full stack developers. Simple example, for 1 to 4 years, 3 years experience. And we wanted to hire in a little slightly larger number. So one of the pools what we tapped is that we have partnered with several partners in the external world. There are several schools, like for example, there is Scalar Academy, there is Newton School, which helps, it picks up candidates in the market who maybe may not be well versed in the new age technologies. They're working in older legacy technologies in certain companies. Example like a TCS or a Infosys of the world, which hires large number of freshers, put them through a training program and put them on projects. Sometimes these projects may or may not be using newer technologies. They may be using some legacy and old ones, so they may be doing some very basic testing and some work which is not very interesting to them. So they are looking out for avenues to upskill themselves. So that's where these partners like Scalar or Newton step in, and they offer a comprehensive 6 months or 8 months course. And what happens is once these people have completed, so what we do is we go and pick up candidates from there, and we make them go through interview process, and also do a 2 or 3 week of boot camp and hire them. So these are all candidates who are not really people who are, say for example, working in full stack for 4 or 5 years, but these are people who are upskilled. And there is a little bit of investment as an organization that you need to do, but that will eventually help because it has opened up a new pool of candidates for us. Because in this war for talent, everybody is going behind ready-made candidates, people who are really skilled and who are already available. And there are 10 other organizations running behind them, and getting them, acquiring that talent is very challenging. So we are opening up a new pool of candidates. So that helps us. So this kind of, and that is from the external perspective. Internally as well, in one of my previous organizations, that was about 4 or 5 years ago, when the whole thing of data and engineering was a little in the infancy and new, but people wanted to hire in larger numbers. You don't have such availability in the market at all. So you go internally and look for people who are maybe doing something else, and see if they have the basic skills. For example, if they are Python developers, or if they know SQL very well, it's very easy to train them and make them into data engineers. So you put them through a training program of 2 months or 3 months, depending on what you want them to learn. And then you have a huge pool. You want 100 people, you hire 50 from out, and you upskill 50 from internal.
I have a question there, right there. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
While you're doing all these things,
Yeah.
what's the kind of flexibility that you have built into their work life or as an organization to kind of make this possible for them? Is there some
For
kind of,
internal?
yeah, it could be internal, external, whatever. There's something which is about setting the table, setting the context. So
Right.
are there some learnings that you'd like to share from that?
Yeah, for the internal poll, of course, we gave them some time for learning. They were instead of doing 8 hours of work, they probably did 4 hours, and we trained them on the weekends, and there were some of the learning was self-learning as well, because most of the things is available on the internet these days. So we had a combination of self-learning plus classroom teaching. And then we gave them this opportunity to learn, and it was also helping because the other employees, other people also will look at our organization as a place where learning is encouraged, and that will also help in retention. People
Super.
want to stay back, right?
Thanks.
So those things. So these two things have worked very well, and in various formats I have been doing this for the last 10 to 12 years.
Lovely.
And it has been very useful, and I would really urge everyone to try it out in some small way in your own organization.
Super, thanks. So really war for talent, opening up new vistas for getting talent, really changing landscape, diversity, bringing in diversity and full stack boot camp approach, and really looking at space, right? Elbow room for people who are also doing it.
And a lot of these partners who are doing this upskilling, it's a zero cost for us because they want to place their students since they have taken some money to train them. So it comes at no cost.
Super, great learnings. And over to you.
Okay. So right into the question, upskilling. What are the skills we currently upskill, or very specifically to product and outside in the industry as well? Lot of network engineers moving to become cyber security specialists. People who are part of program management, delivery organization, becoming Salesforce professionals. They are getting cross-skilled into Salesforce. Then we have cloud architects who are moving into multi-cloud opportunities like Azure, Amazon, GCP. Then you have people who are basically the AI ML specialists. They are possibly coming from full stack, Python, Java, right? These are real time. Now, everyone getting cross-skilled across the organization. I think the Gen AI fundamentals, everyone, irrespective of the function you belong, everyone has to go through this certification right immediately, because you have to catch up with the new buzzwords. Otherwise, you are thoroughly out of date. And the other thing is the digital literacy, which is your digital forensics. So most of the erstwhile program management people are moving into digital forensics because they have worked with client, they have worked with architecture, they have worked with the tools.
Awesome content, and thanks for staying on time. Round of applause. Yeah, to both of them. They've given awesome content. Yeah, what is this? They've learned from 20, 25 years and shared. Wonderful. So AI, ML, network engineers, Salesforce, a lot of that happening, a lot of vistas opening up there. Wonderful. I think the forecast is looking very good, right? This is election time, so the forecast is looking very good. Excellent. I recollect at a point in time, a company near Chennai was setting up a motherboard, setting up a plant. And then they went to actually fundamental first principles thinking as to who would have those skills. And they figured out the workers in Shivakashi who are making firecrackers had the best kind of nimbleness and agility of the fingers and so on. And they hired around 200 of them. Right? So this is the power of thinking through skills at a very first principles level and doing some design thinking around that. Quickly we move to the next question. Param sir, question coming up for you. And Lavanya, of course. Any obstacles that you faced? We have a lot of, speed bumps on the road, but what about the skilling highway?
Sure. Before getting into the question, I think again, thank you so much for all of you to have a patience and still sitting here. I think when we came in the morning, I think hall was absolutely full. There was no space to sit, and now looks like we are still with 50%. We are still good. And still awake. Thank you so much again. So I think there are, of course, a lot of obstacles, if you really ask me. The couple of reasons for that is there are two different needs we talk about. One is organization need, right? There are quite a few studies available in the market. So if I look at study where some are product organization, they're outsourcing their work to some service organizations, right? So in service organization, they don't have a bench available immediately to cater the need, but at the same time, they look at that's a client need, we have to upskill somebody immediately, or maybe reskill someone immediately to cater the need. But at the same time, is that the need of those employees as well or no? Right? Somewhere is a mismatch between the expectation what the organization have from them and the aspirations of those people they have in their own life. I remember there was a era of the manual testers who are very well known and fond of in the industry and have a very good value as well. So nobody knows where those manual testers are gone now, right? And there was an era started immediately that the automation testing that is eventually taken up the load. But even now, if you look at it, I think hardly see those automation testers as well. So people really switch themselves from one skill to another. That's called the reskilling. Because whatever skills you have that's expertise you have that, ultimately the base is same. When we started having the first session in the morning, talking about AI, blockchain, a lot of stuff we have heard, and in the first panel as well, a lot of people talked about ChatGPT, OpenAI and all that. So ultimately the fundamental skills, everybody have that. They have a good education degree, or if not a degree, at least they have a decent education where they learned through the courses and all that. So when you look at those, that means somebody have built their capability, they build their skills, right, to learn something new today. Based on our experience, right, so everybody almost have 20 plus experience in the life, right? So when we started our day one in the recruiting, maybe I'm sure everybody would have hired a very basic people who just know even C, C++, Java and all that, and now that doesn't exist anymore, right? So we also evolved, we also learned throughout our life how to do the hiring, but at the same time when we look at the technology professionals, they also evolved, right? So I'm not sure how many are there from the tech world now still sitting here, but if you look at it, technology leaders who are in the industry now, they started their first job with a very basic skill set. The only one thing which was not changed even then, even now, that is a problem solving skills. So the problem solving skills, you can solve that with any language, any technology, because the base is same, that your mindset works, that you should have a strong analytical skills to solve the problem. Even today we have blockchain, and AI, all the skills are available there. Of course, maybe after 5 years, 10 years, something else may come up. But again, when you look at that, what are the skills will be available there? So there's still problem solving skills. So I think the reskilling, which is changing from one technology to another, is just the era for some time to manage that. But ultimately, the base is still remains same. Our basic OOPS concepts, our data structures, and again, your analytical skills there.
Super. So we looked at organization need, alignment with what is required, and then of course problem solving and really looking at componentizing what we are looking at. Wonderful. Thank you. Lavanya, would you have a point on that? Here.
So I think the obstacle, you asked for the obstacle. So the obstacle will be the mindset. Now in a one-day event, the span of attention for people can be maximum 3 hours. People were listening from the morning, right? 4 hours, then take a break or whatever. Assuming you tell the audience here that you will be given 1,000 rupees at the end of this when you answer 2 of my questions correct, I think most of them will listen. So you have to have a consequence to what you're doing, and upskilling for that matter is definitely going to be an obstacle in terms of unless and until there is a business outcome and a consequence attached to every individual. This is not polishing. We are not in an era where we are employing people and engaging them for the matter of polishing their skills or doing a training program. We are in an era where we are telling them, you will lose your job. You will have to actually move out of workforce if you are not going to get upskilled. So this message has to be driven very constantly reiterated. So it's an issue of mindset. So obstacle is the individual. Obstacle is the supervisor. Obstacle is the way we are calendarizing the training programs. And we are no longer going to measure learning hours. We are going to measure what is the business outcome. Have you trained people on Salesforce? Okay. So when are you deploying this individual into a Salesforce project? Now, jump into the hot water. You are put into the client. You have to work on Salesforce. You get 3 months time to pick up the skills, warm up, you come out of it, either you move as a Salesforce professional or move out of that, get into other reskilling, right? So I think consequence, the industry needs to work towards business outcome. No longer it's academy-wise program.
Super, again, pretty much on time. You're setting a record here. Hitting the ball out of the park, and this is a fairly large park if you walked around this. So, the mindset, implications, consequences, business outcomes, and very nicely, I mean, you spoke about the contextual alignment, you spoke about the individual alignment, so there's something in it for all of us who are listeners here who are saying, okay, there's got to be a configuration of both the individual and the context, right? Like the smell of the place, Sumantra Ghoshal. Over to you, would you like to weigh in?
Yeah, maybe a couple of quick points. And before that, just one, since morning I'm reminded of my school time when you all learned some good proverbs, right? And one of it was, where there is a will, there is a way. I want to change this, and if you allow me, from today, after speaking to all of us, I'll say that where there is a skill, there is a way. I think this is something we can tell all of our, not only students, but even all of us, our employees and ourselves. I think it is important. Just to build on a couple of quick points on this one. I think Lavanya talked about the mindset. I would also talk about the mindset, but more from our perspective as leaders. I think it is important for us when we talk about skilling. What is the example that we are setting as leaders for that skilling? When was the last time we learned something new? When was the last time when we got a certification? Okay, when was the last time somebody passed out of IIT Madras and came back to IIT Madras to study? Very rarely. Okay, so I think that setting up that our own mindset is important. And second most important thing is that I think we always show it from an organization perspective. You know, if you do it, it is good for the organization because you are growing and it is important for us. You don't want to hire from outside, you want to train you. But I think it should be told, the context should be, a story should be from the employee's perspective. Saying that if it is good for you, we're not doing it for the organization, right? It's also not a scare story. It's saying if you do this, it'll be good for your career. And not really force feeding some of the things, right? We are not able to hire people for data. So even if somebody doesn't want to do data, just put them in data analytics training. It doesn't work that way. I think keeping their context in mind, their needs in mind is very important.
Thank you. I think very softly landed, right? You've spoken about, firstly in a very nice way, you said go and look at the mirror. Have you been upskilling yourself, right? But then you kind of, euphemistically use the word self and so on. Very nice. And then, of course, a genuine goodness of the entire thing of skilling, right? Skilling is not killing, right? So, I don't like data. No, go do data, right? And the very fact that while doing this, you're actually selling the entire concept of skilling and picking something up for greater good. So wonderful 4 points there. Thank you so much. There's been a lot of, over the last decade or so, there's been a lot of, I'd say little volcanoes erupting, saying, oh, cloud, all jobs will go away, right? Then it was a role of blockchain. Oh, jobs will go away. And now AI. Right? So I'd like to know, I was talking to a friend of mine and he said, they are a large company, I won't name the company, they kind of were about to proclaim that 2 lakh of their engineers were all now AI trained, right? Which is a great story for any services company. And then my friend did a little nudge and said, we taught all of them ChatGPT. Okay, so what are the unknown stories? I open this up to the panel. Debashish and Savita, you wanted to talk about this originally, but of course I guess we are doing well on time, so I'll open it up to the panel. What are your little stories around business impact of any skilling/killing?
Okay, skilling, so far I have positive stories to say, at least, nothing negative. So, but there's one thing what I also want to call out, that many organizations want candidates immediately, ready-made, as of yesterday. So the whole idea, the whole ecosystem should be very conducive for doing skilling, reskilling. It's not the job of just the talent acquisition or the HR team to do it. It should be like a part of the business planning itself. When you do your planning for the entire year, you see how much percentage you want to bring through upskilling and cross-skilling, whether it's internal or external. And that kind of partnership between the business and the HR team should always be there. And the second thing is on the workforce management. A lot of people don't do it properly, and it's always just-in-time hiring. While I know 100% predictability in hiring your numbers for the year is not possible in most places, you should at least bring some amount of predictability, looking at the demand situation or if you're a product company, what are your product releases, what are your product maps through the year, and at least 50 to 60% predictable, and 40% is always unknown, but that you have to learn to live with it. But then the point is, and many organizations don't do that. While everyone have these lofty ambitions that I'm going to get people from out and upskill them, or upskill people internally, it's bad planning and not thinking through that leads to a lot of these things not happening. So those are some of the negative things, like if you don't plan but you have it only on paper, then it doesn't work. So these two things I can think of. But otherwise, the outcome of this upskilling and cross-skilling has always been quite positive in most places. But in certain cases, one negative point what should be worried about is that when you hire somebody from out, especially on a break, and they come back, many times the project managers have this feeling. They'll call them as people who came. We call them as crossovers in my current organization. So say, oh, we don't need crossovers. We don't need. I mean, they get that label even after 1 year. They're still called that. So that labeling has to go away, and that bias has to go away, and we should go with an open mind. So those are some of the negative things.
Yeah, maybe being extremely mischievous here, don't call them crossovers, instead call the others as stagnants. That should solve the problem.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to build on what Savita said, I think the most difficult question to answer for HR people is when your boss asks you, what is the ROI of the training? Right? And that's the interesting stories come up. I think all of us kind of struggle. I do struggle to answer these questions. I think that's why I've always told my bosses that ROI ka full form is not return of investment. It is return of impact. You are not, when you deal with people are not like A plus B whole square is always A plus, kya tha wo? B square plus 2AB, right? E is not always MC square. I hope I'm right there, right? When you deal with people, the formula can be very different. Outcome can be very, very different. So one is that you cannot really predict what will happen to that individual. I don't think it is ever possible. Secondly, this instant Maggi masala. Somebody's just joined from a college 2 years, sent to a course to IIT Madras, and he comes out Elon Musk. Right? That is expectation. That is not going to happen. Think about your investment portfolio. You invest money, it doubles in 7 years. If Mukesh Ambani is investing in a new business, it may be profitable in 10 years' time. When it comes to people, they want immediate returns. I think that we should start having a discussion on those lines. See, when we always invest, the returns is long term. The impact is long term. You should just Maggie thing you should take out of the table. Otherwise, don't even get it there. And now talking about the impact, really, what really happens, there are many such stories, and the long-term impact is fascinating. Some of you know about this as well. I think the internal mobility, right? Your number of hires that we do from outside, and that's very, very expensive, comes down because you're able to promote new people. You also lose less people for attrition, right? And it is generally said that the cost of hire is about 3 times as much as the salary you pay to the person you are losing. So there are some, and you've not seen this immediately, but it will happen over a period of time. I know of one, we work in a lot of colleges, by the way. I think we talked about some of these examples where, we partner with them, our managers go and train them, spend time. And as an impact, what we get is that we get more yield from the recruitment process. Earlier, I used to interview 100, will get 10. Now interview 40 and get 10. How do you measure it? It's just the time saved. Because there is a whole army of people involved into recruiting these people. Right? And if you look at a long-term impact, I think there is a significant impact that you have on skilling. And that is where I think the story should be.
Any point of view? Others? Yeah, sure.
Very valid point, right, on the ROI, not as a return of investment or return of impact actually. So even when we sow a seed, right, it doesn't come out, become a flower or a tree maybe just after a week or 10 days or a month, right? It's a long-term investment always. So I think a very valid points you have, Debashish. I think few more things to add when we look at a talent development, right? And I think for last 5+ years, if I say that from my experience, because I've been to campus industry and gone to almost all the IITs and IIMs of the world to do the hiring as well. So when we do hire a good talent pool from each of those campuses, it's not that, of course, business expectation is to be, talent has to be readily available as of yesterday and should start working and be productive on the very first day. But at the same time, when we look at the talent pool, really need at least 6 to 8 months time to get develop, perform, and start, delivering at the best of the level. So I think it really takes time. It's not that something which we can do it immediately. So that's called, upskilling, where students are coming with as a raw material for us, and we have to develop the skills and so that they can start performing.
I'll just add one point. So the impact here is twofold. One is the sales fold, what people go and sell to the clients. Now they go and sell, okay, this is the solution, this we will provide. All right, so Scala developers, 100 people, I will give you in Slovakia. And they come on. Now, Scala by itself is a rare skill. Slovakia itself is a rare place. And it's a combination. And then you go and tell people, all of you who are part of networking skills, all of you learn Scala. And you have promised the client that you will deliver it in 4 months' time. Everybody will work on Scala and deliver the solution. So what's essentially happening here is, one part of the sales organization is not even included into this concept called upskilling and skilling. Forget upskilling, skilling. What skills are you going to go and sell to the client is very important. Now, you don't even look into so I think before us, when Varsha was talking, she was talking about skill taxonomy and capability canvas. Very, very, very valid. That matrix of skill is not even seen by the sales organization. I do not know how many of you are here part of sales, selling it to the clients. They don't even see that, right? And you go and sell solutions, and those solutions are super complex skills, and you promise it without even telling the delivery and the hiring organization how it will be delivered. So this is number one. So what impact it creates is, forget all of us, the client is impacted, right? Client discovers after signing off the SOW with you, Scala by itself is not available so enormously on the planet, right? And how many of you here have heard a skill called Copado? Copado. Any one hands should raise. Yeah, someone there. Can you at least name which branch it belongs to? Copado comes under which skill taxonomy? Okay. Copado is again a Salesforce skill, very, very rare, super rare. And sales people go and tell the client, I will bring you Copado with 10 years of experience. Okay? So what you are selling, so I think do the upskilling first for the sales organization and tell them what we do as business, where is the organization traveling and the workforce traveling. And then the second part of it is delivery and TA sync up, right? That's more important in upskilling. The impact of that is very high, because when delivery actually says, tomorrow morning the person needs to get built. Tonight I want the body inside. Right? When that is being put to you, so the second quadrant of the problem is, if there are certain skills that can't be trained immediately. And we are moving, unfortunately, out of the legacy era, which is your .NET, mainframe, Java, all that. We are moving out of the legacy era. We are clearly moving towards a very complex technology framework. While Gen AI, Chat GPT all look super sexy and super cumbersome and happy to work with, look at the back-end team. Look at the prompt engineers. Look at someone who is training the algorithm. I think these are all complex skills. So it's super important that sales needs to be upskilled, delivery needs to be upskilled, HR needs to be upskilled, much before the workforce.
So I think you were talking about prompt engineering. You've given IIT Madras a prompt saying, okay, now also have some courses for HR and delivery and sales and all that. Some very subtle prompts there. Is there any other top of the mind 1 minute comments that you have? Opening this up again to the panel. 1 minute comments and then we'll wrap up.
So, okay, I have one comment to make. See, even HBR, Harvard Business Review, when in their what are the top skills that are needed or what are the trends that are seeing in the job market for 2024 when they published, this whole upskilling and reskilling was an integral part of it. And they had a very good term for it, which I want to use, it's borrowed from there. They call them as stars. That is, skilled through alternate routes. So they're stars. So, you know, we don't call them by any other name. So I thought it's a good name to call, right? Because, so it's also, so all over the world, it's not just in India, that this whole upskilling, reskilling has become an integral part of the workforce. And in some way or the other, we should try and integrate that into, you know, into our organizations where we are working. So it will open up talent pools, retention. There are multiple uses of it. So I would urge everyone to look at it positively.
A star of an answer. Thank you.
So, maybe I think just a week back, that is maybe very coincidence, there's a one of Forbes India's, I think the questionnaire to look at the best talent, how the talent is available. I think there's some study they were asking about, and the questionnaire, they had I think around 9 questions if I'm not wrong. First page was talking about your individual name, your organization name and all that. I think the rest of the 8 pages, they are talking about gathering some data points for each and every leadership team in India, which is tech and business and recruiting side. But trust me, there was not even a single question that was on the technology side, not even the business people, but they had that. They were not talking about, you know, what technical skills you feel that has to be scaled up now, what is the last era and what is the era for next 5 years. They were not talking about any technical skills. I think most of the skills they were, you know, talking about the aptitude, attitude, analytical skills, you know, how does that look like and how we can shape up our future there. So I think the upskilling has to be a lot on the functional skills as long as we have a technical skill available.
Super. Looking at the base foundation.
Okay. See, 2 things. One is I'm placing it as a request to IIT. I think we are talking here more about organized sector getting upskilled. There is a large gig economy around the world which is completely away from this concept called skilling, upskilling. Now, this is super important that we open up gates for them because this is going to be much larger than the organized sector. And the next generation of workforce that we are talking here, Gen Z and millennials, are going to be part of gig and not your regular workforce. Nobody is going to work for one single employee like you and I, Dr. Naga, for 10 years, 20 years and 30 years. People are going to work for 20 employers during their first 10 years. So I think what we need to do is just open the gates for the gig economy as well, because most of your next gen workforce is going to attach themselves there. And when I say gig, it just does not mean Swiggy, Uber, Ola alone. People really tag them to gig. It's not gig. It's all of us in white collar jobs who will be part of gig very soon. None of us is going to get full package salaries for sitting and, you know, upskilling or reskilling people. All of us will be part of gig for economy and essentially make it a society community learning. For example, the digital movement happened. Nobody took the effort to, you know, train the society on it. It was so easy. people started learning how to use GPay, how to use, digital ways of shopping. But the next one is not like that. As of today, we are actually scrubbing the surface. Chat GPT is our world, but that's just not even tip of the iceberg. So I think please open it to the school students. The IIT, the BS data science, I think much beyond that, there has to be self-assessment at the school level. School students should participate, do a self-assessment of where their passion and skill and competency evolves, and they should be in a position to start taking courses just around that.
Super, thank you. After you, I will take a minute.
Yeah, just a minute again. Actually, I had a different point, but Lavanya made a very interesting point. I'll build on that. So she talked about the gig economy where every first 10 years there'll be 20 jobs coming up. That is one side of the coin. Other side of the coin is people like us, maybe organized sector, right? Anybody who's here in the room who has spent like 20 years as a professional, you would agree with me that you are actually having your second or third career. What you are today, not with the same when you started. It was a completely different thing. And going forward, because of our longevity, we'll be not working for 35 years, we'll be working 55 years. So I think an average of 5 to 6 totally different jobs is going to happen to us, right? It is not about just incremental moving from a sales rep to a chief marketing officer. It's moving from maybe a sales rep to a talent acquisition to cybersecurity, right? I think from that sense, looking at, till now you're still looking at skills development as a more of vertical, right? You just add incremental. So guy moves from a sales rep to maybe a marketing manager, then a CMO. But you should look at more horizontal and diagonal. Because vertically, your career will stop because our skills are changing very rapidly. In 5 years, no matter how much you upskill on your domain, you'll be out of your job. The answer to skilling is really on diagonal and vertical, and diagonal and parallel, and not only vertical. And that is something we should focus on.
Super.
Can I
Thanks.
take 1 minute?
Yeah, please.
Just one, I want to add one thing. One thing what we should also remember is that our workforces are going to be multi-generational, right? We are, people are not going to retire at 60. You will have people who are with much older generation, and you'll also have these, the Gen Zs of the world who are all now coming in, and what they need out of the job and what they want to achieve in life versus what somebody else wants is different. So for organizations, it's very complex that you should have a platform for all that. So one side is you have this gig economy and people like that, and then you'll have your other older generation people who may want a regular job, right? So how should organizations evolve? I think there are a lot of complexities that are going to come, and we should all be prepared for that.
So that's we've got the next 5 minutes at our disposal if we can.
Yeah, it will be done by 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
You cut down 15 minutes from our...
I am sorry. I am really sorry.
That's
wish
fine.
it was in my control.
We will close it at 7 minutes. Trade-off.
Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Done.
Okay. We are towards 50 minutes, 45 to 50 minutes is what the human brain can take before it needs some glucose, right? So we will respect biology and physiology here. I think you triggered a little bit of a hunger pang by talking about Maggie in a campus. So there are going to be people here who are going to rush out looking for Maggie. Having said that, very nice point brought out by you when you said, 3 kinds of career movements, which Edgar Schein in his Career Anchors talks. He talks about upward movement, he talks about lateral movement, and he talks about inward movement. It's a very beautiful cone approach, and very subtly you brought that out. Thank you. I think we've also been talking about a lot of things like skills directory, very subtly brought out by you. And I think that's a good project for someone who wants to work on it, which is today the big, the well-known truth in the industry is that people who write the JDs don't read them, people who are hiring for the JDs don't know what is in them, and the people who get hired on the JDs don't read them anyway.
Oh my
right?
God.
So and I still have 5 minutes. Okay. Just summarizing and closing. So I think there's a wonderful opportunity for someone who's doing AI, generative AI, especially to connect skills directly to causative performance. right? If I know what are the outcomes, if I'm able to pick up the foundational componentized skills and able to tell, hey, these are the skills, and probably even go one step ahead, right? So we talk about conscious competence, unconscious incompetence, and then going right all the way up to unconscious competence. So if AI is able to tell us that at this level, it's good enough to have conscious competence, right? I think it'll help us a lot. One of the areas where life and death actually can happen with skills, two industries, if I were to pick up, healthcare and aviation, right? I'm very fortunate to have worked in both those industries, and one of the things that happens is credentialing is used as a method for very countable skill events, right? You go, you observe so many surgeries of a kind, you assist in so many surgeries, you support in so many surgeries, you perform so many surgeries with help, so many independently, and finally so many assisting someone else or being assisted, right? I think these are small things. If we could get it into the entire universe of how we describe skills and how we document skills, I think we have a lot of opportunity there. And finally, we all think about gamification always in a very IT tech sense, right? I'm literally going to pull out something out of my pocket, which is a small little passport. So this was my parting gift from a company that I worked in, a retail company, right? We had around 11% monthly attrition. And then we wanted to arrest that, which was upskill people around 298 people, from being CSAs to supervisors to assistant department managers and finally store managers. What we figured out is if you have a small little game-like thing, this is a passport which had daily targets, and then you had one learning goal for the month, and we gave stamps. Like immigration stamps to the store managers and the HR business partners, right? It was a huge hit, right? People loved it. So I think, like we say, someone underwent prison sentence. No particular reference to anyone. Someone underwent surgery. Someone underwent hospitalization. We should stop saying someone underwent training, right? Training, learning should be fun and happy. And if we extend this session anymore, that is going to disappear from the audience. So we'll stop it here. Thank you very much, IIT Madras and all the folks here who got us here, and we've had a great time. Thank you.
Now, before anything happens, I think the audience also should not kill me once I move out of the room. So, yes, one opportunity to ask one question. Sir.
Thank you all for your interesting thoughts and all the comments. So this is a sort of a status check as to where we are as a country, right? So we talk about skilling, upskilling, reskilling and all that. And that requires proactive leadership, right? It should not be reactive, but proactive, right? So you need to understand what are going to be the skills for the next generation, and we need to be able to drive our employees towards that. And where are we as a country? Are we following the Western world, or are we creating a path for ourselves? I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Okay, so I think what we are possibly not doing, I would like to start, because that will be interesting. I think they catch people very young on skills. We catch very late from the Western world. They don't drill them on everything. Not everyone go through every grind. But some or other reason, I think Indians are built to do multitasking, pressure handling, memory check, go through every dimension. But Western world thoroughly believes one person is different from other. I will not put two people into the same pedestal and I will compare them. Whereas we do that very religiously here, which has worked so far, but this is an inflection point very clearly. So I think maybe we have to stop treating education as a very stereotyped approach, part of adult living and the childhood, and rather put it in a fashion that if the country has to grow, everyone has to make money, everyone has to be productive. So in that norms, if somebody wants to sing, entertain people and make money, please create a career track for that. Why put it as extracurricular activity? Why call a basketball champion as a sports champion, district champion until school and college, and then give a sports quota seat and kill his career and passion? Yeah.
Finally, we are challenging Lord Macaulay after years. Thank you, ma'am.
See, I think investors, see what runs finally in organizations is what the investors ask for. Though something may be fundamentally very good for the country, the company and everything, unless the board asks for something, it doesn't happen, right? It's an authority game. So I think if we could only have much more, many more instances of codification, right? Caselets, well-designed codification, which is not too much into this that people can't understand. They only see square roots and cubes and all that. And I'm saying specific nice codification that says, hey, here is the ROI, and aren't you doing it? Because today, if someone were to start an ITES company or a IT services company, the first thing they will do is go and hire freshers. That's something that has been shown to us by the Twitch companies. Earlier it was Switch companies, now it's Twitch companies, right? As being very integral to the business model.
Yeah, my point here is that, I think there are, see, we can't compare the Western India, I mean, socially, culturally, and, we are demographically very different. And please understand, we are still a third world country, we don't have the luxury of doing what they do, right? So, but at the same time, I do think there are large bodies like NASSCOM and others where IT is now more than 25 years old, almost more than 25, 30 years old in India. And there are a lot of positive things happening. That whole apprentice program, what has been made mandatory, and all IT companies are being pushed by NASSCOM to follow, right? Which is a little different. This is exactly this, like upskilling and taking people who are not from the BTech background and training them. I think is a very good step. And it is at a very infancy now, but once it becomes a larger movement and people start seeing value in it, I think we will get there. But these are all the baby steps that we have taken. So I'm quite positive that we are going in the right direction.
And maybe I think just your question on that, where we are as we speak today as a country, I think we are literally leading the world. If you look at it, right, so I think there was a study almost 6 months back, more than 50 organizations, CEOs are Indians. They are based out of US. And the recent study which was there, I think almost 10 days back, another 10 years time, most of the CEOs who will be Indians representing global organizations, they will work out of India. I think that's a transformation we are working on it. I think we are literally leading the world. On the digital payment which we started, though there was a demonetization and somehow it's happened and we people started using the same. And as we speak today, maybe you would have seen even Bill Gates, he's having a tea with a roadside person and making a payment with the digital. That's still not there in US. So there are quite a few things where India is leading. Our currency is being used and will be sort of centralized quite a few countries already now, right? So we are leading the world. So India have a huge talent. Maybe I think one of the very silly example where I say that, so when we started using our phone here in India, we don't go through the user manual, right? When we see people outside US, Canada and all that, they literally have to go through 10, 20 pages of manual before they start using any mobile phones.
That's why Apple stopped giving manuals.
Yeah, and even in India, our kids, they don't know how to open it. They open and start playing games and all that, even in the age of 2 years. So we are much advanced anyway.
And sir, I think we are following James Bond because he always throws the manual in the air. Great. With this, the panel 3 comes to an end, and of course it was, I would say, one of the loveliest discussions we have had, really. And sir, I would request you once again to come on the dais, and Vignesh sir as well, please. Dr. Naga Siddharth from Urban Piper. Mr. Devashish Ghosh, Barkedia. Oh, yes. And of course, we have My Anatomy as well, presenting the awards. Mr. Parvin Singh Narang, Capital One. Ms. Savita Hortikar, Fractal AI. Ms. Lavanya Nandakumar, Prodapt. A louder one for our entire set. Please, please, please. Vignesh sir, Balaji sir, thank you so much. And dear panel, thank you so much once again. It was really lovely. Okay, sir, can we have one more picture? Because though it is already captured over, then we will be capturing, but it's better to have a picture. Please. And you need to say cheese. Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right. I know it's already 4:40, but trust me, now we have the final keynote address. And we say, we save the best for the last, something similar. Metaverse, the unclaimed future. I don't know, have you heard about this particular term before? But certainly one thing, you will recall this term a lot after today's keynote speech by Mr. Venu Gurupuram. Our final keynote speaker, Mr. Venu Gurupuram, is certainly very special because someone who has been a Padma Shri Award winner nominee, okay, a senior principal scientist at National Aerospace Laboratories, a TEDx speaker, one of the Asia's top 100 leaders in technology, an Atmanirbhar Bharat awardee. So I really do not know such an innovator. How can I introduce him? I do not know. Sir, I am shortage of words and I failed. But I think audience will understand what you are. Thank you so much, sir, for being present here. Please, sir, we welcome you on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands across for Mr. Venu Gurupuram.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you, Shan, for the lovely introduction. So, before I start interacting with you, again I will ask the same question. How many of you are familiar with Metaverse? Thank you for supporting me. Here, I was just checking this statement here, code 24. The caption is, empowering the future workforce. But I'm here to show what is the future. Then only you can empower the future workforce, isn't it? But before I proceed, have you ever thought what this scientist is doing in HR Summit? Yes. Thank you so much. Well, I will just give some glimpses. In any industry, which is the most common role, job role? We are in HR Summit. Let me say HR, isn't it? Yeah, because during our engineering subjects, we studied 4M is most important: man, money, machinery, material. So it starts with human only. Okay. But for any HR, what is the key factor that you need to know? People, and next is the technology, isn't it? And a scientist is connected to the technology. So here I am to present you what kind of technologies that we can use for our HR roles, whether it is TA or HRM or employee engagement or upskilling, reskilling. And the most important thing that I could not hear today is unskilling, that I am going to highlight in my next slides. And since morning we are hearing about AI, generative AI and its applications and all, but the thing is, ultimately where it is going to land? We are developing different tools in AI, but I can say confidently that it is going to land up in Metaverse. How that is, we are going to see in the next 25 minutes probably. Now when it comes to generation, I must first appreciate, because the appreciation makes good work to better, better to best. The way Core 24 team is working since morning. Have you ever seen the program schedule? How beautifully they have tailored to make it fabric, and this, like first session is generative AI, then comes to panel discussion like diversity and inclusion, then skilling, skillful thing, and then the gaps in that. So similar way, if you see the trend of how the innovation has taken place, first wave, introduction about the computers, because we are talking about the computers and networking, then comes the IoT, mobile devices. Now we know VR and AR, right? So where it is leading? That means the generations, whatever have passed on so far, it is leading to the betterment. The good has become better and better is leading to the best. So that's what the generations, because already Vishwa spoke morning industry evolution, but here we talk about the internet evolution, how that has taken place. So what exactly the Metaverse is? Metaverse is a constellation of artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, extended reality. It combines everything. It uses the blockchain technology and gives you one single platform where you will just control everything and move it with your actions. Because, what is meant by HMI? What is meant by HMI? Thank you so much. But this is BCI. What is that? Third point. Exactly. That's what I just shown you. With this, you can change it. So now the thing is how we have to work in this, because Metaverse is a virtual world. You will not be in the real world. You need not be, because you will be delivering the task or working in the world where your colleagues will be like different avatars, need not be physically present. But the thing is, the impact or the effectiveness will be as real as you are working next to each other. So in this picture, if you see, people are sitting across the table, they are working. They may not be working with each other, they may be working with the client who is sitting away from your office in the different world, kind of thing. I guess still clarity yet to come. Stay tuned. So here some videos are there. You can please play first corner, left corner. These are the gadgets required, like VR gadget, headset. The moment you wear it and play the app, you will be entering into different world. As I said, it is the virtual world where you will be interacting with the people. You can play the next one also. So the thing is, you are sitting inside the house itself, but the moment you wear and start using the app, you will be going to different world. Have ever heard that this kind of words, does they exist now? Good. Movies only. Okay. Later you can Google. There is a city in, not city, place in Seoul. They created public garden area where one can enter into the world, interact with the friends, and do that. And how many of you are from Bangalore? Oh, that's nice. Now the question is, do you know that Bangalore Airport Terminal 2 is in Metaverse? Yes. Bangalore Airport Terminal 2 is in Metaverse, where you can virtually get into that and you can roam around without any your passport checking, and you can come back. Okay. Now the thing is, we know what is the Metaverse. Is like a virtual world where you can interact with the people, you can work together. But the thing is, see the elements. What are the applications that you can see? Digital currency, marketplace, online shopping, NFTs we might have heard, right? NFTs, non-fungible tokens, okay? That's going to be the future. You will be living the physical currency. I think now itself, we rarely use the notes or coins because of UPIs and digital things. Now even that also will go, it will go to NFTs. Online shopping. Have you heard the Thar vehicle of Mahindra sold out in Metaverse? It is sold out in Metaverse, where you can virtually enter into the vehicle, feel it. We will see some videos, I will show you. And the workplace. The workplace also, as I told, the conferences, work sharing, workloading, all those things can be done in Metaverse, and you can see even the progress reports, give the feedback, and etc. Social media, gaming. We are hearing from so many people since morning. I'll come to that, how effective it is in Metaverse. I will show you that. And digital assets, actually this is very much important, and very soon people will be calling you and encouraging you to invest in digital assets. I know one company in Bangalore, they already started doing that. So what's happening is the assets will be there in digital form. You may have to invest it. Physically it will not be there, but in digital it will be there. So these are some more things. And one more thing. Can we imagine our bank only in virtual world, not in the physical world? Please imagine it, because I hope you have not visited the bank past 5 years. Unless otherwise you go for loans. Isn't it? So that means already the need to go to the bank is not existing anymore. So now the thing is the banking system already moved to that. I guess Bank of Baroda, they started their banking system in Metaverse. So some more examples are there. This particular slide, that's myself only. I presented a conference paper in Spain in 2023. That is my avatar. And this is the podium where I was addressing. Supposed to be audience should be opposite to that, but okay, that picture is not there. Why I am showing this? Because I am visualizing down the lane 5 years or 6 years, we may meet like this again, but not physically in IIT Madras, but we may meet in virtually. I will be missing this beautiful campus because I have affection to this, because I am from this institute itself. Okay, so that is the side effect of having the technology. But what I am saying is that when I was delivering this talk, I was in one of the HR summits in Bangalore. So physically I was delivering a talk here. At the same time, within half an hour gap, I could present my paper in Spain without traveling physically there. So that's one thing. And this particular picture shows how the education system, that is a classroom, if you see, students are wearing the VR sets and they are learning. Could you please play this video? Top. See, the two ladies are learning the things with the VR sets and two guys are studying the things in conventional method, notebooks, etc. So that is the difference, how the things are changing, how we are evolving. Conventional education is transforming to this kind of digital and metaverse. This comes again, HR role. Now if you see this lady sitting in the kitchen or home, what is she doing exactly? Play this video, please. She is giving an interview to the guy, but in a virtual world. She need not go there physically, but interacting with the recruiter and giving an interview. So now the thing is, the interview may be happening anywhere in the world, but what is happening in the metaverse, that is the advantage. See this cartoon picture. He is in the metaverse, the guy is presenting some progress or something to his office colleagues, but actually where he is physically, he is snacking home. See the body language. So whatever he is moving with the actions, that is actually reflecting in metaverse. And with this application, not only just one-to-one interaction, even we can do job mela kind of things. Such kind of huge events also we can organize. Why are we seeing all these things? Because when it comes to leadership, the requirement, the policies, the vision will change every year. Last time when I saw this HR leaders priorities, some 7 were there. Now if you see, they become some 5. But the thing is, what are they seeing? Manager development, organization culture, HR technology, change management, career management and internal mobility. So the thing is, this is given by the Gartner, as I quoted. So these are the top 5 priorities for HR leaders. So when the scenario is going like, what kind of technologies, what kind of strategies that you need to follow? So it is obvious that we have to adapt to the technologies that are very much helpful. So let us delve into some more deep insight. How this metaverse will work, what are the needs. It is actually like 7 layers of software or application. You see, you need infrastructure. The infrastructure is like 5G or Wi-Fi kind of thing. Why do we need that? Because we are not just engaging voice over, audio, video, gestures, AI. So you need that high-speed internet connection. And next comes the human interface, like the gadgets like smartphones or computers with high-end. Then the coding is required because you are engaging with VR XR systems. XR, that is most critical because it's not just virtual reality, it's extension. Now, after seeing all these things, one could feel that the investment is high, isn't it? That's obvious. Now, Ghosh said, right, return on investment kind of thing. So people talk about that. Return on investment, by default we invest in some business. But my concept of return on investment is not just you invest some money, wait for the returns. It is how quickly you get your returns. One can invest 1 crore and wait for 10 years for the same returns or profit, whatever you calculate. Another can invest 1 crore and get that one in 5 years. Which is better? ROI will not define whether you got in 5 years or 10 years, but the thing is how quickly you get it, that is your effectiveness of your ROI. So such kind of technologies or devices, platforms may attract higher investments, but the thing is the return is effective. Yeah, this is what I was talking about, the gamification, right? So in an organization, when we talk about how we have to upskill, reskill or unskill. Where is Naga? He left? Okay. He has shown one book, right? How Office is doing. But the thing is, in Metaverse, you can do effective gamification platform development. Only the crux is in this, the gamification cannot be uniform or universal. This has to be customized to the needs. We spoke about, Amit spoke about ethics in the organization. How you will train with people, that what kind of ethics you have to follow. When we talk about inclusiveness, how you have to create some awareness. So if you call them and deliver the talk, it will not go to their brain, but if you make them practice with some kind of games or some kind of activities, definitely it will be effective. So what is gamification? It's like a game kind of application, but the thing is, you will give, for example, time management. If you want to teach, design some kind of games and fix the time targets. You will train them. If you want to motivate some people, like I said, upskilling, reskilling, but the thing is unskilling. What is it meant by unskilling? Anybody? Unskilling. Unlearn, okay. Example. Speaking, okay. Okay, I will try to make it simple. The skill which is not helping you, just leave that, isn't it? So now we see people, we tell them deliver the task within this period, but sometimes because of their laziness or because of their ignorance are not ready to learn the things. That's what we say instead of in the skilling, if you don't say yes, it is going to be killing. So such kind of people, what to do? Because this is human resource. You have hired the people, you have trained the people. How will you lose just because of some technical lag or snag, we say? So instead of losing them, you have to skill them or upskill and unskill them. For unskilling also, you have to design such games where they have to practice it joyfully and learn the things, and certain things you will make them to unskill. So with this kind of gamification, what else you will do? So far we spoke about individual thing, but the thing is you can teach them how to work in a team. Some people will be introverts, they will not speak much, they will not mingle with the people, but the thing is their job role is to contribute as a team. So what to do? You have to give some games where they have to work together, interact with each other, so that kind of thing. And obviously in everybody there is a child kind of personality. Like, how many of you played Temple Run? Oh, huge. Now if I tell you to play again by keeping the phone mute, will you play? Because you enjoy the sound of collecting coins, isn't it? So it is not that age-bound game. Still you will enjoy such kind of things. So during your work, if you allow them to play such kind of games, it's not that they are playing for leisure. In fact, they are playing on your terms, on learning your own company ethics and work culture. So this will motivate them, which will make them to earn the rewards, and you will be awarding. These are some case studies I don't want to go through. Yeah, could you please play this video? When it comes to applications, see how beautifully whatever the engineer has designed, he can show that digitally. He need not show physically. So what is happening here? The effectiveness, whatever the design you are making, you can show that, have a discussion, improvise it, optimize it. So the technology can help in that. Even the healthcare sector, now if you are gone through, if you are following some news, you might have heard the surgeries are being taught through Metaverse. Some specialists from US and all, they will be teaching some other specialist in Germany or India. So with that one, how to do the surgery kind of thing. So that is possible with this technology. So these are some more cases. Now, interesting thing for ladies especially. That's what during my interaction. Could you please play that? I need not explain that. What is she doing? Shopping, online shopping. That's what one of the applications we discussed. And next, one more video. An architect or any individual, how their house can be. He is visualizing before starting the construction, where you are saving your lot of time, money, energy, everything. So this is the advantage of technology. So this is one of the surveys where what are the benefits about the Metaverse. If you see the responses, most of them are pro to the software or application. This is one more video you can please play, where the student is explaining about their project to the teacher. If you see in the screen again further, how the design, complete assembly, disassembly, everything he is showing into that. So these are some of our pioneers who spoke about Metaverse in India. These are the cases that in India. People may think that this may take some more years to come to India, but actually many companies are already working. But before that, I just ventured into some study, because most of the audience are unaware when I was speaking about it. So I just did a survey. Is Metaverse going to change the lifestyle of mankind in future? If you see the responses, 50% said yes, and other people say, some people said no, some people don't know, because this technology still is a new technology yet to come to many people. These are again some more data on that. So far we were discussing about the pros, but like any other technology, this particular technology also is having some kind of cons, because we lose the privacy because someone is tracking you continuously. And in the initial stage, the VR headsets were a bit heavy. Okay, now things have come, latest technologies shows need not be having very heavy headset, even lightweight headsets also available, and investment is high. Okay, so like that, like any other technology, this technology is also having the cons, but the thing is, we will see the bias, advantages and disadvantages, because now I will give you one example. Now most of us are using iPhones, right? So you need not touch the phone, but still you can say Siri and make calls, right? So is it safe? Good. So, but still you are using it, right? So now I have iPhone. Now Siri is listening to me every second, every word that I utter. The moment if I say the particular keyword, hey Siri, it will wake up and it will reply to me. Until then, it is listening to me. Only thing, I don't know that it is listening to me. When it responds to me, then only I will say, oh, okay, it listened to me and it is following my instructions. The same way Alexa, in the home also. Unless other you say, Alexa, it will not respond, but whatever conversation you are speaking in the house, it is listening to that. And it is saying, okay, he's not talking to me, my boss is not talking to me. That's why it will discard the conversation, whatever it is hearing, but each and every sentence what you speak, it is going. So similar to that, this technology is also having some kind of cons. This particular slide is very, very, very important because we talk about cyber security, right? So every technology when we talk about, we have to think about the cyber security as well. Now, how many of you believe that cyber security is only for IT industry? Anybody agree that not only IT, other industries also a threat? Thank you. So this particular news says the operations industry is actually at the biggest risk compared to IT. Because I will give you one example, like in an automobile assembly line, the robots are being employed and it's working. It is connected to some network and it is prone to be for cyber attack. And such kind of major attacks are threat, and this is what actually it is reported in this news. So whatever we develop to counter attack such kind of threats, we need to follow certain standards, and these are some ISO standards just I displayed, it is available. And finally, the thing is Metaverse. Now we heard about Metaverse, the definition, its applications, where and all we can use, how to use, all those things. But the thing is the creation of Metaverse is not so big deal. You can easily create it and you can cross-check it, functionality, all those things, and there are a lot of companies and startup companies are already available to create that. So before I conclude, I will leave with my quote: knowledge is resource and time is an opportunity. That's what I believe, because whatever the knowledge we possess today, it is our resource, and the time, every moment that I have in my hand, it's my opportunity to excel. That's what even the HR guys also does that when they do for employee engagement. So thank you so much. I'm open for the questions.
I would like to request audience if there are any questions. And sir, I have a question while you were explaining Metaverse.
Yeah,
Kindly
please.
allow me.
Please.
What we have seen in Iron Man,
okay,
especially in Iron Man 3, Tony Stark handles it right from sitting somewhere else at his home, but the machine is somewhere else. Similarly, is there a possibility that in the near future our defense forces are also safer, wherein the new latest planes that we are building, they are actually getting operated right from the ground? It's already happening, if I'm correct, but at some level.
Yes, actually, I could not get some videos. With this one, physically you can move the things. Okay, with this, for example, if I have to take the mic, okay, someone can, with the Metaverse, certain systems, I can simply move that physically. Okay, so now the thing is, the question comes, who is moving that? Actual owner or someone else? Now that's where hackers will play a role. That's why I say we have to ensure the safety for the even cyber attacks as well. So definitely, yes, it's a prone for risk.
All right. Any further questions from the audience? Yes, madam, you have a question.
Hologram. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
So can you repeat the question once before answering?
I was asking
Yeah.
hologram and metaverse. So you were not wearing the wearables, right, when you were presenting here, but you were broadcasting that elsewhere outside of this.
Oh, you were asking about my paper presentation.
Yeah, yours, but I was just referring to hologram and metaverse. Both are different, or is it a subset of that?
Yeah, now I will consider this one as two questions. I will answer both, okay. So when it comes to my presentation, my paper presentation in Spain, that time the organizer have developed one Metaverse platform which was shared to me, which I installed in my mobile and I could deliver the talk. So that is about the conference that I participated in Spain. Now the second question is the hologram and metaverse. When it comes to the hologram thing, it is the interaction of the video, the way we play games, online games kind of thing. But the thing is, you will not be having any control over that. Okay, you will be seeing, that's it. You will be interacting. If other guy, like video call, if someone, they will be speaking to you. But the thing is, can you shake your hand there? No. So for example, can you go to first slide? Sorry. Wait. Yeah, this video, can you play? So after wearing that, you just watch the hands in the video. See can you see the hands? So there you will get again control panel, where you can control the virtual world as well. If, for example, if someone is moving there, you can call them, you can talk to them. But when it comes to the hologram technology, that you cannot do that. It's similar to video calling, but 3D image you can see, but you will not have any control over that. That's why it is not just virtual reality, augmented reality or extended reality, where you can involve with the other person. Thank you.
Any further questions from the audience? Yes, sir. We have got few more questions.
Please.
Can someone please pass on the mic?
Yeah. Is it audible? Yeah. So you just told this technology is not in India that much great. So I just want to check like how many years it will take. Like because see you just told like example you have taken Seoul. It's in US, but we are far away from there. Like just telling like how. And another example is you told Bangalore, like Terminal 2. So I'm just asking like how much time taken to everywhere in India, the technology, and cons will be coming to pros.
Yeah, I gave you some cases like Mahindra Thar, which is sold in Metaverse. Bank of Baroda, it is doing the banking in Metaverse. Okay, and Bangalore Airport, you said. Not only this one, even I interacted with some companies in India, in Bangalore. They are actually doing even gamification also. But the thing is, they have not yet publicized their work, how they are doing. But yes, because of the cons like initial investment, okay, so that is one thing. Most of the companies are yet to invest in that and get the returns. But my prediction is, like down the line 3 to 5 years, definitely it is going to be the game-changing industry, and it will come to that. That's what I said. Next Code 2030 or Code 30, we may have virtual event.
Okay, and next question is, will this technology keep people lazy? So much lazy? I see people in US and all not moving from the desk from a long time. They're doing just working from home itself. All these technologies.
That's
Is
good.
that true? Or
that's good. Have you seen a TV with what dial to change the channel? Have you seen? have you seen a television? To change the channels, you have to go there physically,
turn some buttons, some knobs.
It's 3 decades old.
But the thing is, okay, I have used such kind of TV, and at present I am using Ultra HD with remote, okay, laying down on sofa, but I define that as a comfort, not the laziness, okay. So now the thing is how you define that, how much effectively are you using it, and how much are you dwelling into that, okay. If it is not necessary, you will not use that, but if it is giving you comfortness, yes, you have to go for it, okay. So now the laziness thing, I don't think that it will make the people lazy, but it will create the comfort zone, and it's up to, when it comes to HR roles, it is up to HR to decide how much they have to engage the employees in those platforms. Other than that, for example, gamification, if you relate to that, gamification will be active for certain duration. After that, they have to migrate to their workplace and work on that. So this gives them like a stress buster for a hectic role, and again they will venture into the gaming, but that gaming is connected to your company culture, company ethics, productiveness improvement, or tight schedule, how to manage the tight schedules, emotional balance, all those things. You can design a game such a way that they will enjoy the gaming, at the same time they will learn the things. That is the thing.
Thank you.
Right, sir. And I guess we have got one more question there itself, in the next row.
Am I audible?
Yeah,
yes.
yes.
So thing is that if you have been following this tech industry for the last 6 months, 6 to 8 months, you could see that Meta company has severely scaled down its investment in Metaverse. They were one of the flag bearers of Metaverse, and Microsoft said that they will be also doing something similar with what Meta was doing. So there was a lot of noise over there 6 to 8 months back. But after the launch of this ChatGPT, OpenAI and all, so everywhere the adoption of Metaverse or investment in Metaverse by big tech companies came down just to 10% of the investments which they have already planned. So how do you see that? Do you think that Metaverse will make an entry into Indian market or Asian market, since the investment is less, the tech companies are not willing to put more money in R&D? Do you think there will be some kind of adoption in Metaverse in the next 10 years? And I just want to know what's your thought on this. Thank you.
Again, here, two things. One is you are talking about the company Meta, which is earlier Facebook, okay? So the Facebook has renamed to Meta, and they are doing some research on Metaverse. That's one thing. And second thing is that forecast in Indian market, okay? So first, the Facebook, really have they implemented that Metaverse in Facebook?
They had I think 2 or 3 preliminary games.
Yes. So as a prototype kind of thing, they developed it and they tried it, okay? Even if you see some videos where Zuckerberg himself playing with that, okay? Yeah. But the thing is, he has not yet struck the correct customers. That's what I personally feel. Other than that, their company strategies, I clearly don't know how they have gone to their customers. But what I personally felt that he has not reached to the customers and implemented the software, because the development what he was aiming to develop the coding and the applications glitch free kind of thing, because it has to be, there should not be any signal loss, or there should not be any actions disorientation kind of thing should not happen. So where they were standing, we don't know. But the Metaverse is not started by the Facebook or Meta. It started much decades ago. The Metaverse word first coined by one author in a fiction book, okay? He first actually coined that metaverse world. And being an Indian, and I'm a great follower of our mythology. First, I believe that even Vishwamitra thought of creating alternative world. That also I treat that he thought of creating metaverse kind of thing. But anyway, when it comes to the second question, in India, I told already that it has already entered into the Indian market. But the thing is, it is entering strategically. Some big players already, they are implementing metaverse. And personally, I see next 5 years, we will see the tremendous growth with the application of metaverse. And I strongly believe that it is inevitable. We are forced to use such kind of technologies.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I guess we will have just one last question, sir, and that would be from you for this session. Just a moment, sir. Mic is there. Yeah.
Whatever the device is there, what you are showing, so is it manufactured in India or outsourced, or how it is? And also, what could be some confidential you maintain there?
Yeah,
Okay.
here these devices are available in both cases. I mean, most of them are imported. And Indian companies are, as of now, as per my knowledge, they are acting like a dealers supplying, but the platforms are being developed by Indian companies. As I said, this metaverse is a platform. It has to be coded the way we write any other computer language. We have to code it, and it has to be customized to the need of the company. In a company itself, again, you have to customize to different departments. If it is HRM, you have to design properly for HRM application. If it is for supply chain or assembly line kind of thing, you have to design suitable to that kind of application. There cannot be one universal program. You have to customize it.
Thank you, sir. And I think thanks to the audience also, because I think that the question and answer session, I think that made this entire keynote address as complete, 100% complete. Thank you so much, sir, with this. And now I would like to request Professor Andrew to come and felicitate our keynote speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for Mr. Venu. Let's continue with it. Thank you once again, Venu sir, Andrew sir. All right, people. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. And with this, I would like to thank IIBA as well, who is our outreach partner, and My Anatomy, which is our sponsorship partner. Now, this is the final attraction of the day, which we have been waiting for, and this is the Best Project Award ceremony. Now, in this ceremony, we would be, So, in this, we would be recognizing and celebrating the outstanding projects that our students have done. And there are some projects that are, of course, the top 50 are there, out of which the top 15 were shortlisted. And I believe that those top 15, they have got even further compiled and compressed. And there is a book that we have come up with. So we will see a book launch ceremony as well today. And this is a prestigious ceremony that will celebrate the talent of our students, okay, with the sheer dedication that they have done these projects under the able leadership of our, I would say, academic leadership. And for this, I would like to request Dr. Aditya Chandel to come on the stage and mention a few words about the competition. And meanwhile, you are here on the stage, let me just introduce Dr. Aditya Chandel to him. So, yes. He's a distinguished postdoctoral research associate in aerospace engineering at IIT Madras. He holds a PhD in mechanical engineering from IIT Madras. His collaborations with organizations such as ISRO have significantly enhanced his research in fluid mechanics and project management. Dr. Chandel's academic credentials include PhD from IIT Madras and MTech from NIT Silchar. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Aditya Chandel along with his team, who have relentlessly working towards ensuring that this project comes out well in time and with quality. Sir, over to you.
thank you all. So this project is pretty different, like it is not from my domain. But even though we have experience, I have taken a lot of courses in management, so we have experience. We thought like, okay, we can just do this project. So at the initial phase, when the project is started, we didn't think like it will go up to that level, where students, on the basis of these projects, are able to just start their own startups. So recently we came to know from some of the students, like few students send us a mail, like they have started a startup based on this project, and some are doing the consultancy as well. So the project is something like, it's a real application of your knowledge. So basically what we are learning during my study days, or when I'm also doing the coursework. So a lot of equations are there. I'm not able to understand where to apply these equations, are big equation, theoretical concepts. So we thought like it should be a different concept we have taken, where the student has to take a challenge. He has to just go to find the business, and he himself have to interact with the business and find the business problem. So there are a lot of businesses, like mostly students, we didn't restrict a student on like you have to go to MNCs or big companies to find to get the data, but we told like you have a free hand. So it's depend upon you, like wherever you are finding a data is nearby you, business data is nearby you. When you're moving out of your room, out of your home, you'll find a different shops. So even a small shop, vegetable shop, is a potential person who will give you a data. So students went to the shops, vegetable shops, they told no, we don't have any data, we have only vegetables. So in that condition, they send a mail, okay sir, these vendors are saying we don't have a data, how we can get a data? So we told like you can give a sheet to them, wait for 3 months, they'll just put a marks, from there you will get a data. So from that data, one student has done an analysis for fruit market, and she got a good result. She find out like how much the shopkeeper is, how much the vegetables or fruits are getting wasted per day. So she calculated the wastage, and on the basis of that, she suggested like these are the potential product or key products you are having. You can take it, and others you can remove it. So from there, they'll get an idea, they'll get a good business opportunities, and profitability increases. So this is what the project is all about, and by today's summits also we got some of the projects students are approaching to companies where they are finding a retention rate of employees. So this is the biggest problem they told, like in companies also, sir, we went for a data, and we after a discussion we find this is the biggest problem in the business or organization, where they are continuously recruiting the employees, and after 6 months they are just switching it to different companies. So this is a potential problem. Maybe after this, I'll just suggest some of our students, they'll interact with the top leaders to get the insights. So how to increase the retention rate in basically the companies, to reduce the talent acquisition. So by this, I'll just ask Shayanji to start the video. We have make a small video of this about the project, and after then we can just proceed forward with the launch. So we have a team of different TAs. So I'll just like ask them, they'll come and they'll just be a part of this launch ceremony. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ashwin Baliga. I'm an assistant professor of marketing and sales at ASIC School of Management, Paris, France. I'm also the faculty for the BDM Capstone project. Today, I'm happy to inform that we are launching the corporate version of the BDM Capstone project book, Quid Pro Quo. And in this book, we specifically mention as to how business data management capstone projects help students as well as businesses, whether they belong to organized or unorganized sectors. In this particular book, there are 15 different student projects, which is done by students of different age groups covering different sectors. And we hope you like it. In order to take the project to the next level and kind of elevate its quality, it is essential that we have tie-up with organizations, as this will help us enable solve more real-life, complex and real-world problems. We look forward for your feedback and explore further ways of collaboration. Thank you for your time. Jai Hind.
Hello, good evening to all. My name is Felicitation and I'm a course faculty for BDM Capstone project. Today is an important event where we are focusing on showcasing the skills of our students for industry-oriented Capstone project. With a great satisfaction and joy, we present to you Quid Pro Quo. This corporate edition guidebook presents the advanced technology-based learning projects meant to boost student skills by finding the bottleneck in the business and providing them a data-centric solution. Many of you are wondering about why it is Quid Pro Quo, what exactly the logic or meaning behind Quid Pro Quo. So after extensive discussion within the team, we ultimately determined that this project is basically involves exchange of something in terms of a student, they need a data from the business, and in terms of business, they are looking for some data-centric solution for the business problem they are facing. So it's basically the students are looking for a data from a business. Business is organized, unorganized, well-established, reputed business organizations are there. This originates from the Quid Pro Quo title, represent favor to favor. Within the pages, if you go through the book, you'll find an extensive amount of capstone project information. Useful tools students are using in the analysis approaches. This differs from a typical course book in the fact that this book is more towards practical approach. Instead of solving a big mathematical equation and theoretical concepts, it gives a practical path of student success and connected business organizations using a step-by-step approach to solve a real-world business problems, real-world business bottlenecks. We believe that this project initiative has the potential to alter how industrial projects are planned, executed, and delivered, resulting in increasing the efficiency, productivity, and profitability of the business. I welcome you to join us on this wonderful journey. Welcome Quid Pro Quo. Thank you. Jai Hind.
That speaks the sentiments related and I would say connected to the entire work that has been done. And with this, I would like to request Bhati ma'am to come on the stage and share her points of view on the project.
Thank you all. Good evening. Thank you for staying back. I think we are just filling time with me. Sorry, I think the jury is on the way, so we are waiting for them to come over and announce the prizes. In the meantime, we thought we'll fill you in on how the projects actually evolved, and this project was one of the part of our initial designs of the program itself. So when the program was being conceived in late 2019 and early 2020, we said that students should have an experience of the entire process and cycle of data collection, data cleaning, data organizing, and then analysis, identifying the problem maybe before, and kind of also seeing the data related to that problem from it, or identifying problems from the data side, whatever they can see, suggest solutions, and if possible, go back, get it implemented, see what the impact is. So it was like a full life cycle that we wanted the students to do. And we got a very positive response from companies when we actually told them that we are thinking of this, should we go ahead? And they said it's absolutely important because we need a lot of people who are client-facing, customer-facing, who need to be able to talk to people and convince them to give data, right? It requires a lot of people skills, a lot of convincing skills, which are very important. Otherwise, you can't get them to talk to clients and say why we will do what we do and why you should give us the data. How is it important that we will be able to tell you something that you don't know about your business? Even in my own, when students sometimes approach me, saying, can we get some program related data? I'm always like, what can you tell us about it that we don't know ourselves, right? But there are some interesting insights that we've had a couple of projects done on our own data, and actually some things we didn't know, which we had not analyzed, at least from that perspective, and it was a revelation to us. So over the last 3 years, we've been running this project, and I think every term we've been doing about 300 to 400 projects being completed. So overall, I think it's about 4,000 projects maybe we've completed until now. So 4,000 students have completed. And the rigor has only been increasing. So the way that Dr. Ashwin and Dr. Aditya, they've been taking it up in the last couple of years, they have made it into a 4-step evaluation. So first the students identify a business and they give the proposal of what is it that they're going to take as the data, what is the problem they might be trying to solve. That is a proposal. Then they have a midterm report on what is the data collected and some maybe basic first level insights. Then they follow it up with a final report. And at every stage of this, there are people who are evaluating it and giving them in-depth feedback about how the project is evolving. So that is something that has been fantastic, because imagine every 4 months you actually have 400 project reports coming in 3 stages. And the final is a viva again for us to ascertain that the student who has submitted has actually done it themselves and they've not gotten it from anywhere else. And like you could have seen if you had walked around, we also have proofs that we collect, that you should be at the business owner's concern, you should have talked to them, they ask for video proof from them, they ask for a letter saying, yes, it is me who gave the data to them, and so on. So at least we try to ascertain that they did collect the data from there, they did interact with the people there, the student themselves did all the work, and there is at least half an hour to 45 minutes viva where they ask them about the various aspects of the reports they've submitted. So I think it's been a very intense journey. A lot of students, we've got mixed bag of feedback, of course. People who have not liked really going out, not had the time, as they said, that they can't do it, have been complaining, but once they get into it, right, and once they get the feel of it, once they get to talk to people and see the data for themselves, I think at that point they start enjoying it. And then it's revelation for them too, as the data starts opening up its own results, its own secrets, and they are unraveling it themselves. So I think at that point they are also excited and they present really good reports. So that's something. And again, I don't know, how many of you went around and saw the exhibition hall? Any of you here? Okay. So for some of you who have not seen it maybe, we've had also reports where students have not done it just from a project perspective, not as a report submission, not for the course grades, but they've also invested themselves in terms of time and energy into turning around the business. For instance, I think there was one case a student who was presenting here on textile industry. So it was doing a loss of almost 4 lakhs per month. And they didn't even know there was theft happening. They didn't even know stocks were getting, stolen and something like that. They just thought, yeah, must be at a small scale and not really. My money is still out in the market. I'm yet to recover it. And then when the student goes in and digs into the data, they find that almost 70 lakhs is what has been stolen. And then they realize, my God, there's something big happening here that even I didn't know about. And they cleanse the system. And today, it's a total turnaround for that industry where per month, I think they're making about 50 lakhs. These are actual numbers. The report has these numbers. The owners consented for us to actually publish these numbers in the report that the student has. So there's a real-time turnaround of a business in Bihar that has happened because the students started a BDM project on that particular business, and the owner had actually refused to give the data a year back. And then the owner kind of came to know that something is happening and something big is happening, but was not able to actually get it out for themselves. Then they called the student and said, would you still be interested? And that's how the student went and did the project. So I think these are some things that are really nice, because this is an unorganized sector. They don't do any accounts keeping except for maybe filing some taxes or filing some accounts. Apart from it, there was nothing much that was computerized there in terms of data. So the student had to do a lot of coordination. There was another student who was explaining where the entire records is on PDF files. It's on notebooks. They had the notebook scanned. They've done algorithms to actually identify and convert all these handwritten notes and accounts into something which is digitized. Then they had to, of course, look at the sanity of it, and they had to, again, put it into tables, something that they can operate upon with their operations of whatever Excel or any other database that you use, and so on. So the process of converting the notebooks into data and digitizing also has been done by the student at a large scale. That was one of the projects that, again, that we were seeing. So a lot of impact in the small sectors, like Dr. Aditya was saying. We've had so many cases of, pani puri walas, maybe a milk shop, maybe somebody selling vegetables by the roadside, a small supermarket, a small medical shop. So medical shop also you have expiry dates on medicines, and unless you really track which medicines are going to expire when and you start overstocking, of course you're going to be in a loss, right? So students have done small things like that. Show me your stock, show me your sales, and I'll tell you which one to do. So by intuition, maybe they would know the names of 4 medicines, but not the 400 that they have in the shop, which the data analysis is able to show for them. So things like that. There was an interesting case of a ironing, a mobile ironing shop that you can call it within a gated community. So actually a student, when they got all the data from him, how many houses he visits in a day, how many clothes does he get, what type of clothes does he get, how many people are there, then he checked out in every house. And the student actually charted pathways for the iron person to go every single day to improve his profit. So he was kind of saying, in this house, there are more people, you're doing once a week round, it is not enough for them, go twice a week. And in this house, there's only 2, so don't go there and do this. So he actually did route mapping for that guy and, helped him out. He helped him create a WhatsApp group, got all the residents in and said, you just ping him if you want something, and that kind of increased the communication with the person. For us, it's like, oh, what's so novel about it? We all have WhatsApp groups, hundreds of them, and we are there. But for them to do it, that iron person to do it, and to say to every shop to every house that I'm there, please get added to the group and you can ping me. That's something big for him. It's a small suggestion for us, but makes a big difference to that person and whatever he does to his business, right? So these are things that students are doing on the ground, and I think it's making we didn't expect it, I think, when we started it, to be honest. We thought it's an experience for the students to go through the cycle. But now that we see the impact, probably we are now planning for more things, and we are looking at what can we do, how do we expand this, how do we more organize the data we are getting from this unorganized sector. The sector that has not been tapped, students are able to collect data. Can we do some things more, right? That's something that we are looking at, and probably in the next 1 year, we've been talking to Dr. Ashwin and Aditya on this, saying that maybe we should expand this to include some more businesses, some more people, try to do some things more in collection of data. So this has been hugely successful thanks to the efforts of these people who are there, and they have a team backing them also. So they have a team of 10 people almost who are going through all the reports, giving one-on-one support when students get stuck at every single point, giving them support, ensuring that they are going through the process. And one thing they're very particular about is the report writing. So they are very, very particular that you have to adhere to the rubrics of report writing. And that's a skill actually people are learning through the BDM project. It's not just about the talking and communication. It's also written communication through the report that you're writing, to say everything you put down in the report should make sense. Otherwise, don't put it down there. Don't do blah, blah in the report. You have to tell me every line, why it is there, every chart, why it is there, why we used a particular chart. That's the way that they ask people to say, make it in the way that you would present it to a customer. That's the kind of readiness that they're getting the students by making them do the BDM project. So thanks to them, and this is the booklet that we have come out with today. We have a 50-page approx 50-page book that we're releasing as a corporate version, but we also have a longer student version of 250 pages that they've actually diligently compiled, giving the entire process end-to-end, so that students have something like a reference book, a reference manual on how to do the project. And that's something that we are going to release to the students too very shortly, but today we thought it's an apt occasion to release this 50-page book. So very happy to have all of you here, and hope you can go through this. If you all have any ideas, you can share with us. If you all have any data that you'd like us to analyze with our students, we'd be happy to do that too. We have so many students who are also experienced. It's not like they are all freshers. We do have experienced professionals too, doing our program and doing the BDM project, and they've gotten better insights, they have more experience, they do bigger businesses, much more bigger data on their side. So we'd be happy to help any of you, or any concerns that you know would be happy to avail of the services, we'd be happy to engage with you. So juries come? They're still on the way? They've come, I think. Oh, okay. Okay, sure. It's nothing for me. Yeah, I can go. Yeah, so that is one project. The other projects we do, of course, in the program are the programming side, the diploma and programming side. We have two projects. So we do a complete web application, both the front end and the back end. It's like a full stack developer, what you would see and require as the skills. That is what we showcase as part of the diploma and programming. So students actually build the front end of an application in a first project. then they build the back end, and these two are connected. You actually have to live host the application and show it to the examiner. And for the app dev projects, the application development projects, the examiners, each one of them is from the industry. So we are working with about 40 companies today, from which we have people who are volunteering to do the vivas for us. And these are people who are working in that domain. And this is what Professor Andrew was talking in the morning, saying that if you want to meet our students informally, even before you want, if you're not sure whether you want to have them as interns, whether they are good enough to be, in your company, it's the first step for you to engage with us to say, let me try them and see how they're doing in their vivas, right? That is something that we would again invite you all to see whether people in your company would like to be a part of this program as viva examiners. So the app dev projects, the viva examiners are all from the industry. And they do about 45 minutes to at least 1 hour, 15 minutes, I've heard of some vivas going on. So it starts off with a demo by the student of the project, and they have to open their project application live. It's not something that is already there. So we take a link from them, and the link that we give is what is shared. It's not like the student can show some friend's link or something. Before that, of course, we do a lot of plagiarism checks. There's a level 1 viva check where we do ascertain that the student has done it themselves rather than somebody else do it, and then we put them on to the industry expert. So in that 1 hour, we ask them to first get a demo, then we ask them to ask questions about that particular application, and then it moves on to the general theory part of the application development. So it could be databases, it could be the Python itself, it could be the application on how they've actually hosted it, anything about the cloud on how they put it up or something like that. So it's an open questioning. It's almost equivalent to a mock that you can call it, or you can look at it in some sense. So that's the two projects we do on the programming side. On the data science side, the diploma in data science, one is a BDM project, the other one is a ML project. So the ML project is a regular one. We give them a large data set and they have to run a couple of models. We give a cutoff that they have to cross by optimizing all the parameters, and they have to submit us at least 3 models crossing the cutoff. And after that, again, there is a viva for them at the end of it, conducted by industry examiners who again go through the models, ask them to tune it during the viva live. At that point, they'll say, change something here, change something there. Student is expected to make those changes during the viva and kind of answer whatever questions are there. So these are what happen in the diplomas. So diplomas are the core of our program today, and they kind of provide the theory as well as the hands-on skills, hands-on demonstrable skills that are there by the student in terms of the project. So we say that our students are almost industry ready at the end of 2 diplomas, at least to start an internship, at least to start a longer duration of work at the company that they can do. And one advantage I'll pitch to you all, whoever is here, I say a lot of our students here, but whoever is here otherwise too, that our students, many of them are doing this program as their primary degree program, which means that they are doing this as a sole degree after class 12th. And there is no physical college time restriction like for other physical colleges. So it's not like these students have to be there from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. or 5 p.m. somewhere listening to our classes. It's all mostly recorded videos with live interactions which happen in the evening. So these students, we would say, should go out and start interning, start working at companies right after 1 diploma, when they would be skilled enough to at least contribute in some way to the company or the place that they are working. So that is the expectation. In fact, when we designed the program, we had thought that students would work and study. Work, support themselves to study. That was one of the ways that we had actually thought about this program. And unlike physical college students, these students will be available right from their second year onwards to be with you in whatever, contract or format that you would like to be with them. And they could be with you for a longer duration of time. You could try them out as an intern. Then we have a concept of apprenticeship. So apprenticeship is a 4-month or an 8-month period where you can engage with them on your own terms. And we actually give them academic credits as part of the program in the degree level. So you could have them for 4 months or 8 months. And in that period, again, if both parties agree, you could give them a pre-placement offer. So one of the things we are doing through the program is giving companies a longer chance to mingle with our students, to mingle with our, engage with our students at different levels, as a viva examiner, as an intern, as an apprentice, and then go in to hire them, recruit them if both parties are happy. So these are the ways in which you can be a part of the program. The other things that companies do, I think there was a slide in the morning when we were talking, is you can have some workshops for the students. So you can actually have some technical talks, you can have some workshops, hands-on workshops, which are mostly online we would prefer because our students are distributed all across the country. Paradox is the only time maybe when some 4,000 students actually come in here, but otherwise most times everybody's across the country. So you can have workshops conducted for them. We had a lot of series from Gabs and Encora company, which did at least like 40 tech talks for us. We had even a schedule for 6 months actually prepared. And they came in, and every week we had professionals come in and talk about some technology area or some area of wherever the company is working in. So this would be a nice way to, again, engage with the students, to tell them what you're doing and get them interested to also apply to you if you're looking to hire from us. So that is one more thing that you could engage in. So I would say, be a Viva examiner, give some technical talks or workshops. CSR is always open. We are always perennially in need of support for our students who cannot afford to, spend on their education but are really interested and motivated to do it. So CSR is one avenue that's there. You can hire interns, you can hire apprentices, you can come in for recruitment with us. So those are the engagement points with companies and the BS program today that you can actually partner with us. Okay, my 2 minutes is also done. Yes. Okay, I think jury is here. So.
So, all right, people, I think this has taken a much longer time, but I think it will definitely add to the mood, and it will make all of us feel happier to see the book launch ceremony, for which I would like to request our jury members to please come on the stage along with Aditya sir, along with his team, Andrew sir, Bhati ma'am, Vignesh sir, Balaji sir, all of you. I would request all of you to come on the stage, please, for the book launch ceremony. You can call your team. Can we have a copy of book in everyone's hand? Though it might look like a just simple movement, but this movement is quite prestigious because a lot of hard work has been gone into this. So let's give a loud round of applause for the book launch ceremony. I would request all of you to kindly show the book. Yes, please everyone, kindly have a book. Yes, yes, yes. So, please. Get a copy. Copy. Can we have some more copies? Do we have some more copies? Yeah, please. All the people on the stage, I can be excluded, but even I would love to have. All right, my dear photographer friends, and of course, the lovely audience. Thank you so much for the patience and for this beautiful ceremony. And yes, this is certainly a hard work that is coming true. Thank you so much. And with this, I would like to announce the QR code. For the audience, we have the QR code, which will help you. Kindly take out your mobiles and scan the QR code. This will help you to download the e-version of this particular book. It has been made available for all of you. Kindly take out your mobiles and you can download this from your mobile phones right now. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And I'm sure that So, we will be announcing now. But before that, I would really request the entire set of participants to come on the stage so that we can have a photograph, and slowly we will start the announcement as well. And I would really request our jury members, along with Sir, kindly come on the stage because the prize distribution ceremony has to happen. So here comes the last moment of today's ceremony. And I would really like to thank My Anatomy for their support in celebrating the winning of the top 3 participants. But before that, may we have all the participants on the stage. I think for a photograph, if the participants can step down, the photograph will be better. Yes. We all firmly believe that participation is more important than winning, and that is why we have a group photo, and let's give a round of applause for each and everyone who is present over here. And now, let me announce the winners for today's competition. And ladies and gentlemen, at the second runner-up position, I have Mr. Jaydev. Let's give it up for him. Kindly come on the stage. As the second runner-up for today's competition, Mr. Jaydev. Thank you, sir. And of course, there's a prize money as well of 10,000 rupees. Great. Thank you. Now we would like to announce the first runner-up, and the first runner-up is Mr. Abhijit Palit. Our first runner-up, Mr. Abhijit Palit. I'm sorry, the first runner-up, sorry, there's a small mistake. Karthi Degali. I'm sorry, there's a small mistake on my part. The first runner-up is Karthikeyan. Yes. Mr. Karthikeyan is the first runner-up. Yes. Abhijit, I'm really sorry for that. Our first runner-up is Karthikeyan. And I'm sorry that by mistake I called Abhijit. But I'm really happy that the winner for today's competition is Abhijit Palit. Let's continue the loud round of applause for the participants and the winners. Abhijit Palit, the winner for today's competition. Sheer hard work, perseverance, and a lot of dedication. I would request all the dignitaries to kindly stay back as we have got a special prize. Abhijit, kindly step. Yes, you can. Okay. Yes. We have got a very special participant among us, and I would like to request our esteemed guests on the dais to felicitate Prashant. Yes, sir.
Okay, leave it. Leave it. Give him later.
It's okay. Yes, you can come in the center. And let's give a loud round of applause for Prashant. Congratulations to one and all. And thank you to all the esteemed guests. Okay, I would like to request all the jury members and the esteemed members to kindly come again on the dais once again, please. Because now we have the felicitation ceremony for all the jury members.
All the jury members?
Yes, sir. Mr. Bharat Ram from Novartis. He's the Global Head of Data Science and AI at Novartis. Next, we have Mr. Arunvel T, who is the Principal Manager of Research and Development, St. Gobain, India. Next, we have Mr. Ganesh Shenoy, who is the Chief Mentor at My Anatomy Integration. Our next jury member, we have Mr. Vishwanath Raju, who is the Head of Talent Operations, Talent Acquisition and Operations at ANSR Global. And in absentia, I would also like to thank our fifth jury, Ms. Shivani Reddy, who was the Global Head of Talent Acquisition and HR Management at Latent View Analytics. Thank you, sir. I would like to request if each jury member can just spend a minute on the mic and just talk about it after the photograph, please. You can take seats here itself, yes. And just a small understanding or an outcome from your side would be very insightful.
Hello.
Yes,
can you hear
Mr.
me?
Azhar.
Yeah, I think it was a wonderful occasion for me to be here. And honestly, I've seen people doing a lot of insights-based projects in my workplace. And I always used to feel that the amount of working knowledge on the business, etc., comes only if you start working in the company. But I think my myth about that completely got busted today. I really saw a lot of students who actually did much better than what a fresher would do in a company. And a lot of hard work is spent, especially on, the most important part is, I'm extremely impressed by the work that is done on the unorganized sector. In an organized sector, it's very easy to get the data in a structured format. You can do some wonderful stuffs and go on. But in an unorganized structure, I even saw a few examples where people have to literally go through the manual written bills and convert it to a structured format and do the analysis. So it is just not, the analysis part of it, it's the amount of sheer hard work and the dedication that the people had. And I wish really all the best for all the students. Wonderful experience for me being here right from the morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bharat sir.
I would like to thank Suraj. Suraj, where are you? Okay. Because of Suraj, I'm here. I didn't know that this was so big, to be very honest. We were hiring from IIT Madras earlier, but then I'm here because of you, Suraj. I'm going from here with one thought that I'll come back here again. And I'll come back in many forms and shapes. One is obviously as a mentor. Obviously, that's one thing that is running in my mind, but then hiring people at the end of the day, we have to create employability and all that stuff. So thank you very much for this so-called thing. I was overwhelmed by the projects that you guys have done. I didn't expect that I will be the judge because I thought I have limited knowledge about industry, but then these guys were amazing, actually. And I would want to thank you, sir. At this age, you are doing some projects. And I just cannot believe the kind of work that you're doing. And it can only say that age is not a bar to do anything. And I would want to take you as a role model, sir. Thank you very much.
For me, it was quite a great experience. Coming from the R&D side, I was keen to look at what we call customer intimacy. The students, are they really able to capture the customer pain points? Are they driving the analysis from the pain point perspective? To me, I was honestly surprised. I was not really expecting that they will have such a level of insight with respect to defining a problem statement. All of them are absolutely grounded. All of them are absolutely grounded. And then the second aspect, of course, they had quite a good amount of knowledge in terms of applying the data analytics tools, and they were able to have the nice plots that are necessary to explain the logics, and they could interpret and inform the business. One suggestion is some of them are actually potentials for good research, so they can go behind and find out how a statistical algorithm actually works. They have the potential to do that. I could see that when I was interacting with them. So you could nurture them in that direction too.
Sure, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much to IIT Madras for giving us an opportunity to partner for an event like this. And I've come here before as well, but this form and the representation here and the kind of talent that you have, we were able to evaluate quite a few of your projects as well. What I can say is most of the projects where, again, it's also mentioned where data is, some of these businesses, data is non-existent, right? And the students have gone out of the way to possibly like create a structure and also like given them a tool how to capture it going forward as well. And many of it where we could see significant impact on revenue and profitability as well, which is real, I would say, because generally most of whatever modeling that you do is hypothetical and things like that, but here I could see a lot of impact that's being made. And some of the students have gone out of the way because the scope of the project is maybe data analysis, statistical analysis, maybe using data for data-driven decision making, but they've gone out of the way to even like structure the business. So one project that we have awarded, we've got the first one is primarily a complete business transformation, right? So which you wouldn't expect a student to do, right? And I think that was really amazing. Yeah. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and we would definitely love to partner IIT Madras and come back here again year after year as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, esteemed jury members. Thank you so much. I would now like to call upon Mr. Suraj Srivastava, who is the convener of the Code HR Summit 2024, for giving the welcome address and the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much for spending a day with us, first of all. And I think some of you have traveled from different cities, and most of you from Chennai. Looking forward to host, I think, HR Summit again and again. This is first edition. The intent of doing this event is to showcase the talent that we have in the program, as well as talk about the program offerings that we have through IIT Madras under Code. I'm sure, hope you have enjoyed the day. This was the first event, and we would like to replicate the same in other cities as well in coming months and years. Thank you so much for being here. A special thanks to our program leaders, Dr. Andrew, Professor Vignesh, Professor Balaji, Madam Bharti for giving us unconditional support to host this event. So this looks like one of the big HR event that has happened for the first time on the campus, and we look forward to have more with your guidance. Thank you so much. A heartfelt thank you to esteemed speaker, panelist. Special mention to Mr. Vishwanath Raju, Mr. Swaminathan, and Mr. Venu Gunapuram for their keynote speak. It was really insightful. I hope the HR faculty have thoroughly enjoyed the session, and it was really insightful. Thank you so much. To all the HR professional, tech leaders, talent acquisition experts, thank you so much for being here, and looking forward to have you once again. We extend our gratitude to students of BS in data science who have presented their projects, taken out time. I think they spent money, time, and they have done, so they have, I think Aditya must have spoken about how rigor process, evaluation process they have gone through to come to this level. So initially, I think in previous years, we were doing this with a couple of people online doing evaluating and awarding people, but we thought, why don't we show this, what they exactly do, what kind of insight and impact they create during this project. And I think, hope it has been successful, and we have awarded people. Thank you so much for coming here and sharing your insight with all the participants and delegates. We extend our, just a minute, to our partners and sponsors for collaborating with us, partnering with us, standing with us to assure that we deliver what we expected out of this event. Thank you so much to IIBA and My Anatomy for being a gifting partner, being an assessment partner, and we look forward for future partnerships as well. Thank you so much. Last but not the least, student placement councils, volunteers, staff members, people who have made this possible, the decor you can see. Thank you to all of you, and volunteers and my team, industry interaction cell, who really helped me putting this down and make this sample. Thank you so much. We look forward to have you once again. Have a good day, and feel free to come back and share your feedback over the mail. We don't have a formal form. We wanted to have a Google form to get a feedback, but I would request, do write us back on our confirmation mail on your feedback if you feel that we can improve anything, add anything, or any suggestion. Thank you so much for the day. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Before I conclude, here's a light question to all the people, especially in the HR fraternity over here. Simple question. Why did the HR manager cross the road? Why did the HR manager cross the road? Sorry? Well, sir, the more beautiful answer would be to look for the talent on the other side. Welcome to the hiring. Thank you. And have a great evening, and thank you for being a part of this Code HR Summit 2024. And tea, coffee, and snacks are, of course, arranged outside, so kindly enjoy it. And we look forward to welcome you once again in a good, prestigious event in the future. And if people would love to have a group photograph on the stage, kindly, this is the time, this is the moment.